A dazzling crimson brilliance blinded Lin Yun when the chest box was opened. Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent couldn't even compare to the radiance inside the box. The spiritual energy was so dense that it instantly permeated the hall. When he breathed, Lin Yun could sense dense spiritual energy entering his body and nourishing every single cell. At the same time, a terrifying surge of astral energy filled every corner of the hall. It was Lin Yun's first time seeing such an astronomical sum of astral energy in the heavenly path. Lin Yun's eyes adjusted to the brightness and he could see pellets the size of an infant's fist. Each pellet was engraved with flaming runes filled with spirituality. The runes were similar to astral energy in the starry sky and looked like stars instead of pellets. Astral pellets? With great difficulty, Lin Yun managed to calm down. The pellets looked like astral pellets, but they were a lot bigger than usual. At the same time, the astral energy that they contained was a lot stronger than normal. Most importantly, he could tell that the flaming runes weren't ordinary. They should be astral pellets? Lin Yun took out his astral pellets and compared them. They had a different look and different quality. The astral pellets refined in the heavenly path were the size of a nail, and anything bigger would be full of impurities. At this moment, the name Divine Astral Pellet appeared in his mind, which made his breathing speed up. Lin Yun had heard about divine astral pellets occasionally from Feng Xiaoyu as astral pellets refined by Empyreans in the heavenly path. The astral pellets that Lin Yun could refine were crude because he could only extract the astral energy from the atmosphere. However, true Empyreans could directly refine astral energy from the stars in the sky. It was a huge difference. Furthermore, the astral pellets refined by geniuses in the heavenly path had to be refined to origin energy and not astral energy. Empyreans, however, could easily refine astral pellets even if they weren't in the heavenly path. It was just easier for them to refine divine astral pellets in the heavenly path. To refine a divine astral pellet, Empyreans had to extract astral energy from the stars and refine them with astral flames. Furthermore, it was a lot harder to attract astral flames in the Kunlun realm than the heavenly path. In ancient times, before the heavenly path broke into pieces, Empyreans could easily come to heavenly path to refine divine astral pellets. But after the heavenly path was split into 9 sections, it was closed most of the time. It became harder for people to refine the divine astral pellets, and they could only resort to refining ordinary astral pellets. Divine astral pellets. Lin Yun's gaze changed because they were a rare find in the heavenly path according to Feng Xiaoyu. Every time they appeared, they would draw everyone's attention and create a huge battle for ownership. A single divine astral pellet was equivalent to over 10,000 astral pellets. Then again, there was no way they were comparable in value. One could easily obtain 1,000,000 astral pellets, but they would need to rely on luck to obtain 1 divine astral pellets. A suction force exploded from Lin Yun's palm as he grabbed a divine astral pellet. Sensing the blazing astral energy, Lin Yun's heart throbbed violently. The astral energy is extremely pure and refined. The ones I refined are like mud compared to this one. Even if someone offered me 100,000 astral pellets for a single divine astral pellet, there's no way I would make the trade. Lin Yun calmed down and placed the divine astral pellets back. He noticed that 1/100th of the astral energy had already leaked out. Because of the boundless astral energy in the divine astral pellet, the astral energy was constantly being neutralized by the atmosphere. This meant that he had to seal them with spiritual talismans, or else the divine astral pellets would become ordinary astral pellets as time passed. Without hesitation, Lin Yun quickly shut the chests and sealed them once more with spiritual talismans before he felt relieved. Glancing around at the hundreds of chests, Lin Yun couldn't help taking a deep breath. Do all of these chests contain divine astral pellets? A single chest had about 100 divine astral pellets, so he had stumbled onto at least 10,000 based on the chests. Lil Red didn't hesitate to open the remaining chest boxes and discovered that all of them contained divine astral pellets. Lin Yun and Lil Red were dumbfounded. But when Lin Yun recovered from his shock and discovered that the astral energy was leaking out, Lin Yun quickly yelled, "Move them all!" Lin Yun and Lil Red sealed all the chests once again and started putting them away. Occasionally, they would exchange a smiling glance. They were so satisfied with their harvest that even someone like Lin Yun couldn't maintain his composure, not to mention Lil Red. In the blink of an eye, the duo had removed all of the chests. When they were done, Lil Red took a deep breath and sucked all the astral energy in the atmosphere into its stomach. When Lil Red opened its eyes, it patted its stomach in satisfaction. But that wasn't all, as Lil Red even snatched the mat that the demonic corpse was sitting on, as well as other miscellaneous items in the hall. In a matter of seconds, the main hall was emptied. Looking at Lil Red with disdain, Lin Yun said, "Let's go to the second level." The hidden treasure pavilion had 3 levels in total. They were only in the first level, so who knew what kind of treasures awaited them in the second level? If the first level was for establishing the foundation of a clan, the second level must be for the geniuses of the clan. Lil Red looked around and searched the demonic corpse just when they were about to leave. When it took out a dagger from the corpse, Lin Yun's lips twitched as he saw how foul the dagger was. The corpse was already torn into so many pieces, but Lil Red actually managed to find a treasure from the corpse. When Lil Red took out the dagger, an eerie light lit up the entire hall, and the sharpness emitted out from it made Lil Red's eyelid twitch. Dao artifact? Lin Yun was surprised because he was sure that it was a Dao artifact. Perhaps it might not be comparable to his Indigo Flame Thunder Whip, but it was a suitable weapon for Lil Red. Looking at the dagger, Lil Red couldn't help meowing as it chuckled. It seemed to have forgotten that it was still in the dragon-blooded cat form, so its laughter turned out to be comical. When Lil Red noticed its laughter, it quickly stopped laughing and couldn't help looking depressed. "Haha, let's go." Lin Yun laughed and took the lead while Lil Red spat out an interspatial pouch to store the dagger. As for Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin, they were doing their best to kill the endless demonic corpses. Although there were a lot of demonic corpses, they were still geniuses from higher realms. So it didn't take much effort for them to butcher all the demonic corpses. Suddenly, they both came to a stop with shock in their pupils. "Do you smell that? Divine astral pellets." The two of them could sense the aura that belonged to divine astral pellets. "This is too much. Just how many are there to create such a dense aura?" As geniuses from higher realms, they had naturally seen divine astral pellets before, so they could guess the number by just sensing the aura. "Looks like the main hall isn't far away. If that's really the case, then we'll be rich." Chun Xiong's eyes blazed with excitement. On the other hand, Xian Yunjin was more composed, but the fire in his pupils had betrayed his thoughts. But compared to Chun Xiong's exaggerated expression, he was more controlled and smiled. "Do you think Lin Yun is still alive?" "Yunjin, it looks like you have a deep grudge with him. He should be alive. We should get there first anyway and take everything away. It will be fun watching his expression when he sees that all of his hard work was for nothing," smiled Chun Xiong. Hearing that, Xian Yunjin laughed. "Let's go then." With a flash, they charged towards the main hall emotionally. Just how many divine astral pellets were there in the main hall? Dozens? Hundreds? Or tens of thousands? Even as geniuses from higher realms, they couldn't maintain their composure. But when they entered the main hall, both their faces had frozen. The main hall was empty, and a small aura lingered in the atmosphere that proved that the divine astral pellets were once here. How is this possible? Chun Xiong was completely dumbfounded when he saw the empty main hall. Even Xian Yunjin's face had become nasty before he gnashed his teeth. "Lin Yun. It must have been him." The entire hall was empty as traces of divine astral pellet aura lingered in the air. However, there was nothing left. "Damn it. What is going on?" Chun Xiong was completely dumbfounded by the empty hall. "I can clearly sense the aura of at least 100 divine astral pellets." Chun Xiong couldn't maintain his composure when he thought about 100 divine astral pellets. It was an amount that would make the geniuses from higher realms start fighting each other. After all, an Empyrean would have to spend an entire month to refine a divine astral pellet in the Kunlun realm. An Empyrean expert's time was precious, so one could imagine the value of one divine astral pellet. Even in ancient times, Empyreans would also have to spend at least half a month to refine a divine astral pellet in the heavenly path. But if an Empyrean was in seclusion for an entire month, they could probably refine about 10. Only the top-tier Empyreans could refine divine astral pellets at a faster pace. Currently, no one could refine divine astral pellets in the heavenly path, which made them even more precious. Of course, Chun Xiong would lose his mind when such wealth was slipping away from him. It would have been fine if he didn't know anything about it, but he clearly sensed the pellets earlier. Even Xian Yunjin's face was nasty, but he was more composed than Chun Xiong and spoke coldly. Lin Yun, it must have been him. Who else could have taken away all the divine astral pellets? Was it really him? How is that possible? How can he possibly be ahead of us with his strength? Chun Xiong sounded doubtful after recovering his composure. I also don't want to believe this, but he was the only one who entered the hidden treasure pavilion with us. I didn't sense any geniuses from higher realms around us, so who else could it be? Xian Yunjin said coldly. Xian Yunjin didn't want to admit this since it was basically like slapping himself in the face. He had already declared that Lin Yun wouldn't get far in the hidden treasure pavilion. However, the current scene was proving him wrong. In the end, all Xian Yunjin could do was swallow his humiliation. Was it really him? Chun Xiong said in a depressed tone. But isn't he too ruthless to leave nothing for us? Weren't you thinking about emptying everything as well? Didn't you want to see his expression? Xian Yunjin said coldly. Chun Xiong's face blushed when he heard that. He was just giving a suggestion to make Lin Yun look like a fool. Turned out that he was a fool. Unable to control his temper anymore, Chun Xiong roared, "That bastard! We forgot that he's a swordsman who grasped greater mastery of spiritual sword intent. It's strong against the demonic corpses. We have to hurry or else we'll be left behind." They would become a joke if others knew that they were fooled by a brat from the profound Amber Realm. "Wait up!" Xian Yunjin called out to Chun Xiong. "What's wrong?" Chun Xiong asked. Looking at Chun Xiong like he was looking at an idiot, Xian Yunjin said, "Are you stupid? We'll be surrounded by demonic corpses again if you pick a random path. We have to find the path he took or we'll never be able to catch up to him." When Chun Xiong heard what Xian Yunjin said, he suddenly realized his foolishness. There were too many paths, and it would be tough for them to catch up to Lin Yun if they took a random path. Meanwhile, Lin Yun and Lil Red had already reached the second main hall. There were two powerful demonic corpses guarding the hall, but Lin Yun easily used lightning cocoon to tear them into pieces. Simultaneously, he was becoming more proficient in lightning cocoon. Sheathing the flower burial sword, Lin Yun started to examine the hall. The items in this hall were all sorts of fortune martial techniques. When Lin Yun examined them, he found that they were mostly lesser and intermediate fortune martial techniques. Only a few were greater fortune martial techniques. As for advanced fortune martial techniques, he couldn't find a single one. But Lin Yun still took the fortune martial techniques because they could sell for a decent price outside. He could also save them for his companions from the profound Amber Realm. With these fortune martial techniques, it should be enough for them to obtain the tribulation qualification. According to this clan's foundation, it makes no sense for them not to have any advanced fortune martial techniques. They're probably in the higher levels, but it's a pity that there are only 3 levels here. Lin Yun didn't think that there would be advanced fortune martial techniques on the 3rd level because the things on the 1st and 2nd levels were completely different. Just when he was in deep thoughts, a streak of light flew over to him. Lil Red had tossed him something after searching the 2 corpses for a long time. Sun-Chasing Art's Heavenly Soul Realm Volume, an Imperial Fortune Martial Technique. 5 centuries ago, a powerhouse comprehended the Tao and left behind 1,000 words before his death. The ancestors of my clan obtained 100 words and comprehended the Sun-Chasing Art. The Heavenly Soul Realm Volume is also named 10 Profound Steps, corresponding with the Golden Crow's 9 transformations. One has to reach the 2nd soul Heavenly Soul Realm to cultivate it, and one needs fortune to find the other sections of this cultivation technique. It's not recommended for those without enough talent. Information flowed into Lin Yun's mind and left him dumbfounded for a long time. It was really interesting. The 7 profound step and cloud-soaring art he had cultivated were derived from the sun-chasing art. However, he never expected to run into the genuine sun-chasing art. He still remembered from the 7 profound steps that a powerhouse chased after the sun to create the sun-chasing art in ancient times. But according to the story he just read, it was only 500 years ago. Lin Yun was deeply shocked in his heart. Just what kind of era did this technique come from, and why did that era come to an end? It took a long time for Lin Yun to calm down. It seemed that the origin of this clan wasn't simple. But perhaps it was only a branch from the main clan. You really are an expert when it comes to searching corpses. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling while looking at Lil Red. He was thankful that Lil Red found it for him. Suddenly, Lin Yun recalled that only those in the second soul, heavenly soul realm could cultivate it and sighed, "I still have a ways to go." He had long heard that advanced fortune martial techniques had a strict requirement on cultivation. Lin Yun knew that overlord fortune martial techniques required cultivators to be in the second soul, heavenly soul realm at the very least. But an imperial fortune martial technique was at the second highest grade that even ordinary Empyreans might not be qualified to practice. So it was already heaven-defying that the 10 profound steps could be practiced in the second soul, heavenly soul realm. Time to leave. When Lil Red cleared everything in the main hall, it ran back to Lin Yun as they headed to the 3rd level. An hour later, 2 figures rushed into the empty hall on the 2nd floor. They were Chun Xiong and Xianxia. Their faces were grave and their hearts were heavy. When they saw the empty hall, their minds nearly collapsed. "Damn it! That bastard emptied the hall again." Chun Xiong cursed with a nasty face. Xianxia looked around before he said, "This place should have fortune martial techniques. Ancient fortune martial techniques. Even an ordinary fortune martial technique has incredible value." There was no question that modern fortune martial techniques couldn't be compared to the ones in ancient times. Aside from fortune martial techniques from sacred grounds, modern fortune martial techniques were generally a lot weaker. "There's nothing here. Nothing is left for us?" yelled Chun Xiong after searching every corner of the hall. He even found several secret compartments, but those compartments had claw marks that indicated the items were already taken away. "Damn it! There's nothing left." They even raided the corpses. Xianxia also searched the corpses and found nothing. At this moment, his hands were trembling with rage. "Continue searching. I don't believe that there's nothing left behind in such a big hall." Xianxia and Chun Xiong's faces were pale as they flipped the entire hall upside down only to find nothing. They were filled with despair and they started to doubt themselves. "Let's go to the 3rd level. We can't let him leave until he hands everything over to us." Xianxia and Chun Xiong were enraged as they charged to the 3rd level. No matter how desperate Chun Xiong and Xianxia felt, Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with them. He was already on the 3rd level, which was the last level of the pavilion. Perhaps the hidden treasure pavilion was tall in ancient times, but it was only 3 levels tall now. He was currently looking at all of the holes in the broken roof. The 3rd level was a wine cellar with an intoxicating wine aroma. Lin Yun felt light as if his soul would leave his body. Meanwhile, Lil Red's eyes were shut as it wore an intoxicating expression. "What dense wine aroma!" sighed Lin Yun after recovering from his shock. The wine that he smelled was a lot better than the monkey wine he obtained in the past. The aroma was so tempting that he wanted to get drunk and never sober up. If Drifting Goblet was here, he would surely be happy to see all of the wine. The 3rd hall was larger than the 1st and 2nd hall, so Lin Yun saw many kinds of wine pots. He saw pots made of metal, wood, bone, porcelain, and crystal. He could sense that the wine pots were sealed by a transparent crystal wall. Without hesitation, Lil Red charged over and threw a punch at the wall. However, it was knocked backwards and only left several cracks on the crystal wall. The crystal walls might have lasted for a long time, but they still had a restriction on them. At the center of the wine cellar was a pool of wine forged with ice. He had no idea what kind of ice was used, but it looked glossy and emitted a celestial aura. The aura sent chills down his back. Suddenly, Lin Yun heard a cracking sound as he turned around to see Lil Red tearing the crystal wall apart with a dagger. Lil Red charged into the hole in the wall and started drinking the wine. Lin Yun smiled before he walked towards the wine cellar too. As he got closer, the chilling aura made him tremble. The chilling aura was so strong that he felt it deep inside his bones. At this moment, Lin Yun could feel his entire world spiraling as he started to stagger. When he was 10 meters away from the pool of wine, Lin Yun fell onto one knee. When he raised his head, his eyes were blurred and watery as if he was bewitched. If a woman were to see him, they would surely be captivated by his gaze. I might have to crawl if this goes on. Just what kind of wine is in this pool? Lin Yun's face changed drastically as he started to release his spiritual sword intent. His gaze gradually cleared up as he expelled the wine aroma from his body. His movements were slow and he didn't dare to be careless. In the past, he would only be in this state when facing the pressure of experts. This was the first time he was forced into this state by wine aroma. What great wine! Lin Yun got back on his feet and took a deep breath. I'm really curious to see what's hidden in the wine cellar. Lin Yun squinted his eyes as he pushed his spiritual sword intent to the limit and headed towards the pool of wine. When he got close, Lin Yun could sense that even the dragon runes on his body were frozen. Gathering himself, Lin Yun waved his hand and the chilling aura emitted from the wine cellar dissipated. As the mist dissipated, a golden flame appeared in the pool of wine that looked like a gorgeous painting. When the mist disappeared, the golden flame that was hidden deep in the pool looked like a bright sun. Despite getting close, he still felt like the flame was far away. As he began to feel confused, the golden flames in the pool started to circulate before blooming like a flower. In the next second, the flames pounced towards Lin Yun like a legendary golden crow. Holy shit! Lin Yun's face changed because the rhythm from the golden crow was so perfect that it immobilized him. Even his sword intent was completely sealed. Before Lin Yun could even think, the golden crow had enveloped his entire body. When he opened his eyes, he smiled bitterly and saw that the pool of wine was slightly smaller. The flames were no longer seen at the bottom of the pool. Instead, he saw a wine pot and a purple wine cup. The pot had an elegant aura and the purple cup looked dreamy. So that's the reason, muttered Lin Yun as he retrieved the pot and cup. When he looked at the azure dragon engraved on the wine pot, he fell into deep thoughts. I think I saw a dragon image at the bottom of the wine pot. Is this wine from the dragon clan? Can these be the legendary divine dragon wine? Divine dragon wine didn't refer to a specific wine, but the wine that was brewed by the dragon clan. Only noble guests were worthy of the famous divine dragon wine. There seems to be something different about this wine pot. Lin Yun slowly turned the wine pot around and saw an ancient engraving at the bottom that had the word Mo. Mo clan? Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts while Lil Red whimpered. When Lin Yun turned his gaze over, he couldn't help smiling. Lil Red drank too much wine that it got itself stuck in a shelf. Fortunately, Lil Red had thick skin or else it would be covered with wounds right now. Seeing that Lil Red couldn't get out anytime soon, Lin Yun flicked his finger and destroyed a portion of the shelf to help Lil Red out. When it raised its head, it was confused as it clearly had no idea what just happened. This fool? Lin Yun smiled and left Lil Red by the side. After taking the pot and cup, Lin Yun's gaze fell onto the liquid in the pool. The pool might have started out as water, but after being permeated by wine aroma for so long, it became extraordinary and was filled with dense spiritual energy. It's a little wasteful to give up on this. I might as well refine it all. Lin Yun sat in the pool and felt a chill rising up his body. When the wine aroma entered his body, the chill instantly disappeared and he felt his organs burning up with his bones. Even with his powerful physique, he couldn't help feeling an aching pain throughout his body. At the same time, the yin-yang circle in his violet palace started to burn violently. It sounds like meat was sizzling as everything in his body was burning. In the next second, Lin Yun's body swelled up. The origin energy in his body was increasing too fast for his physique to digest. Lin Yun quickly started circulating both sword sutras. When his sword sutras made a full circulation, the violent aura settled down. It was only a moment ago that his body felt like it would blow up. As the water level in the pool decreased once more, Lin Yun's cultivation surged violently. However, it wasn't accompanied by any phenomena or an earth-shaking aura. Just like that, Lin Yun smoothly made his breakthrough into the heavenly soul realm. The origin energy in his violet palace transformed into an aura ocean that contained more origin energy than before. But the scale of his aura ocean didn't look like someone who had just reached the heavenly soul realm, as it was over 30,000 meters. An hour later, Lin Yun finally opened his eyes and let out a deep sigh. He could sense that his body had undergone a transformation as he looked like a perfect jade. I made a breakthrough just like that? Lin Yun had been stuck in the pinnacle quasi-heavenly soul realm for a long time, and his sword sutras had also reached their limit a long time ago. It was just a matter of time for him to make a breakthrough, but it surprised him how smooth it was. With a single thought, Lin Yun unleashed his pressure in the lesser heavenly soul realm. His azure-purple aura ocean's origin energy was more refined than it was in the quasi-heavenly soul realm. Along with his breakthrough, the quality of his origin energy had undergone a thorough transformation. He could clearly sense that his strength had doubled. Suddenly, Lin Yun pushed his palm out and executed the flame cloud incinerating palm. One after another ancient flaming seals began to condense. In the next second, the number of gold seals easily reached 8. Dissipating the flaming seals on his palm, Lin Yun couldn't help being surprised as his boost in strength was greater than he imagined. It wasn't easy for him to condense 6 gold seals back then. But now, he could easily condense 8 gold seals without any trouble. With a flash in his pupils, black dragon breath manifested on his palm. The dragon breath was the size of his fist, but Lin Yun could sense that the power was extremely terrifying. In the past, he couldn't find a method to use the azure dragon's breath, but he had an idea after seeing his flame cloud incinerating palm. He couldn't condense 8 seals in the past and didn't dare to try it without the fortune martial technique reaching the pinnacle. But now he knew he could give it a try. He knew that he wasn't proficient in flame intent. But it would be different if he could combine the azure dragon breath and flame cloud incinerating palm together. It would complete the fortune martial technique. Lin Yun acted immediately. He slowly started to merge the azure dragon breath into the gold flaming seals. Without any restriction, the azure dragon breath combined with a gold flaming seal perfectly. Upon succeeding, the flame cloud incinerating palm contained a violent dragon aura. The gold flaming seal had turned black and emitted an ancient violent aura. It's possible. Joy flashed in Lin Yun's eyes, and he was curious what would happen when he executed the flame cloud incinerating palm with black seals. Would a dragon claw fly out? Right at this moment, a noise came from outside the hall, and Lin Yun quickly extinguished the black flaming seal. Right at this moment, 2 pathetic-looking figures entered the wine cellar. Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin had completely lost their rationale after reaching the 2nd level and picked a random path. It resulted in them encountering a large number of demonic corpses, so it took them a great deal of effort to reach the 3rd level. When they looked at the wine on the 3rd level, their eyes lit up and they started sweeping their eyes around. But soon, both their faces changed drastically. Divine Dragon Wine? The pool of wine seems to be the Mo clan's Frost Jade Pool. My heavens, it can't be the Millennium Flame, can it? Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin were both dumbfounded when they felt the aura contained in the pool of wine. Their breathing became heavy and rapid. The 2 of you came at the right time, said Lin Yun. He stood up from the pool of wine and looked at them with a smile. Lin Yun. Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin were both briefly stunned before they had joy written on their faces. But the joy only lasted for a split second before they calmed down. That's right. I took the wine that was in this pool. As for the Millennium Flame, that's a pretty interesting name, smiled Lin Yun after guessing their thoughts. Right at this moment, Lil Red jumped off of a wine shelf after taking the last Divine Dragon wine. Lil Red had completely emptied the 3rd level. The scene left Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin dumbfounded as their lips twitched. So it was the dragon-blooded cat that swept through all of the halls? Wasn't it a bit too greedy? Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin's bodies began to tremble and they even forgot to flare up. I'll be taking my leave now. Farewell. Lin Yun soared into the air and cupped his hands. With the holes in the roof, the lingering restriction in the hidden treasure pavilion could no longer pose a threat to him. Just like that, Lin Yun and Lil Red disappeared. You want to leave? Not so fast. Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin were both overwhelmed by rage and they unleashed their killing intent. Their killing intent was so strong that the entire hidden treasure pavilion started to tremble violently. They started their chase because there was no way they would let Lin Yun leave so easily. Outside the hidden treasure pavilion, many cultivators were waiting for Lin Yun, Chun Xiong, and Xian Yunjin even after half a day had passed. It was rare to find such a complete pavilion in the Flame Cloud City, so there was no question that there must be treasures inside. But it was a pity that no one dared to enter. Many people were killed by the shockwave of Chun Xiong's attack, so they were too terrified to do anything. With geniuses from the higher realms present, no one dared to move. But they stayed behind because they wanted to see if Lin Yun could come back alive. In everyone's view, Lin Yun was courting death to compete with the higher realms geniuses. But they didn't want to leave until they witnessed Lin Yun's death, or else they would feel terrible. If Lin Yun died inside the hidden treasure pavilion, they would be able to find a reason to comfort themselves. That was how bizarre people's thoughts could be. They would feel relieved when they saw that others couldn't do what they wanted. However, Lin Yun appeared out of nowhere and started competing with the higher realms geniuses for treasures. If Lin Yun managed to live, they would feel regret. Under this tense atmosphere, a figure suddenly flew out from the roof of the pavilion and landed on the ground. They're out. Someone is out. The crowd became lively as they were curious who came out. Was it Chun Xiong or Xian Yunjin? But when they saw Lin Yun, they were shocked. Profound Amber Realms Lin Yun. How the hell is this possible? He actually survived with Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin around. How did he manage to do it? Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. A genius from the higher realms could easily sweep through any of the geniuses in Flamefeather City. Geniuses from higher realms were terrifying devils in everyone's hearts. However, Lin Yun managed to come out alive, which destroyed the invincible image that everyone had regarding higher realm geniuses. Just when everyone was shocked, two more figures flew out from the hidden treasure pavilion's roof. Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin came to stop Lin Yun. You want to leave after taking everything from the hidden treasure pavilion? You're pretty quick at running. Do you really think you can escape? Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin surged with uncontrollable killing intent as they looked at Lin Yun. Their origin energy surged violently into the surroundings. But when everyone in the surroundings heard what Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin said, they were completely shocked. Lin Yun swept through all of the treasures in the hidden treasure pavilion. No wonder Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin were so furious. Lin Yun isn't afraid of death? Everyone took a deep breath and felt a chill run down their spines. Not only did Lin Yun compete with the geniuses from higher realms, he even took all the treasures in the hidden treasure pavilion. If news of this got out, Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin would be thoroughly embarrassed. You two are stupid. The treasures in the hidden treasure pavilion didn't have an owner, so don't make it sound like I robbed you. Lin Yun looked at Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin calmly with no fear in his eyes. Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin were starting to get on his nerves. Chun Xiong wanted to test his strength and he would have died if he wasn't careful. Then there was Xian Yunjin. Xian Yunjin tried to play tricks on him to put him in a disadvantageous position. Did they really think he was a pushover? As he spoke, a heavenly soul realm aura was released from Lin Yun that easily resolved Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin's pressure. He wasn't afraid of them when he was in the quasi-heavenly soul realm, so he wouldn't be afraid after reaching the heavenly soul realm. So you made a breakthrough. No wonder you're so courageous. But you're still nothing before me. Hand over the treasures you took from the hidden treasure pavilion. Chun Xiong barked and made the first move. He already lost in his exchange with Lin Yun, so he wanted to teach Lin Yun a lesson. He wanted Lin Yun to know that he was inferior to the geniuses from the higher realms. As Chun Xiong soared into the sky, terrifying flames burst out of his body and shot towards Lin Yun. Holding nothing back, He pushed his second stage flame intent to the limit as his aura crashed down on Lin Yun like a bright sun. "You're courting death." Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly. Clearly, he needed to teach Chen Qiong a lesson. Circulating both sword sutras, Lin Yun felt the aura ocean in his violet palace boil as he threw a punch. He wanted to see if there was a gap between him and the geniuses from the higher realms after reaching the heavenly soul realm. When the two punches collided, the ground beneath Lin Yun and Chen Qiong cracked. Additionally, a shockwave sent dust and rubble into the air. The two had no change on their faces and continued to clash as the cracks spread out to a few thousand meters. In that split second, Chen Qiong and Lin Yun had exchanged over a dozen moves. Sensing the turbulence in his body and his entire arm becoming numb, Chen Qiong was shocked. How is this possible? He couldn't believe that he couldn't suppress a heavenly soul realm who hadn't gone through tribulation when he was a genius from a higher realm who had gone through his tribulation. By logic, he should have suppressed Lin Yun since he was from the higher realms. However, Lin Yun was fighting him evenly without having to use spiritual sword intent. Incredibly, Lin Yun had a slight advantage in their fight. Lin Yun wasn't this strong before. The other cultivators from Glory Sunland were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The profound Amber Realm was essentially a lower realm, so how was he evenly matched with Chen Qiong? It made no sense that Lin Yun could fight Chen Qiong so easily after reaching the Heavenly Soul Realm. "Is this all you got?" "I'm just starting to warm up," grinned Lin Yun. An azure firmament tree appeared behind him with iris flowers on the branches. At this moment, he had brought out his spiritual sword intent at greater mastery. A brilliant sword hum echoed out as Lin Yun's punch was at least 2 times stronger than before. Chen Qiong was already sent flying by Lin Yun's brilliant sword intent even before Lin Yun threw a punch. When Chen Qiong landed on the ground, Lin Yun's punch had reached him. Chen Qiong's face changed and he no longer held back. He roared, "Violet Purgatory Demonic Fist." The famous fortune martial technique of the Violet Yang realm appeared once more. But using it in a hurry couldn't resolve Lin Yun's attack, so Chen Qiong was pushed back. Just as Lin Yun was about to chase after Chen Qiong, a cold palm flew towards him from his back. The attack was like a venomous python waiting for Lin Yun to reveal his flaw. The palm had naturally come from Xian Yunjin, who had been waiting for the right opportunity. "It's over," snickered Xian Yunjin. No matter how strong Lin Yun was only in the heavenly soul realm. He believed that he could cripple Lin Yun with this palm. Xian Yunjin really knew how to pick the right moment because he got Lin Yun just as Lin Yun was about to chase after Chen Qiong. Even if Lin Yun could react swiftly, he was sure to be surprised by Xian Yunjin's attack. At that time, Lin Yun would be sandwiched between Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin. However, Lin Yun turned around quickly as his punch clashed with Xian Yunjin's palm. The clash caused a huge collision and Lin Yun suffered a decent loss. He could feel the turbulence within his body. Fortunately, he had brought out his sword intent or else he would have suffered more than a small loss. "It looks like you had a decent harvest in the hidden treasure pavilion. But you're still too tender to compete with me," Xian Yunjin sneered. Before Lin Yun could leave, Xian Yunjin's origin energy spread out from his palm in the form of black tentacles. Instantly, the tentacles reached Lin Yun and started coiling around him. The tentacles moved like they were alive as they started devouring Lin Yun's origin energy. Lin Yun quickly circulated his azure dragon enneaform as dragon runes squirmed on the surface of his body. However, he was shocked to discover that the tentacles were also devouring his vitality. The more he struggled, the tighter he was bound. "Ha ha!" Xian Yunjin laughed sinisterly. "Lin Yun, you must have never seen the means of the higher realms. This is the secret technique of my myriad light realm, dragon binding tentacles. Even if you're a dragon, your only fate is to be bound. Now, hand over the treasures from the hidden treasure pavilion." Xian Yunjin's gaze was terrifying as violence surged within his pupils. The secret technique was his trump card that he would only use as a last resort. Since the treasures in the hidden treasure pavilion were divine astral pellets, dragon clan wine, and the millennium flame, he had to retrieve them. There was no way he could let Lin Yun escape. Violet Purgatory Demonic Fist, Solar Sky. After Chun Xiong recovered, his eyes flashed coldly at Lin Yun, who was trapped by Xian Yunjin. His origin energy began to surge as he circulated all of his origin energy and threw out his strongest attack. A gigantic purple fist descended as half of Chun Xiong's arm was wrapped in purple chains. When his fist flew towards the trapped Lin Yun, the immense pressure restricted all of space. The cultivators in Glory Sun Land sucked in a cold breath because they knew that Lin Yun was doomed. Simultaneously, they were surprised that two geniuses from the higher realms were forced this far to restrict Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun even held the upper hand when he was fighting Chun Xiong. But now, Lin Yun was tightly bound and there was nothing he could do. Powerlessness and despair was the only outcome against geniuses from higher realms. The higher realms foundation is really envious. Even their secret techniques are comparable to an overlord fortune martial technique. There was no change on Lin Yun's face when he saw the fist coming at him. Even with the black tentacles wrapped around him, Lin Yun had time to reveal envy in his eyes. After all, a greater fortune martial technique couldn't be found in the profound Amber realm. Yet it was commonplace in the higher realms. When Xian Yunjin heard that, he couldn't help sneering. "You're not wrong to understand it that way. You can only blame your pitiful birth and blame yourself. You shouldn't have offended me." As his origin energy surged, the tentacles bound Lin Yun even more tightly. But Lin Yun's eyes flashed with mockery. "Is that so? I've never had a reason to complain about my birth before. You're too naive to think that you can trap me with just this." So what if his origin energy and strength was restricted by this secret technique? Lin Yun never relied on his origin energy and strength in a fight. The reason why he was fighting this way was to play with Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin. Did they really think that this was all he had? As Lin Yun's face became cold, a dragon roar echoed out from within his body. In the next second, his spiritual sword intent and immortal azure dragon aura merged perfectly with his sword. At the same time, the tentacles began to break into pieces as Xian Yunjin's face became pale while blood dripped from his lips. Fear and disbelief filled Xian Yunjin's eyes. He couldn't believe that his secret technique was so easily broken. As he panicked, he entertained thoughts about retreat. "You think you can escape?" Lin Yun moved quickly and grabbed onto Xian Yunjin's wrist with hundreds of dragon runes pouring into his arm. Before Xian Yunjin could even say a word, he was thrown by Lin Yun towards Chun Xiong. And no! Chun Xiong's face changed drastically as he forcibly withdrew his attack. Just like that, Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin collided in midair with blood dripping down from their heads. How did he manage to do it? Greater mastery of spiritual sword intent is already terrifying enough, but he even merged the thunderstorm intent into it. No, that's not thunderstorm intent. That's the azure dragon sword aura. Monster. He's a monster. The scene of Lin Yun toying with Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin left everyone dumbfounded. Then, Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin both spit up blood as they fell to the ground. The dragon-binding tentacles didn't affect Lin Yun besides his vitality no longer feeling smooth. There was something weird about this secret technique because origin energy and vitality would strengthen the restriction of the tentacles. If one wasn't strong enough, they would be torn into pieces. But fortunately, the sword was Lin Yun's main means of attack. Damn it! Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin were fooled, so they flew into a rage and charged at Lin Yun once again. At this moment, their origin energies were surging violently in their bodies. They no longer looked down on Lin Yun. Great timing! Sword intent enveloped Lin Yun's palm as he attacked Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin, circulating both sword sutras. His immortal spiritual sword intent started gathering on his palm, while a sword hum echoed out. The brilliant sword aura in his palm instantly tore apart the origin energy around Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin. When a flower bloomed on Lin Yun's palm, Chun Xiong and Xian Yunjin were both sent flying away. Their faces had become pale as they quickly worked together to defend against Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun didn't spare them and executed the dust-light sword art with his fingers. The might of his attack wasn't any inferior to when he used the flower burial sword. In fact, it was a more domineering attack. Lin Yun's hair fluttered violently under the sword aura as his face became terrifyingly cold. Under the pressure of his sword aura, Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin couldn't utilize their cultivation anymore. They were quickly covered in wounds and would be blown away at any moment. Damn it! Why is his sword intent so terrifying? Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin were being restricted and couldn't find a solution. Suddenly, Lin Yun's sword aura changed as he executed Terranian destruction with his fingers. His attack instantly tore apart the origin energy around Chen Xiong, forcing him to his knees. He's a monster! Xian Yunjin's face had turned pale as he started to tremble. He was stronger than Chen Xiong, so he took the opportunity of Lin Yun suppressing Chen Xiong to break free from the restriction of Lin Yun's sword aura. Brother Chen, I'm sorry that I have to let you down. I'll get revenge for you in the future. With a flash, Xian Yunjin fled for his life. He didn't dare to stay for a single moment. Bastard! Chen Xiong started cursing when he saw this scene. Chen Xiong had realized that Lin Yu was just as terrifying as the likes of Feng Wuji. Perhaps only Chen Xiong's senior brother from the Myriad Light Realm could suppress Lin Yun. Xian Yunjin didn't even bother to glance at Chen Xiong and started planning his revenge as he escaped. Suddenly, Lil Red appeared with a grin and stabbed its dagger at Xian Yunshin's chest. Xian Yunshin was caught by surprise as blood gushed out of his chest. Standing back up and clutching his chest, Xian Yunshin prepared to move. Suddenly, he sensed a cold aura enveloping him. Raising his head, his locked eyes with Lin Yun. I advise you to be obedient. Don't force me to draw my sword. Lin Yun's eerie voice made Xian Yunjin feel as though a bucket of ice water had been poured on him. At this moment, he no longer dared to move. Lin Yun's words instantly made Xian Yunjin freeze. He was especially terrified when he noticed the cold flash in Lin Yun's pupils. If Lin Yun was this strong without his sword, Xian Yunjin couldn't imagine how powerful Lin Yun would become after using his sword. Fear spread from Xian Yunjin's heart that immobilized him. Chen Xiong was shocked because he never would have thought that Xian Yunjin would kneel on the ground so obediently. With that, one of them laid on the ground while the other kneeled on the ground. This was the outcome of two geniuses from the higher realms even after working together. The spectators were dumbfounded and couldn't even utter a single word. No one had expected this unbelievable outcome. Are they really geniuses from the higher realms? They lost? An uproar broke out after a brief silence. Not only did Lin Yun take all the treasures in the hidden treasure pavilion, but he even humiliated Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin. The geniuses from the higher realms treated the other realms like livestock, so no one dared to compete with them in fear of being slaughtered. If Lin Yun wasn't here, they wouldn't even have the courage to spectate from afar. Lin Yun, let this come to an end. Let me go and the Violet Yang realm won't come looking for you. This was just our personal grudge, and I guarantee that I won't pursue this any longer. Chen Xiong hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind. He felt greatly humiliated right now. You've already obtained the treasures in the hidden treasure pavilion. I can swear that the Myriad Light realm won't come looking for you, said Xian Yunjin. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with mockery as he retorted, Come to an end? Let me off. Sorry, but I don't intend on resolving this matter with your suggestion. Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin were jokers. They acted arrogantly and only decided to let him off after losing? Just how shameless were they? The foundation of the higher realms was terrifying, but Lin Yun was already prepared to face the worst the moment he made his move. What do you want? Chen Xiong was completely dumbfounded by Lin Yun's words. Do you know the consequences of offending an entire higher realm? Kill me and you'll definitely regret it, Xian Yunjin said with a twisted face. The smile on Lin Yun's face disappeared as his immortal spiritual sword intent gushed out. As a hum permeated the surroundings, Lin Yun's terrifying sword aura caused lightning to flash in the sky. When Lin Yun took a step forward, the entire ground started to tremble under his sword intent. Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin's faces had turned pale, and it was hard for them to move under Lin Yun's sword aura. Damn it! His sword intent is too strong. Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin were completely shocked. Most importantly, they discovered that even their blood flow had been frozen. They knew that they were only a step away from death. In that split second, their heartbeats froze as death loomed over them. At this moment, Lin Yun said coldly, "It looks like the two of you have no idea of your current situation. You have no right to speak, yet you continue to do so. I can let you live, but you need to hand over 2 million astral pellets and a treasure that you found in Flamefeather City. Just to be clear, I don't care which realm you come from." Lin Yun's words were filled with killing intent that left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. Some people even wondered if their ears were messing with them. Someone from the profound Amber realm actually wants to blackmail two geniuses from the higher realms? At this moment, the unthinkable was happening. Not only did Lin Yun defeat the higher realms, but he was even blackmailing them. My heavens, am I hearing things? He wants them to use their treasures to buy their lives. How insane! A treasure that they found in Flamefeather City plus 2 million astral pellets. Did I hear that right? An uproar broke out after a brief moment of silence. Even Chen Xiong and Xian Yunjin wondered if they heard Lin Yun correctly. Interesting. Was I not clear enough? It's a pity that I don't have a habit of repeating myself. Since you aren't willing, you can't blame me for being ruthless, said Lin Yun indifferently. I'll give them to you. I'll give them to you, yelled Chen Xiong. Ignoring Xian Yunjin's gaze, Chen Xiong took out 2 million astral pellets from his interspatial pouch. Lil Red chuckled and took all of them. It looks like you're missing something, said Lin Yun. Chen Xiong's face changed when he heard that. The astral pellets might be a huge sum, but he could easily get that amount back by robbing others. So he didn't feel much heartache when giving it away. But to get the treasures, he had to risk his life. He knew he didn't have a choice, so he had to give it up. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiong took out a box from his interspatial pouch and said, "Fourth-grade spiritualists are also known as saint spiritualists. There aren't many of them even in Kunlun realm, and this is something that only saint spiritualists can refine. I think that you'll be satisfied with this." Lil Red grabbed the box before opening it and tossing the pellet into its mouth. Chen Xiong's lips twitched because it was difficult to get the pellet. However, the pellet was casually swallowed by the dragon-blooded cat. Farewell. Chen Xiong gave Lin Yun a deep glance before he turned to leave without hesitation. He knew that today's events would make him a joke in everyone's eyes. Xian Yunjin's face was pale before he gnashed his teeth to take out 2 million astral pellets and a pellet as well. Once again, Lil Red immediately swallowed the pellet. When Xian Yunjin saw this, he couldn't help vomiting blood. Lil Red had already embarrassed him by opening the hidden treasure pavilion's gates. Not to mention that it also took every single treasure from the hidden treasure pavilion. Now Lil Red was eating Saint pellets like it was eating fruit. Suppressing his anger, Xian Yunjin looked at Lin Yun. "You're reasonable after all. Killing me will only pit you against the Myriad Light realm. But don't think that I will let go of this grudge between us. You'll regret this in the future." Xian Yunjin was rather straightforward and didn't try to hide the hatred in his heart. Facing Xian Yunjin, Lin Yun spoke. "The two of you hadn't crossed my bottom, which is why you were spared. You better cherish your life. Since I can let you go, I naturally have the strength to kill you with one sword." "You think I believe you?" Xian Yunjin said coldly before he left. Looking at Xian Yunjin, Lin Yun smirked because the unknown was always the most terrifying one. Lin Yun wasn't exaggerating when he said that he only needed one sword to kill Xian Yunjin. Every single one of the 3 heavenly divides was enough to kill Xian Yunjin. The spectators all stared at Lin Yun with disbelief. When Lin Yun turned around, they quickly fled for their lives. After all, Lin Yun was someone who could even blackmail geniuses from higher realms. There was no doubt that Lin Yun's fame would spread throughout Flamefeather City. After all, no one had blackmailed geniuses from the higher realms before. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with the spectators because he still needed to sort through his harvest. The 4 million astral pellets and the greater fortune martial techniques are enough for Fang Xiaoyu and the others to overcome their tribulation. Unfortunately, that greedy goofball ate both Saint pellets. Naturally, the Saint pellets weren't meant for Lin Yun since he had divine astral pellets, but he could have given them to his friends. Calling Lil Red over, Lin Yun decided to sort through his harvest from the hidden treasure pavilion. First, he grabbed the black dagger. The dagger looked like a short sword that could devour all light. When he stared at it, he felt his soul being sucked into the dagger. He instantly knew that the dagger was a Dao artifact. When he saw the name engraved on the short sword, Lin Yun muttered, "Void Blade." When Lin Yun held the hilt, he could sense his vitality being devoured and that the dagger could easily tear apart space. Taking a few steps back, Lin Yun's figure began to shuttle through illusion and reality. But a short moment later, he started gasping because this short moment had exhausted a third of his vitality. Lin Yun instantly loosened his grip on the dagger. He had never felt so weak before. How terrifying! Lin Yun knew that the Dao artifact was strong, but he didn't have a cultivation technique that went along with it. However, Lil Red could rely on its powerful bloodline to use the dagger. When Lil Red took the void blade from Lin Yun, it had joy written in its pupils. "Don't worry, it belongs to you," smiled Lin Yun as he continued examining his harvest. First, he counted the divine astral pellets. He had a total of 18,000 pellets, which was more than he imagined. Then, he examined the Imperial Fortune Martial technique, the 10 profound steps. Although it was mentioned that one needed to be in the second soul heavenly soul realm, Lin Yun could give it a try since he had cultivated the 7 profound steps that also belonged to the sun-chasing art. Finally, there was the Millennium Flame and Dragon Clan wine. The harvest from the hidden treasure pavilion had far exceeded his imagination. When he turned back to look at the tattered hidden treasure pavilion, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. If this was the foundation of a branch clan, just how powerful was the branch clan when they were still alive? Lin Yun also began to wonder if the Mo clan still existed in the Kunlun realm. While Lin Yun was thinking, a golden light shined brightly in Flame Feather City and lit up the entire sky. When Lin Yun turned around, his face had changed because he knew that the Glory Sun spirit was emerging. The sky was filled with phenomena. A golden crow soared through the sky, flowers bloomed, and people with gold wings were all linked drawn into one majestic painting. Based on the scale of the phenomena, it had to be the Glory Sun spirit. When Lin Yun raised his head, he had to squint his eyes from the blinding light. The Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits were known to be the strongest among the 7 astral spirits. However, they were sealed. So aside from using them as a key to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, no one knew if they had any other uses. It seems to be a little far away. Without the phenomena, it would be impossible to find. Lin Yun wasn't that interested in the Glory Sun spirit because his objective was the gold flowlight flower and the treasures. Now that he had completed his 2 objectives, he had some time to take a look at the Glory Sun spirit. A light flashed through Lin Yun's eyes because he knew that all the geniuses from the higher realms would be there. "Well, there's no need to be in a hurry. I might as well take a drink," smiled Lin Yun. He wasn't as anxious as the others about the Glory Sun spirit. He was even more interested in the Millennium Flame and the Dragon Clan wine that caused Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin to lose their composure. It seemed like the Mo clan was really mysterious. The Dragon Clan wines weren't sealed by the Frost Jade wine pool, but with the Millennium Flame. Retrieving the wine pot that contained the flame, Lin Yun poured the wine into the purple crystal cup. The wine looked like flaming blood in the cup and had a dreamy look to it. Lin Yun examined the cup and noticed that there was something else in the wine because he could see fine little sparkles floating around. With a gentle sniff, the wine aroma entered his body as he closed his eyes in satisfaction. Suddenly, the atmosphere was disrupted by a swallowing of saliva. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he saw Lil Red staring at the cup with drool. "You want some?" Lin Yun asked. Lil Red nodded its head frantically. Fearing that Lin Yun might go back on his word, Lil Red quickly snatched the cup. When Lil Red took a sniff of the wine, it had satisfaction written all over its face. Then, it chugged the wine without hesitation. Suddenly, Lil Red eyes bulged out. Before Lin Yun could react, golden flames blazed from Lil Red along with an indescribably violent aura. Under the terrifying aura, Lil Red turned back into its horse form uncontrollably. Its mighty figure was covered with dragon scales that looked like war armor. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and roared, unleashing fire from its mouth that scorched the ground. The violent energy coursed through its body, forcing it to hop around. The group even trembled with each hop. At this moment, a pair of dragon wings unfolded and flapped. By the time Lil Red used up the surge of energy, it would probably make a breakthrough into the heavenly soul realm. This was all thanks to a little cup of wine. Was it that potent? Lin Yun's lips twitched with shock in his eyes. But when he calmed down a brief moment later, he muttered to himself, "There's something strange about this wine." He had noticed something earlier, but he wasn't sure. With Lil Red's experience, he was able to tell that there was indeed something strange. If it wasn't for Lil Red, he would have burned his body. Pouring another cup for himself, Lin Yun looked at the wine and fell into deep thoughts. A brief moment later, the gold sparkles in the wine started to boil. Just when Lin Yun was feeling baffled, gold flames flew out from the wine that turned into a vivid golden crow. The crow circled Lin Yun before eventually dissipating. It was the same phenomenon Lin Yun had seen back in the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. "I see." Lin Yun's eyes flashed. He had to wait for the sparkles to leave the wine before drinking it. Otherwise, he would just end up like Lil Red. However, it should be fine for Lil Red since it had such a robust figure. This wasn't Lin Yun's first time using Lil Red as a testing subject. Diverting his attention back to the wine, Lin Yun became very curious to find out what Dragon Clan wine tasted like. Putting the cup to his lips, Lin Yun began to drink. The moment the wine entered his mouth, he sensed a chill spread throughout his body. It was almost as if his entire body had been dropped into ice, which stimulated him greatly. The chill was so great that Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to recall how the wine tasted. But just when Lin Yun was about to forget the taste completely, it slowly came back. The wine was like a gentle flame that coursed within his body. From his bones, internal organs, pores, and every single cell, the flame slowly expelled the chill that had entered his body. The satisfaction made Lin Yun squint his eyes uncontrollably. Just like that, time slowly passed as Lin Yun's body fought between fire and ice. It was a constant cycle of the cold being expelled while his body was cleansed by flames. When Lin Yun recovered from the effects of the wine, he noticed that the aura ocean in his violet palace had doubled in size. The 30,000 meters aura ocean had grown to 60,000 meters. Even the azure firmament tree in the aura ocean had become even more lively as the iris flower petals brimmed with vitality and starlight. "The Millennium Flame's reputation is completely justified," muttered Lin Yun when he opened his eyes. His pearly white face had a rosy tint that looked bewitching under the blazing sunlight. When he examined his expanded aura ocean, he was shocked. A single cup of wine had brought him to the greater heavenly soul realm. Now that he had reached the greater heavenly soul realm, he was only one step away from facing his first tribulation. "This wine is spectacular. I wonder who brewed it," muttered Lin Yun. He could sense that his cultivation was firm and consolidated. Then again, the effects enhanced because this was his first cup. If he drank another cup, the effects wouldn't be so great. Lin Yun made up his mind to thank the Mo clan if they had any successors in the Kunlun realm. Slowly standing up, Lin Yun staggered and nearly over from his buzz. "What strong wine!" Lin Yun lamented. If it wasn't for the Glory Sun spirit, he would want to drown himself in wine. The Millennium Flame was too strong, so Lin Yun wasn't able to walk straight. He ended up having to use his sword intent to suppress the intoxication in his body. While Lin Yun was drinking wine, Flame Feather City had boiled over with excitement. The Glory Sun spirit has finally emerged. How spectacular! The scale of these phenomena is a little terrifying. It's a pity that the Glory Sun spirit is sealed. Otherwise, who knows how powerful it would be. Let's go and take a look. Even if we can't get the Glory Sun spirit, there will definitely be other treasures that come with it. In the next second, all the cultivators in the city charged towards the direction of the phenomena. All the cultivators in the Flame Feather City were excited when they saw the phenomena created by the Glory Sun spirit. In a dark swamp, Feng Wuji wiped the blood off his blade without any care for the pile of bodies next to him. Far away, Someone was running for their life in panic with a fruit in his hand. But Feng Wuji didn't look to be in a hurry as he slowly cleaned his blade. This low-grade Dao artifact was his greatest reliance in the Azure Dragon region and represented his strength. Those who didn't have the strength to protect their treasure would be killed in the heavenly path. Feng Wuji cleaned his blade as if the one who was escaping with his treasure wouldn't be able to outrun him. Suddenly, Feng Wuji stopped cleaning his blade and looked at the direction of the phenomena. The Glory Sun spirit has finally appeared. Feng Wuji was briefly stunned before his eyes flashed with excitement. He was starting to get bored in Flamefeather City since everything had been a one-sided massacre. He couldn't even find someone to train his skills with. Emohan, Chenin, and Shifeng, you must be seeing this as well, right? Don't bore me. It'll be too boring if I'm the only one who goes after the Glory Sun spirit. Feng Wuji wore a cold smile like a beast baring its fangs. Suddenly, Feng Wuji recalled the ant that ran away. Sheathing his blade, he recalled that he killed many people for a treasure called the Blood Sun fruit. It was a decent fruit that was a few thousand years old. But he ultimately gave up on it and decided to put it aside for now. Looking in the direction of the phenomena, Feng Wuji's pupils flashed with killing intent. That black figure had already run far away, and he didn't dare to relax even after sensing that the killing intent behind him had dissipated. He ran for an entire hour before he removed his mask and gasped for air. It was Lu Yun, a genius from the High Cloud realm who had also comprehended the spiritual sword intent. Feng Wuji is so terrifying. The geniuses from higher realms are too scary. They're a lot stronger than the geniuses from other realms. Lu Yun's back was covered with sweat as he recalled how Feng Wuji cut through everyone like weeds. But when he looked at the fruit in his hand, he couldn't help getting excited. He was holding a 3,000-year-old Blood Sun fruit. A fruit of this age was rare in lower realms, and he could only find one in the heavenly path. So what if Feng Wuji was ranked right below the Azure Dragon ranking? He still got the Blood Sun fruit in the end. Lu Yun felt the achievement of stealing the Blood Sun fruit from Feng Wuji. After he stored it, he muttered to himself, "He shouldn't have seen my face. With the Glory Sun spirit's emergence, I should gather with the senior brothers before searching for other opportunities." In a damaged pavilion, Emohan was checking his harvest with excitement. There were many treasures in the Flamefeather City that could excite a genius from a higher realm like him. His harvest made the journey to Flamefeather City worth it. His face was pale and gave off an eerie temperament. If someone looked at him from afar, Emohan's appearance would give them immense pressure. He was also just as strong as Feng Wuji. So with the phenomena caused by the Glory Sun spirit's emergence, Emohan immediately squinted his eyes. "It's appearing already? I thought it would take a few more days." Emohan locked his brows together. Unlike Feng Wuji, he had no interest in the Glory Sun spirit. In fact, he was more interested in the treasures that he could find. But it was a pity that the senior brother of his realm had instructed him to bring back the Glory Sun spirit at all cost. Treasures might be good, but the Glory Sun spirit is more important. There must also be treasures near the emergence of the Glory Sun spirit, grinned Emohan. Picking up his halberd, Emohan swiftly disappeared. Two figures were traveling on a sand dune when they turned to look at the phenomena in the sky. It was Shifeng and Chen and from the Nethercloud realm. They were also from the higher realms and both of them had a Dao artifact. Individually, they were slightly weaker than Emohan and Feng Wuji, but together they were just as strong, if not stronger. Because of their teamwork, they acted arrogantly. They didn't even place some geniuses from higher realms in their eyes. "No one is worthy of our attention aside from Emohan and Feng Wuji. Unfortunately, they aren't easy to deal with," sighed Shifeng. "It won't be easy for us to take the Glory Sun spirit. It's one of the keys to unlock the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. So why would it be easy? We ultimately have a higher chance with us working together though," smiled Chen, "and you're right. They should be taught a lesson for their arrogance." Shifeng's eyes flashed coldly. Clearly, none of the four geniuses had a good relationship. After all, they were competitors who wanted to make it into the Azure Dragon ranking. "Let's go." The two chatted briefly before they charged towards the direction of the phenomena. At the same time, the other geniuses from the higher realms rushed towards the phenomena. It wouldn't take long before everyone gathered at the birthplace of the Glory Sun Spirit. At the very least, all of the higher realms would be present, which meant a brutal fight was approaching. Even the fight for the treasures would be brutal. As for Lin Yun, he still wasn't in a hurry. The first thing he needed to finish was suppressing the negative effects of the Millennium Flame before moving out. He was pretty far from the Glory Sun Spirit, and it would take at least half a day if he traveled at full speed. Furthermore, he would be courting death if he didn't have enough strength. With many geniuses gathered in Flamefeather City, Lin Yun could see a large number of people traveling in the same direction. An hour later, Lin Yun arrived on a sand dune. When he raised his head, he saw that he wasn't too far from the Glory Sun Spirit's birthplace anymore. Vaguely, he could sense the blazing fire energy. In front of him was a brutal battle where two Glory Sun Lands geniuses were ganging up on one person. The three of them weren't weak, as all of them had reached the first soul heavenly soul realm. Usually, when Lin Yun saw something like this in the Flamefeather City, he would ignore them. But now, it would be difficult for him to ignore them. The one getting ganged up on was Chun Xian from the High Cloud realm. The other two were Flowlight City's Pei Yu and Lang Yu. He still remembered how Chun Xian and Pei Yu fought in the Flamefeather Mountain Range. In that confrontation, Chun Xian held the upper hand. However, it was only one move, so it was hard to tell who would win in a real fight. For Chun Xian, Pei Yu was enough to give him a headache, not to mention the addition of Lang Yu. There was no way Chun Xian could fight them both. Chun Xian was already covered with injuries and couldn't even find an opportunity to escape. No matter how he looked at it, Chun Xian was his companion, so he had to help him. Chun Xian, weren't you arrogant back in the Flamefeather Mountain Range? Mocked Pei Yu when he saw Chun Xian's pathetic state. Is there any meaning for you guys to assault me over an ordinary fortune martial technique? Chun Xian asked with a dark face. Pei Yu and Lang Yu were really shameless. Not only did they gang up on him, but they even started mocking him. If he didn't suffer an assault, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape even if the two worked together. But now it would be a problem for him to escape. While they spoke, Chun Xian took a sword to his chest and was sent flying away. Sorry, but this is pretty fun. Ha ha ha. Pei Yu started laughing with a ferocious light flashing across his eyes. Cut the crap and kill him. We still have to rush to the Glory Sun Spirit, said Lang Yu. When Pei Yu sent Chun Xian flying out, he timed his attack and threw a punch at Chun Xian's chest. There was no doubt that Chun Xian would be killed if he took this attack head-on. Right at this moment, Lin Yun descended from the sky and his punch hit Lang Yu. This caught Lang Yu by surprise and sent him flying. When he raised his head to see Lin Yun, he was greatly shocked. Pei Yu had to rush to his side to help him out. Lin Yun. Chun Xian was surprised to see Lin Yun helping him. In response, Lin Yun merely smiled and nodded his head. If Chun Xian's eyes weren't messing with him, he just saw Lin Yun punch Lang Yu. A single punch was all Lin Yun needed to send Lang Yu flying. But when he noticed that Lin Yun had reached the Heavenly Soul Realm, his eyes quickly flashed with excitement. He knew that he was saved. Lin Yun, let's retreat. They aren't easy to deal with. We should group up with everyone else before getting our revenge. Chun Xian was rather calm. With Lin Yun around, it wouldn't be a problem for them to escape. But trying to defeat the two of them would be a problem. You guys want to come and go as you wish? Dream on. Lang Yu wiped the blood off his lips with killing intent surging in his pupils. No one can leave? Lin Yun said indifferently. I just so happen to share the same thoughts. The two of you should be buried here instead. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly because he wanted to see how strong he became after drinking the Millennium Flame. Seeing Lin Yun's fighting spirit, Chun Xian's heart sank. Clearly, Lin Yun was underestimating his enemies. Even if Lin Yun faced them one-on-one, Chun Xian didn't think that Lin Yun had any hopes of defeating Lang Yu or Pei Yu. After all, they were both in the First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm. Even if Lin Yun had reached the Heavenly Soul Realm, there was still a huge gap in their cultivation. So arrogant despite facing death. You're really ignorant. I want to see what strength you have to be so arrogant. Pei Yu and Lung Yu sneered with mockery on their faces. In their eyes, Lin Yun was too arrogant to say those words. Circulating their aura oceans to the limit, a terrifying aura came crashing down on Lin Yun. Lin Yun's eyes flashed sharply as the flower burial sword started trembling violently. It longed for battle. Sensing flower burial's fighting spirits, Lin Yun was surprised. In his mind, Pei Yu and Lung Yu weren't qualified to receive his sword. After all, he didn't even draw his sword when facing Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin. Why would he need to use his sword against these clowns? Then again, a Dao artifact ultimately needed to taste blood. It was just a simple matter of swinging one sword. Lin Yun quickly made his decision. Haha, was that brat scared silly? You haven't even seen how terrifying a first soul heavenly soul realm expert can be. It's too late for you to escape. Seeing that Lin Yun wasn't moving after they released their aura, Pei Yu and Lung Yu both started to laugh. After all, Lin Yun was just an ant in their eyes. Watch out, yelled Chen Xian. Despite Chen Xian's warning, Lin Yun took a step forward and summoned Flower Burial from the sword box. The moment he held it, he instantly executed Lightning Cocoon. Pouring his origin energy into his sword, a boundless sword ray exploded and dyed the entire sky azure purple. With his brilliant sword ray crashing down, Pei Yu and Lung Yu's aura was torn apart like paper. Pei Yu and Lung Yu squinted their eyes with fear flashing as they quickly retreated. The sword ray was too dazzling and everything had settled down by the time Chen Xian opened his eyes. Pei Yu and Lung Yu panicked as they quickly checked their bodies for injuries. After all, Lin Yun's sword was too terrifying and had completely intimidated them. After they were done checking their bodies for injuries, Lung Yu sneered because he didn't find anything. Cut the act. All that effort just for a little bit of light. You're really courageous. How dare you try to scare us when you're on the brink of death? There's no meaning to this. Pei Yu folded his arms together and stared at Lin Yun coldly. This time, however, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. But when he saw Lin Yun sheathing his sword, he started to mock Lin Yun. The battle hasn't ended yet. Isn't it a little too early for you to sheath your sword? Do you really think that we'll let you go? I'm sorry, but the two of you are already dead. After all, I only need one sword to kill you, said Lin Yun. The moment he was done speaking, a purple lightning cocoon started to take form in their mind. What the hell are you talking about? You must be insane. Suddenly both of their faces changed and they could no longer finish their sentence. When Lin Yun finished sheathing his sword, Pei Yu and Lung Yu's heads blew up as their corpses fell to the ground. They would never know how they died. This. Meanwhile, Chen Xian was completely dumbfounded. What just happened? This scene had completely gone against common sense. He couldn't describe the shock he was feeling right now because everything happened too quickly. Just how did Lin Yun do this? There were many cultivators heading towards the Glory Sun Spirit who were attracted by the sword ray. So they had witnessed an unbelievable scene too. The shock that they felt was even greater than Chen Xian's shock. Who the hell is that guy? Isn't he a little too strong to kill both of those first soul heavenly soul realms when he's only a heavenly soul realm? Wait, is that the same Lin Yun who blackmailed two geniuses from the higher realms? Azure clothes, sword, and a sword box. That must be him. That's the profound Amber Realm's Lin Yun. Isn't he a little too terrifying to be from the lower realms? I didn't believe the rumors, but that sword proved me wrong. The shock of witnessing Lin Yun kill Pei Yu and Lung Yu with a sword had astounded everyone. In fact, they forgot to continue their journey towards the phenomena. At this moment, several figures flew over as they gathered around Chen Xian and Lin Yun. It was Qin Feng and Yan Kuei. They were also rushing towards the Glory Sun Spirit when they saw Lin Yun and Chen Xian. You're injured. Qin Feng frowned after checking on Chen Xian's injuries. They came late so they didn't witness the scene of Lin Yun killing Pei Yu and Leng Yu. More accurately, they were attracted by the sword ray unleashed by Lin Yun. But they didn't see what happened. Chen Xian smiled bitterly because he didn't know where to start. He knew that Qin Feng and Yan Kuei wouldn't believe it even if he told them what just happened. But when Chen Xian saw that Lin Yun had no intentions to hide, he explained everything that happened. When Qin Feng and Yen Kuei heard what happened, they quickly turned to look at Lin Yun with shock. Is what he said real? Yen Kuei and Qin Feng still couldn't believe it. They knew that Lin Yun was strong, but not this strong. If they knew, they wouldn't have dared to travel with Lin Yun. Lin Yun responded by nodding his head. He had no intentions of hiding. After all, he didn't even place the geniuses from higher realms in his eyes, not to mention small fries like Pei Yu and Lang Yu. He had undergone a total transformation when he reached the heavenly soul realm, like a dragon returning to the ocean. After receiving Lin Yun's confirmation, Qin Feng and Yen Kuei started examining Lin Yun with deep shock. As of right now, the aura coming from Lin Yun was bright like a sun. Greater heavenly soul realm? Yen Kuei suddenly exclaimed with surprise. Only now did everyone realize that Lin Yun spent a few days to reach the greater heavenly soul realm. Wasn't his speed a little too fast? Just what did he obtain in the Flamefeather City? We shouldn't delay any longer. We need to head for the Glory Sun Spirit, said Xianxia after taking a deep breath. He couldn't be bothered with his injuries right now. They weren't far from the Glory Sun Spirit, so it only took an hour to travel. In the distance, they saw a massive gold barrier enveloped in flames. The entire barrier had various phenomena appearing on its surface. They weren't real, but it still left everyone shocked. Several bold geniuses wanted to break through the barrier, but they couldn't bear the high temperature the moment they got close. Suddenly, a flock of flaming birds flew down and struck people that were too close. Instantly, they were incinerated, preventing everyone else from approaching. Senior brother. Right at this moment, Lu Yun walked over. When Chen Xian saw Lu Yun walking over, he had joy in his pupils. He knew that one of them would definitely have a great harvest in the Flamefeather City if they could survive. Lu Yun was a rising star of their high cloud realm who grasped the spiritual sword intent before going through the tribulation. He practically represented the hopes of the high cloud realm. In Chen Xian's heart, Lu Yun might even be able to grow into another Lin Yun. After all, he had just experienced the terror of a swordsman. Senior brother, I had a decent harvest this time, chuckled Lin Yun while he peeked at Lin Yun. He was confident that Lin Yun couldn't imagine that he had obtained a 3,000-year-old blood sun fruit. Let's talk about it later, said Chen Xian. There were many people in the surroundings, so it was best if Lu Yun didn't reveal his harvest. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Yun nodded. He wasn't in a rush because the fruit would help him go through the tribulation. At that time, everyone would know about it. Sensing Lu Yun's gaze, Lin Yun turned his head over and locked eyes with Lu Yun. When Lu Yun saw Lin Yun looking at him, he gave a smile that completely baffled Lin Yun. Lin Yun had no idea why Lu Yun looked so prideful all of a sudden. Lin Yun turned his attention back to the barrier because he couldn't be bothered with such a small matter. Simultaneously, the geniuses from the higher realms were also trying to find a solution to deal with the barrier. With the barrier around, geniuses from the higher realms wouldn't dare to act so carelessly. Lin Yun looked at the barrier and fell into deep thoughts. The barrier shouldn't be fatal to geniuses from higher realms. The reason why they didn't approach must be because they were waiting for someone. As time gradually passed, more geniuses arrived at the barrier. Mo Han is here. A figure wielding a halberd appeared just when the atmosphere was getting tense. Since Mo Han was here, Feng Wuji, Shi Feng, and Chunin shouldn't be far away. These four geniuses were the main competitors for the Glory Sun Spirit since they all owned a Dao artifact. Naturally, Mo Han's arrival instantly drew everyone's attention. Mo Han had an infamous reputation for those outside of the Azure Dragon ranking. After all, many people fell victim to his halberd. With his chilling aura, there was no way that someone like him wouldn't attract everyone's attention since his existence was like a bright sun. Soon after, two more figures appeared. It was the Nethercloud Realm's Shi Feng and Chunin. Based on the huge contrast in their physiques, they drew everyone's attention. There were many geniuses gathered in the Flamefeather City, but only 4 geniuses deserved to be called monsters. All 4 of them owned Dao artifacts and were right below the Azure Dragon ranking. With 3 of the 4 monstrous geniuses present, the atmosphere became very lively. But just as the crowd started getting out of hand, a faint killing aura appeared that made everyone's heart tremble. The source of the killing aura was so terrifying that everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Feng Wuji is here. Everyone knew who it was. Feng Wuji, who wore black clothes, glanced at the buried before heading towards the crowd. When everyone saw that Feng Wuji was coming, they quickly retracted their gazes to avoid eye contact. Feng Wuji's name was the most infamous of the four geniuses, and everyone knew about the Bloodbone Realm's reputation in the Azure Dragon region. It was common knowledge that Feng Wuji and the Bloodbone Realm couldn't be provoked. When Lu Yun saw Feng Wuji's appearance, his face uncontrollably became pale. "What's wrong?" Chen Xian naturally noticed Lu Yun's weird behavior and asked. Lu Yun hesitated briefly before he ultimately told Chen Xian how he took the Blood Sun fruit from Feng Wuji. Since Lin Yun was standing nearby, he naturally heard their conversation. Simultaneously, he figured out why Lu Yun was acting so strange earlier. A 3,000-year-old Blood Sun fruit was a considerable harvest. But seeing how afraid Lu Yun was when Feng Wuji appeared, it was too late. "You fool!" Chen Xian's face changed drastically as he began reprimanding Lu Yun. "Don't you know that geniuses from the higher realms will definitely get their revenge? Not to mention that it's Feng Wuji. It will be impossible for him to act as if nothing happened." When Qin Feng and Yan Kuei heard what Lu Yun said, they both had fear in their eyes. Lu Yun was too bold to dare to steal from Feng Wuji. It would be a huge win if Feng Wuji didn't come after him. What Chen Xian said made Lu Yun's heart beat wildly as he started to panic. Recalling those who were slain by Feng Wuji, Lu Yun's face became pale as he trembled. "Senior brother, you have to help me. What should I do now? Should I just give it back to him?" "It's already too late," sighed Chen Xian. "Since you weren't seen by him, he definitely doesn't know that you took the Blood Sun fruit. It'll be fine as long as you don't reveal any flaws." Then again, the best situation would be that Feng Wuji already forgot about it. Listening to what Chen Xian said, Lu Yun could only nod his head uneasily because he didn't have any other options. At this moment, a torrential killing aura soared into the sky that practically tore the clouds apart. The crowd clamored because the source of the killing aura was Feng Wuji. After Feng Wuji arrived, he had been sweeping his gaze around like he was looking for someone. When he retracted his gaze, he unleashed his killing aura and made everyone around him nervous. At the same time, his face became even colder. Just what was going on with Feng Wuji? Everyone was confused and guessed that Feng Wuji was trying to chase everyone away. But there was no need for him to do that since only Emohan, Shifeng, and Chunin could compete with him. Even the other geniuses from higher realms wouldn't dare to compete for the Glory Sun spirit. "One of you took something from me?" said Feng Wuji while everyone felt uneasy. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could clearly hear him. Hearts sank as the crowd wondered who would be bold enough to steal something from Feng Wuji. "I can grant you a straightforward death if you step forward right now. Don't force me to pick you out one by one." Feng Wuji snorted and swept his cold gaze around. No one dared to meet with his eyes as they looked at the ground. Even the innocent people were feeling guilty. Out of the blue, Feng Wuji grabbed someone from the crowd and asked coldly, "Did you steal my Blood Sun fruit?" The person who was grabbed by Feng Wuji in the throat turned pale and begged. No, not me. Look into my eyes," said Feng Wuji coldly. In the end, his victim was forced to look at him in the eye while he trembled incessantly. Then, Feng Wuji said indifferently, "Not you." But before his victim could let out a breath of relief, Feng Wuji's had already snapped his neck. As for the victim's teammates, they could only cower in fear. Feng Wuji was simply too brutal to kill an innocent bystander. But it made sense since the geniuses from other realms had nothing to do with him. Naturally, Feng Wuji didn't care who he killed. "You don't dare to admit it? Fine. But I'm going to have fun playing with you once I find you." Feng Wuji walked through the crowd and would occasionally grab someone before killing them. In just a brief moment, there were already 10 victims. He was killing anyone that looked suspicious to him. With that, the surrounding atmosphere became tense because no one knew if they would be the next victim. On the other hand, geniuses from higher realms were calm and composed while they watched. It would still take some time for the barrier to weaken, so they might as well watch the show Feng Wuji was putting on for them. After the 10th person's death, Lu Yun's face was completely pale and his legs shook with fear. The faces of Chen Xian and the others were also pale because Feng Wuji didn't forget about the Blood Sun fruit. The current situation had actually surpassed their wildest imagination. As Feng Wuji swept his glance around, his gaze eventually fell on Chen Xian's party. However, his gaze was on Lin Yun. After all, the geniuses in the surroundings were trembling with fear and only Lin Yun was calm. Naturally, he stood out. Was it you? Did you steal my Blood Sun fruit? You do have some courage since you aren't shaking. You're the only one who isn't trembling. Wow, your courage has blown me away, said Feng Wuji while looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely looked at Feng Wuji in silence. Feng Wuji's explanation made sense, but his conclusion was wrong. However, Feng Wuji was wrong. The person that stole his Blood Sun fruit wasn't courageous, he was stupid. Get your ass over here and beg for death, Feng Wuji barked. His voice echoed in everyone's ears, which made everyone tremble. They all knew that Lin Yun was doomed. It didn't matter if Lin Yun didn't steal the Blood Sun fruit. He had already attracted Feng Wuji's attention, which was a death sentence. Furthermore, Feng Wuji hadn't revealed such a terrifying killing intent until now. This sudden scene caught Chen Xian by surprise. He didn't expect that Feng Wuji wouldn't come after Lu Yun but would target Lin Yun. Lu Yun was also surprised because he never expected that Feng Wuji would place his attention on Lin Yun. Although he didn't like Lin Yun, there was no reason for Lin Yun to take the fall for him. However, he still didn't have the courage to admit his mistake. Sorry. I don't understand what you're saying, said Lin Yun coldly without any expression on his face. Looking at Lin Yun's reaction, Feng Wuji laughed instead of losing his temper. Solemnly, he spoke with Lin Yun. You're truly courageous. Do you dare to say that you're not the one who stole my Blood Sun fruit? Aside from you, who else has the courage to speak to me in this manner? Who cares if I took the Blood Sun fruit or didn't? Did it have your name on it? Who the hell do you think you are to claim that an item without an owner belongs to you? Lin Yun replied with his eyes flashing coldly. He wasn't standing up for Lu Yun. He simply didn't like Feng Wuji's attitude. Most importantly, Lin Yun had no reason to fear Feng Wuji. The conversation between Lin Yun and Feng Wuji was short, but everyone could feel the bond that went off. It was simply unbelievable to think that someone dared to talk back to Feng Wuji. Lin Yun's voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him clearly as waves filled their hearts. Who was Feng Wuji? Forget about the Bloodbone realm, he was ranked just below the top 10 of the Azure Dragon ranking. His ranking was enough to deter anyone from provoking him. To him, everyone in Glory Sun Land was an ant. After all, Feng Wuji was someone who dared to start a massacre for one Blood Sun fruit. No one even had courage to stop Feng Wuji as they avoided his gaze. But now, someone was actually challenging Feng Wuji and disputing his claims. It was the reason why everyone turned to look at Lin Yun. Upon recognizing Lin Yun, a few facial expressions changed. It's Lin Yun, the swordsman from the profound Amber Realm. No wonder he dares to be so bold. He's the guy who blackmailed Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin. Are you serious? Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin were blackmailed by him? It's true. Not only did they have to pay 2 million astral pellets each, they even used a saint pellet to buy their lives. What a prideful person. I heard that he cultivated the spiritual sword intent to a high level and only needed one sword to kill them. As people started to recall Lin Yun's accomplishments, the crowd grew more and more surprised. However, Lin Yun was facing Feng Wuji, who was on a completely different level than Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin. In fact, Feng Wuji could compete with Second Soul Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses and had a high possibility of making the top 10 of the Azure Dragon ranking soon. The Azure Dragon ranking represented the strongest 100 people in the Azure Dragon region out of millions of geniuses. But most importantly, Feng Wuji owned a Dao artifact. The surroundings fell silent as the atmosphere became even more intense. Geniuses from higher realms like Emohan, Shifeng, and Chen also directed their gazes over because Feng Wuji finally bumped into a hard nut. If Feng Wuji could suffer some losses, it would make things more interesting for them. Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin were the only ones who weren't smiling. Since they were from the higher realms, they were extremely arrogant. However, they were defeated by Lin Yun and were even blackmailed. Afterwards, they became a laughingstock to the other higher realms. That fellow is really courting death by talking back to Feng Wuji. Only needing one sword to kill Qin Kaiyan and Xian Yunjin. How arrogant. I don't think he even has the chance to draw his sword before Feng Wuji. Only trash like Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong would be defeated by him. They're really the humiliation of the higher realms. Someone like him should be taught a lesson, or else he won't place our higher realms in his eyes. Contrary to the lower realms, the higher realm geniuses were supportive of Feng Wuji's actions. After all, no matter how brutal the likes of Feng Wuji and Emohan were, they would rarely take another life from the higher realms. At most, they would teach their higher realm offenders a little lesson. You only need one sword? Feng Wuji smiled mockingly. Clearly, he was treating the surrounding discussions like the biggest joke in the world. Even his killing intent became a lot fainter. You can try me, said Lin Yun. The atmosphere around Lin Yun dropped to rock bottom as Feng Wuji stopped smiling. This was the first time he met such an arrogant person. I was mocking him, but he's taking this seriously. Is there even a need for that? Consider it my loss if you can even draw your sword. Violence filled Feng Wuji's eyes as he unleashed a suffocating arrogance. Suddenly, Chun Xian clenched his jaw before speaking up. I'm Chun Xian from the High Cloud Realm. I've heard of Brother Wuji's name for a while now. Brother Lin offended you, but I can guarantee that he didn't take the Blood Sun fruit. High Cloud Realm? Feng Wuji was briefly surprised before he snickered. If your senior brother Mu Yen was here, I might consider giving him some face. But who do you think you are? Get lost. Chun Xian's face became nasty. But before Chun Xian could respond, Feng Wuji barked coldly. Say another word and I'll start with you first. Then you have to get past me. Chun Xian ultimately made the decision step forward. No matter what, Lin Yun had saved his life, so he couldn't watch Feng Wuji kill Lin Yun right in front of him. Damn it! Lu Yun clenched his fist tightly before he ultimately spoke out. Feng Wuji, I'm the one who took the Blood Sun fruit. Come at me if you want. Lu Yun knew that he couldn't keep hiding since Chun Xian stepped forward, so he took the Blood Sun fruit from his interspatial pouch. When the dense spiritual energy started spreading out, everyone stared at Lu Yun's hand. That's a Blood Sun fruit. What dense spiritual energy! It must be at least 1,000 years old. No wonder Feng Wuji's is so enraged. A fruit that old is rare even in the higher realms. The sudden development caught many people by surprise. Even Lin Yun couldn't help feeling surprised because he was planning to take the fall. He never would have thought that Lu Yun had the courage to stand up for himself. He truly was a swordsman. I didn't steal the Blood Sun fruit from you. I won the competition. Since everyone was competing, why don't I have the right to it? Are you saying that all the treasures in the heavenly path belong to you? I don't accept that. Lu Yun decided to go all out since he had already reached the point of no return. The fire in his heart had been burning for a while now, so he might as well do something about it. Well said. Since everyone is competing, why can't we? The heavenly path is a competition and swordsmen aren't afraid of fighting, barked Lin Yun with bright eyes. Earlier, Lin Yun was passively taking the fall. Now he was actively resisting Feng Wuji. Since Lu Yun had the heart of a swordsman, he didn't want to stand by the side and watch Lu Yun die. After all, no one could claim the treasures until they earned it. Why should the geniuses from higher realms get the best treasures? Unacceptable. Blazing fighting spirit came from Lin Yun as he stepped forward and faced Feng Wuji. Lin Yun, Chun Xian and Lu Yun were dumbfounded. They never expected that Lin Yun would choose to face Feng Wuji alone. Up to this point, Lin Yun wouldn't give Feng Wuji his attention. But now he stared Feng Wuji directly in the eyes. Pridefully, he stood there as flower burial Lin Yun. When Feng Wuji saw Lin Yun's actions, killing intent surged in his pupils. He was starting to get annoyed with Lin Yun. At this moment, everyone from Glory Sun Land could feel their hearts beat wildly. They couldn't help feeling emotional from Lin Yun's words. Why should they resign themselves to living like an ant? He's dead. An ant from a lower realm dares to speak such words before Feng Wuji? He's simply courting death. The geniuses from higher realms looked at Lin Yun like he was already dead. You're really interesting, but it's a pity that an ant is ultimately an ant. You have no idea how terrifying the foundation of my bloodbone realm is. No one can escape from death if I want to kill them. Feng Wuji had finally run out of patience. He emitted a crimson radiance as he soared into the sky. At this moment, his killing intent and origin energy had merged together perfectly as the crimson radiance manifested into a majestic dragon that charged towards Lin Yun. His origin energy was so massive that it exploded violently after being released. The amount of strength that Feng Wuji revealed was shocking. Clearly, he didn't look down on Lin Yun when he attacked. In fact, it was the strongest attack he had unleashed in the heavenly path. Circulating both sword sutras within his body, the massive aura ocean in Lin Yun's violet palace started to boil. However, due to the massive power, his bones started cracking because his physique couldn't bear the might. Facing Feng Wuji's attack, Lin Yun merely raised his right hand and ancient flaming seals formed on his palm. He condensed 6 gold flaming seals in a single breath. When Feng Wuji saw this scene, his eyes flashed with disdain because he recognized the martial technique that Lin Yun was using. Is the flame cloud incinerating palm Lin Yun's source of confidence? At this moment, Lin Yun looked like a fool in his eyes. The flame cloud incinerating palm wasn't even considered a top-tier fortune martial technique among the intermediate realms, not to mention the higher realms. Unless Lin Yun could condense all 8 seals, the attack wouldn't pose any threat to Feng Wuji. Pitiful tricks. Feng Wuji laughed as his killing intent surging forth once more. The crimson dragon continued to condense as it coiled around his arm. He wanted to take Lin Yun's life with a single strike. As everyone in the surroundings noticed the change of power in Feng Wuji's attack, fear flashed in their eyes. Unbelievably, Feng Wuji strengthened his attack even more. Looks like Feng Wuji is furious. Lin Yun is going to die. The geniuses from the higher realm side. Even Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin felt conflicted because Lin Yun provoked someone that he shouldn't. Then again, they wouldn't mind Lin Yun getting killed. Just as the crowd sentenced Lin Yun to death, Lin Yun's gold flames suddenly turned black. Then a terrifying dragon aura exploded out from Lin Yun. Along with a dragon roar, 8 seals perfectly fused with the azure dragon breath and clashed with Feng Wuji's attack. When the dragon aura appeared, Lin Yun's aura wasn't any weaker than Feng Wuji. Strangely, Lin Yun's aura was stronger than Feng Wuji's aura. Furthermore, Lin Yun had a foundation of 2 sword sutras, so when he released them, his entire temperament had undergone a change. As the gold flames turned black, a black dragon claw enveloped in dragon flames flew out. Cracking sounds filled the air that forced Feng Wuji to examine Lin Yun. What? Feng Wuji's eyes flashed with shock. It was within his expectations that Lin Yun could use all 8 seals and possibly reach the manifestation stage. He even increased his power as a precaution. But Lin Yun's attack went against all logic. How could Lin Yun suddenly release an aura that didn't belong to the flame cloud incinerating palm? Feng Wuji started to feel regret because he had underestimated Lin Yun. But it was too late for him to back off. Then, Lin Yun barked, "Too bad you can't block this pitiful trick." The collision of the dragon claw and dragon looked like ferocious beasts in an ancient battle. When the phenomenon shattered, a figure was sent flying from the shockwave. Feng Wuji! Everyone exclaimed because Feng Wuji lost the confrontation. It was an outcome that no one had expected. How is this possible? The higher realm's geniuses were completely dumbfounded. On the other hand, Lin Yun was standing in his original position and hadn't moved a single inch. Everyone began to wonder how he sent Feng Wuji flying when he was only from the profound amber realm. Are my eyes messing with me? He actually managed to take Feng Wuji's attack head-on. Not only did he take Feng Wuji's attack head-on, but he even sent Feng Wuji flying away. An uproar exploded after a brief silence because no one had expected to see Feng Wuji lose. If Feng Wuji didn't already kill 10 geniuses like ants, they would doubt his reputation. Suddenly, A terrifying crimson radiance erupted from Feng Wuji, as the aura he was giving off was comparable to the second soul, heavenly soul realm. Under his immense aura, the sky and earth started to tremble violently. At this moment, everyone felt like they were choking. No one could utter a single word as Feng Wuji held onto his blade. Feng Wuji had finally brought out his Dao artifact. The pressure of the Dao artifact was so strong that everyone felt like they were suffocating. Even Xianxia had fear flashing through his pupils because he had heard about Feng Wuji's infamous Dao artifact. Even those who were quietly watching the show wore a grave expression because they knew that Feng Wuji was pulling out all of the stops. Feng Wuji's expression was terrifyingly dark because he knew that Lin Yun was a tough opponent. He had faced many geniuses that weren't from the higher realms, but none of them were like Lin Yun. Who would have thought that Lin Yun wasn't an ant that he could crush with the wave of his hand? You're actually quite capable. I won't feel at peace if I don't get rid of you before seizing the Glory Sun spirit. Feng Wuji squinted his eyes as he examined Lin Yun like a viper. He was trying his best to take Lin Yun's life. You should keep trying. I'm interested to see what you'll try to do, said Lin Yun indifferently. Starlight suddenly started shining from the depths of Lin Yun's pupils as a terrifying sword intent exploded from him. When Lin Yun's sword intent reached the limit, a rumbling roar of lightning echoed in everyone's ears. A beam of starlight enveloped Lin Yun and tore apart the flaming clouds in the sky. When everyone sensed the sword intent, the only thing that crossed their minds was the spiritual sword intent in complete mastery. Everyone's jaws dropped as they examined Lin Yun once again. How could Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent reach such an absurd height when he wasn't even in the first soul heavenly soul realm? At this moment, everyone knew why Lin Yun was so confident. It was quite obvious that Lin Yun was a swordsman who wasn't afraid to fight. You think that only the geniuses from the higher realms are worthy of the treasures in the ruins? Sorry, but I don't agree. If you want to do something about it, you'll have to take my life. But that depends on whether or not you have the courage to fight, said Lin Yun while looking at Feng Wuji coldly. Feng Wuji's face became dark. Naturally, he never would have expected Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent was at complete mastery. Plus, if he insisted on killing Lin Yun, he would have to suffer some injuries even though he had a Dao artifact. If he was injured, the odds of obtaining the Glory Sun spirit would drop. In the end, Feng Wuji could only grit his teeth. He wasn't sure what to do because he didn't want to force himself into a dead end. Suddenly, the pressure from the barrier with phenomena disappeared. This sudden change had instantly attracted everyone's attention to the barrier. The barrier has weakened. Damn it! Feng Wuji cursed inwardly at the ill timing. Sensing that Emohan and the rest were about to move, Feng Wuji couldn't maintain his composure. With a cold look, he yelled at Lin Yun. I'll spare your pathetic life for now, but I'll take your head sooner or later. After Feng Wuji yelled, Chun Xian and Lu Yun felt relieved. Their backs were drenched in sweat, but they were finally able to relax. The barrier weakened at the perfect time. Even the other geniuses in the surroundings felt relieved because they knew that Lin Yun and Feng Wuji weren't pushovers. If they were to fight with all of their strength, who knew what would happen to the spectators? Did I allow you to leave? A cold voice echoed out as soon as the crowd felt relieved. Even Emohan, Shifeng, and Chen and who were about to enter the barrier came to a stop. Their first reaction was to check if their ears were okay. After all, Feng Wuji was almost in the Azure Dragon ranking and he was from the Bloodbone realm. The Bloodbone realm was considered a top-tier realm among the higher realms. If Feng Wuji didn't have this background, he probably wouldn't have a Dao artifact. Instead of rejoicing, Lin Yun was actually threatening Feng Wuji. Was he insane? At this moment, even the temptation of the Glory Sun spirit couldn't stop everyone from looking at Lin Yun. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Feng Wuji snickered. I don't think I heard you correctly. Do you mind repeating what you just said? I said, did I allow you to leave? Lin Yun grinned, but his smile was even more terrifying than a devil from hell. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Yun's words anymore. Who the hell does Feng Wuji think he is to come and go as he pleases? Ha ha ha. I just realized that you're a madman. Feng Wuji was briefly stunned before he started laughing. Since you're courting death, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. You say that you only need one sword to kill me, right? Let me see if your sword is faster than my blade. I'm standing right here. Come and kill me if you dare. Feng Wuji spat Lin Yun's words back. He had nothing to prove because he knew that an ant was still an ant. He didn't want to kill Lin Yun because he didn't want to waste his energy. But that didn't mean Lin Yun could push his buttons without consequence. Feng Wuji had a temper. At this moment, he was determined to cripple Lin Yun even if he had to give up on the Glory Sun spirit. When he released his violent aura, killing intent also started flashing in his pupils. Staring at Feng Wuji, everyone became quiet. They could tell that Feng Wuji was determined to kill Lin Yun even if he had to give up on the Glory Sun spirit. Clearly, Feng Wuji had lost all rationale. But before anyone could feel sorry for Lin Yun, a crimson ray flashed with Feng Wuji's head flying out. Meanwhile, Feng Wuji only managed to draw his blade by half an inch before his movement stopped. No one had any idea what just happened. I told you, I only need one sword to kill you. Lin Yun's voice sounded out, waking everyone from their stupor. A lake of a few hundred meters had appeared beneath Lin Yun's feet without anyone realizing. An azure firmament tree decorated with flower petals sat at the middle of the lake. At the same time, Lin Yun's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, but he wasn't leaking any traces of killing intent. Instead, he had the aura of a celestial who had fallen to the earth, who maintained his elegance and grace. His pupils were foggy as he slowly sheathed his sword as he just unleashed the Azure Lotus move. By the time Lin Yun sheathed his sword, Feng Wuji's decapitated corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded as Feng Wuji's decapitated corpse hit the ground. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuji was killed just like that. A moment ago, Feng Wuji was challenging Lin Yun. But as soon as he finished speaking, his head was already in the air. The majority of the people present couldn't even see Feng Wuji draw his blade, not to mention how Lin Yun killed him. By the time they reacted, they only saw a lotus behind Lin Yun as he sheathed his sword. No one could see Lin Yun's movements. Is he dead? How did Feng Wuji die? He only needed one sword. Just what kind of monster is Lin Yun? Feng Wuji is basically in the Azure Dragon ranking. This doesn't make any sense. An uproar broke out after a long silence later, because Feng Wuji's death sent waves through everyone's heart. Compared to those from Glory Sun Land, the geniuses from the higher realms were dripping in cold sweat. The others might not have seen Lin Yun's attack, but they saw it clearly. Lin Yun's sword was so fast that Feng Wuji couldn't react in time. If Feng Wuji was able to draw his blade, he might have been able to stop Lin Yun's attack. Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin were feeling the most fear. After all, they remembered that Lin Yun told them not to force him to use his sword. They even rejoiced inwardly that they didn't force Lin Yun to draw his sword because Lin Yun had the strength to back up his words. If Feng Wuji was killed by Lin Yun, they stood no chance against Lin Yun. As for Emo Han, Shifeng, and Chanin, their faces were grave. Although the higher realm geniuses saw Lin Yun's attack, they didn't see the majestic phenomenon that lasted for a split second. The others only saw a lotus behind Lin Yun. Feng Wuji didn't lose because he was slow, but because of the huge gap between their attainments in the martial path. The phenomenon empowered Lin Yun's sword intent and allowed him to seal Feng Wuji. By the time Feng Wuji used his blade to break the restriction, it was too late. The strength that Lin Yun displayed was comparable to the second soul heavenly soul realm geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking. However, Lin Yun was nowhere near them in cultivation and achieved everything solely with the sword in his hand. Lin Yun's attack was so profound that it was hard for the geniuses to digest everything that had happened. However, Lin Yun didn't feel the same. He could sense that his attack wasn't perfect and that there was still room for improvement. If he cultivated it to a high enough level, no one would be able to see him sheath his sword. Lin Yun didn't put his sword away slowly, so speed wasn't the problem. The issue was that he had exhausted a great deal of mental energy and origin energy with his attack. However, since Feng Wuji was dead, he didn't need to worry about how slow he sheathed his sword. Overall, his sword speed was extremely fast, but that wasn't even the most impressive thing. The majestic scene of the blooming lotus had terrifying power. Even if Feng Wuji was as fast as Lin Yun, he wouldn't have been able to take the attack head-on. Suddenly, the blade in Feng Wuji's hand flew over to Lin Yun. Many people were feeling envious when they saw this. After all, the blade was an extremely valuable Dao artifact. In the end, Lin Yun took the blade and Feng Wuji's interspatial pouch. There was no doubt that the pouch of a higher realm genius was full of unimaginable treasure. Mo Han, Shi Feng, and Chen also took a step forward to speak with Lin Yun. Friend, you have a really big appetite. Not only did you take the Nethercloud blade, but you even took Feng Wuji's interspatial pouch. Aren't you taking it a little too far? Mo Han squinted while he smiled. Feng Wuji's death surprised them, but since Feng Wuji was dead, there was no need for them to think more about it. It was more important for them to benefit after Feng Wuji's death, especially when the Bloodbone realm would come after Lin Yun and not them. You really are terrifying since you killed Feng Wuji with one sword. But you probably can't do that against all of us, right? Shi Feng was trying to force Lin Yun to give up Feng Wuji's interspatial pouch. You guys can give it a try, smiled Lin Yun as he put Feng Wuji's interspatial pouch away. You, Mo Han, Shi Feng, and Chen became enraged when they saw that Lin Yun had no intention of taking a step back. They were confident that Lin Yun could only use his attack once more, but none of them were willing to test their theory. After all, none of them were confident that they could take the sword head-on. If they wanted to kill Lin Yun without any risk, they either had to become stronger or kill Lin Yun before he drew his sword. Mo Han spoke coldly. Don't act so smug just because you killed Feng Wuji. The Bloodbone realm is a top-tier realm among the higher realms. They have many experts on the Azure Dragon ranking. They even have Third Soul Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses. It's practically impossible for you to leave the Azure Dragon region now that you've killed Feng Wuji. Cut the crap and get lost. You don't need to be concerned with that, said Lin Yun. I guess we'll wait and see. Mo Han glared at Lin Yun before heading towards the barrier. His eyes were flashing with reluctance because he knew that there were many treasures in Feng Wuji's interstitial pouch. But now the treasures belonged to Lin Yun. When Shi Feng was about to turn around, he suddenly stopped and asked, "What's the name of your sword?" Since he carried an ancient sword behind him, anyone could tell that Shi Feng was a formidable swordsman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked the name of Lin Yun's sword. Lin Yun replied, "The sword is called Flower Burial and I'm Flower Burial Lin Yun. I'm someone who buries flowers and people alike." Shi Feng muttered something before he raised his head at Lin Yun. "That's a good name. But you better not compete with us for the Glory Sun spirit. You only have one sword, while there's two of us." Hearing Shi Feng's warning, Lin Yun didn't bother replying. With that, Mo Han, Shi Feng, and Chen entered the barrier. Shortly after, everyone else passed through the barrier. Some of the people even turned back to look at Lin Yun. They knew that after this matter, the names Lin Yun and Flower Burial would spread like wildfire throughout the Azure Dragon region. Even though everyone else had left, Xianxia and Lu Yun were still staring at Lin Yun in disbelief. Lu Yun never imagined that Lin Yun would be so strong. When he recalled his attitude towards Lin Yun, he felt awkward. Taking out a pot of Dragon Clan wine from his interspatial pouch, Lin Yun poured a cup for himself and said, "This is Dragon Clan wine. You guys can drink a cup before entering the barrier." When everyone heard that, their eyes lit up. Dragon Clan wine was comparable to Saint spiritual wine. It was extremely rare, but Lin Yun brought it out so nonchalantly. So everyone quickly came up to pour themselves a cup. After drinking the wine, everyone felt the origin energy stirring within their bodies. In just a few short moments, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Lin Yun naturally had no improvements, but it helped him recover most of his origin energy. Turned out that Mo Han, Shi Feng, and Chen were right. Lin Yun could only execute Azure Lotus one time. If he wanted to do it again, he would have to pay a great price. So he wouldn't do it unless absolutely necessary. But the three of them didn't know that it was only one of the three heavenly divides. "Lin Yun, the Bloodbone realm will definitely come after you. Emohan was right, the Bloodbone realm is extremely terrifying. They have more than one genius in the third soul heavenly soul realm, and their leader is even more terrifying, said Xianxia, while looking at Lin Yun with a grave expression. It's best for you to leave and not compete for the Glory Sun spirit. It doesn't matter, replied Lin Yun. Since he had run into the Glory Sun spirit, he had no reason to give it up. Furthermore, he wasn't completely helpless against the Bloodbone realm's revenge. I have something that I would like to ask of you. Lin Yun then took out the greater fortune martial techniques he gathered so far along with millions of astral pellets. Then, he requested Chen Xian to give them to Fang Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun after returning to Thunderflame City. He knew that it was no longer possible for him to return to Thunderflame City. Don't worry, leave it to me. Chen Xian agreed without hesitation. Lu Yun took a step forward and apologized. Lin Yun, I would like to apologize for my attitude along the way. You're the one who killed Feng Wuji, so you should have this Blood Sun fruit. He knew that he would have died if Lin Yun didn't stand up for him. Since Lin Yun saved his life, he was too embarrassed to keep the Blood Sun fruit. Looking at the Blood Sun fruit in Lu Yun's hand, Lin Yun replied, No need, you can keep it for yourself. After all, you've grasped the spiritual sword intent. If your cultivation is too weak, you won't be able to unleash the full power of the spiritual sword intent. We should go. Before Lu Yun could reply, Lin Yun led the group towards the barrier. It didn't matter if the Glory Sun spirit was sealed. Since it was one of the 7 keys to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, he naturally had to take a look at it. But he knew that it wouldn't be easy with Emohan, Shi Feng, and Chen around. Qin Feng and the others followed Lin Yun to the barrier. Compared to the initial high temperature, the temperature wasn't unbearable anymore. More importantly, the phenomenon on the top of the barrier had also calmed down. When they stepped through the barrier, they sensed a dense astral energy in the atmosphere. The Glory Sun spirit was born from the sun, which meant that the astral energy had to be dense. Lin Yun roughly sensed the astral energy in the atmosphere and was surprised because it was only slightly inferior to the divine astral pellets. The astral energy here is so dense. It's a lot more refined than the astral energy in astral pellets. Plus, we don't even have to refine it. Chen Xian and the others were shocked, but they couldn't really see anything because of the blinding light of the barrier. Despite the sword intent in his eyes, Lin Yun also couldn't see. He could only rely on his senses to continue forward. It didn't take long for him to get separated from everyone else because of an unknown force. The inside of the barrier was a secret realm that kicked out those who stayed too long. One needed sufficient strength to stay. The Glory Sun spirit should be in the deepest part of the realm, said Lin Yun. He knew that he couldn't be too anxious because he had to be prepared for other dangers in the secret realm. An hour later, the light finally dimmed down and the surroundings cleared up. In the distance, layers of fog enveloped an ancient gold gate. At this moment, 10 flaming birds flew out of the gate who were emitting intense heat as they flapped their wings. Instantly, Lin Yun realized he was in a trial that was adjusted to his strength. The flaming birds were only in the first soul heavenly soul realm. If everyone had to face the same number of birds at the first soul level, it would be tough for anyone to move forward. The only people who would have no problems would be the geniuses from the higher realms. The flaming birds shrieked and then charged at Lin Yun with flames covering their claws. Lin Yun was caught off guard, but he sensed that the flaming birds weren't real. As long as he could destroy them quickly, they wouldn't be able to harm him. It wasn't a hard task for him, but it would create trouble for others. Circulating both sword sutras at the same time, Lin Yun instantly destroyed all 10 birds. Why is it so hard? They can regenerate? Damn it! Are we going to lose just like this? At this moment, Chen Xian, Qin Feng, and Yen Kuei had beads of sweat dripping from their faces. As for Lu Yun, he also grasped the spiritual sword intent, so he was able to kill 3 of the flaming birds. If nothing went wrong, it wouldn't be a problem for him to pass the trial. For Lu Yun, the trial was an excellent opportunity because he hadn't gone through his tribulation yet. Since the astral energy was comparable to divine astral pellets, his cultivation would quickly grow. He wouldn't even need a treasure as long as he spent enough time here. By the time Lu Yun destroyed all 10 flaming birds, he realized that his cultivation had taken another step. I see. I can absorb the astral energy here even in battle. This astral energy contains fire attribute energy that can cleanse the impurities in my origin energy. Lu Yun's eyes flashed with excitement. Since there were people making it through the trial, there were naturally those who failed. When they failed, they could sense a force rejecting them. It would push down on them while they frantically absorbed the astral energy to resist the pressure. After all, staying here for a moment was equivalent to refining hundreds of astral pellets. However, in the end, everyone that failed was kicked out of the barrier. Even so, their faces were full of smiles. Qin Feng and Yen Kuei were practically kicked out at the same time, but they still had joy in their eyes. In just a short amount of time, they managed to reach the pinnacle first soul heavenly soul realm. Chen Xian isn't out yet. He can probably undergo the second tribulation after he comes out, said Qin Feng while looking at the barrier. I wonder what Lin Yun's limit is, said Yen Kuei. He knew that most geniuses from the higher realms would fail the test, so not many people would see the Glory Sun spirit. This place is such a treasure. Too bad the city is so damaged. Otherwise, the effects of going through the tribulation here would be similar to using divine astral pellets. Mo Han, who had gotten through the third trial, was shocked to sense the boundless energy pouring into his aura oceans. The astral energy was so dense that it had formed into a faint mist around him. In just a short moment, he had reached the 10th stage of his cultivation and was one step away from complete mastery. Interesting. Feng Wuji is definitely turning in his grave right now. If he was alive, he would feel so much regret fighting Lin Yun before entering the barrier. Mo Han's eyes flashed coldly. With his cultivation technique in its 10th stage, he was confident that Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent in complete mastery couldn't restrict him. Luckily for Mo Han, Feng Wuji was able to probe Lin Yun's strength for him. Otherwise, he might also die. Unlike others, Lin Yun didn't refine much of the astral energy in the atmosphere. The astral energy was dense, but it wasn't comparable to the divine astral pellets. Even if he cultivated here for an entire day, it would only be like refining 100 divine astral pellets. Divine astral pellets were refined by Empyreans, so the astral energy in the atmosphere couldn't compare to it. Although he entered the barrier late, he was ahead of many people. While others were struggling, Lin Yun had already reached the 9th test. On the 9th test, he met an image of a flaming gold crow whose aura was the same as Feng Wuji's aura. Unfortunately for the crow, it lacked intelligence. When the golden bird flew over, it released immense pressure as it flapped its wings. The pressure was so strong that the surrounding space began to tremble. At the same time, it flew with incredible speed that surprised Lin Yun. His only choice was to direct his dragon runes into his arms to block the attack as fast as he could. Although he was able to withstand the attack, the azure dragon image around him was full of cracks. 7 slaughtering fist. After Lin Yun took the golden crow's attack head-on, he quickly threw a punch and caught the golden crow by surprise. Hitting the golden crow, a few flaming feathers floated in the air. What a powerful defense! Lin Yun gasped for air because the golden crow was practically unharmed. Then again, the 7 slaughtering fists grade wasn't even a fortune martial technique. Couldn't keep up with Lin Yun's cultivation anymore. When the golden crow turned its body in midair, its plume feathers gently trembled in the air as it started to suppress Lin Yun's sword intent into it. Azure Dragon Breath, 8 seals. After drinking the Millennium Flame, Lin Yun's aura ocean had grown to 60,000 meters, so he could easily execute the Flame Cloud incinerating palm with the Azure Dragon Breath. A black dragon claw appeared behind Lin Yun that flew towards the golden crow. When it clashed with the golden crow, countless flaming feathers and black scales rained down from the sky. With another hit, the golden crow was knocked backwards. But even after the golden crow fell to the ground, it still tried to flap its wings to attack Lin Yun. How annoying! Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he lost his patience. Grabbing his sword, he unleashed a brilliant sword ray that devoured the golden crow. Looking down at the flower burial sword, Lin Yun could see that the floral runes on the sword were gradually merging together. It wouldn't be long before the runes formed one complete run, which meant that it would upgrade to a Dao artifact soon. Dao artifacts required precious materials, but they were also engraved with 5th-grade spiritual runes from a saint spiritualist. Spiritual runes that were 5th grade and higher were known as saint runes. The saint runes were also divided into greater, intermediate, and lesser categories. Even the most ordinary lesser saint rune was rare because saint spiritualists didn't usually grasp more than 3 lesser saint runes. As for greater and intermediate saint runes, they were only found in powerful sects and clans with a long history. It was even rumored that greater saint runes weren't any weaker than divine runes. However, this was on the basis that most divine runes were incomplete. Complete divine runes were basically non-existent. Lin Yun couldn't even imagine one since he only met 4th-grade spiritualists in the profound Amber realm. The grades of saint runes determined the power and grade of the Dao artifacts. With the rarity of saint runes, there weren't many Dao artifacts. To most people, Dao artifacts were a pipe dream. But Lin Yun's flower burial sword wasn't the same. Flower burial had a high grade and would grow with enough rare flowers. Sooner or later, the nourishment would allow the saint runes to appear. So when Lin Yun observed the runes that were combining on his sword, he was full of excitement. After slaying 3 people, flower burial has clearly grown stronger. It's only a step away from reaching the might of a Dao artifact. Lin Yun suddenly wanted to give the flower burial sword a try and circulated both his sword sutras. When he poured his origin energy into the sword, Lin Yun could hear a brilliant hum. Instantly, sword rays shot out of flower burial as it released an immense sword aura. Go! Then, the sword rays combined and pierced the wall. Under the sword ray, a huge and crude hole was left on the wall. That was just a casual attack from me. If I empower it with my sword intent, I might be able to tear the barrier apart. Lin Yun sheathed his sword as the anticipation in his eyes became dense. He knew that he still had to wait for flower burial to become a Dao artifact. I should have caught up to the geniuses from the higher realms. I wonder if the trial has come to an end. Lin Yun placed the flower burial sword back into the sword box before he continued his journey. The space in the barrier was extremely mysterious and was basically its own world. So he had no idea where to find the Glory Sun spirit or if there were any dangers he needed to be wary of. Then, Lin Yun entered a door and found himself in a secluded secret chamber. On the outside, many people were gathered to watch the shrinking barrier. Even the geniuses from the higher realms were kicked out and forced to watch the show. There's only a few people left. There's something weird about this barrier. It's too difficult to press on. Only those right below the Azure Dragon ranking have a chance. No, Lin Yun is still inside. When someone said that, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became quiet. They recalled Mo Han, Chanen, and Shifeng's words to Lin Yun after he killed Feng Wuji. They also remembered that Lin Yun didn't care. Is he planning to face 3 geniuses from the higher realms? Xianxia started feeling anxious when he realized that Lin Yun was still inside. Even Chen Xian, Lu Yun, and the others were feeling nervous. After all, Lin Yun had revealed his trump card when Mo Han, Chanen, and Shifeng had concealed theirs. Plus, all 3 of them owned Dao artifacts. It would be dangerous for Lin Yun if he encountered them. Ultimately, Lin Yun's cultivation was too low. After all, he hadn't gone through his tribulation. At this moment, Mo Han, Shifeng, and Chanen passed the last test. The birth of the Glory Sun spirit is accompanied by a lot of treasures, said Shifeng as he stepped into the chamber. As he looked around, he spotted a golden fruit at the center of the chamber. His eyes blazed because it was a dragon flame fruit that contained pure fire spiritual energy. The fruit even leaked spiritual energy that formed an outline of a flame dragon. There was no doubt that the value of this fruit was a lot higher than the blood sun fruit that Lu Yun took from Feng Wuji. It looks troublesome, smiled Shifeng. He was experienced and wasn't in a hurry to take the fruit. Simultaneously, Mo Han and Chen also stepped into different chambers with treasures. The chambers they were in weren't far from the Glory Sun spirit, so they would eventually bump into each other. A fortune martial technique? Unlike the others who found treasures in their chambers, Lin Yun found a jade slip emitting golden radiance. By the dense fire energy around the jade slip, he could tell that it wasn't ordinary. Could it be an advanced fortune martial technique? Lin Yun's eyes flickered. Advanced fortune martial techniques were divided into Overlord, Imperial, and Monarch categories. Lin Yun had already obtained an Imperial fortune martial technique, but it was just a movement technique. In the heavenly path, ordinary greater fortune martial techniques were rare, not to mention advanced fortune marital techniques. If it was an advanced fortune martial technique, then Lin Yun couldn't imagine its value. His 3 heavenly divides could compete with geniuses from the higher realms and far exceeded his fist technique and movement technique. However, it was still lacking compared to those geniuses. When Lin Yun took a step forward, his sword intent started humming within his body to give him a warning. An array appeared on the wall as beams of fire shot out and intertwined in the air. Although Lin Yun quickly retreated, he was still caught by the beam. It instantly incinerated his sword intent and tore through his origin energy and sleeves. Fortunately, he was on high alert, or else he would have been pierced by the beam. I guess anyone that gets within 10 meters of the jade slip will be attacked. I have to observe the regulation of the arrays on the wall. Otherwise, I'll have to rely on my movement technique or physique. Lin Yun shook his head because neither solution was great. He was confident that he could block the beams if he pushed his spiritual sword intent to the limit, but that would be exhausting. In the end, Lin Yun decided to circle the jade slip and observe it for any openings. Occasionally, he would reach out to test the array. After half an hour of doing this, he started to understand the array better. The array wasn't limited to the engravings on the wall, but also corresponded with the ground. So he needed to find a way to avoid the arrays on the wall to prevent an even worse situation. Lin Yun calmed down and tried to find the solution. Just as he was about to find a safe path, the door to the chamber was suddenly opened by Chan and was shocked to see Lin Yun. He was surprised because competing for the Glory Sun Spirit wasn't beneficial to Lin Yun. If Lin Yun didn't have a strong background, obtaining the Glory Sun Spirit would bring him trouble. You really aren't afraid of death. You've already offended the Bloodbone realm, yet you still want to compete for the Glory Sun Spirit. Chun sneered as he tightly grabbed onto his whip in his right sleeve. He had learned from Feng Wuji's death and immediately brought out his Dao artifact. This way, he wouldn't be restricted by Lin Yun's sword aura. "This has nothing to do with you," said Lin Yun as his gaze fell onto Chan's whip. "Get lost. This jade slip belongs to me now." An advanced fortune martial technique is rare even in the Nethercloud realm. Chan's eyes flashed with greed and sneered, "I've already taken out my Dao artifact, so you won't have a chance to get rid of me?" Lin Yun hadn't experienced the power of a Dao artifact, but he could imagine how terrifying it was. It would be even scarier in the hands of a geniuses from a higher realm. As long as Chan brought out 70% of his weapon's power, he would remain undefeated throughout Flamefeather City. However, Chan was too naive to think that a Dao artifact could deter Lin Yun. "Even if I don't use my sword, you're no match for me. Are you that confident that I can't draw my sword if you're holding your Dao artifact?" asked Lin Yun. When Chunin heard that, his face sank. "It looks like you're determined to compete against me. Very well, you can die now." The whip in Chan's hand exploded with crimson radiance as the sound of a snake's hiss echoed throughout the chamber. Countless sword rays enveloped the entire chamber as tens of thousands of vipers hissed at Lin Yun. Chan's Dao artifact was truly powerful. A crimson light exploded as Chan's whip wriggled and turned into a genuine viper. When the head of the viper glared at Lin Yun, he could sense an immense pressure crashing down on his heart. It felt like the viper would swallow him whole at any moment. "Lin Yun, what do you think of my blood viper whip?" laughed Chan as he soared into the sky. The blood viper whip cut through the air and tried to bite Lin Yun's heart. The power of the strike could easily crush a first soul heavenly soul realm genius from Glory Sun Land. Not bad, I guess. Although it was Lin Yun's first time facing a Dao artifact, he didn't panic and summoned his sword. As he did this, the viper suddenly shot at his wrist. "What speed?" Lin Yun was surprised. He knew that if he continued to summon his sword, the viper would bite him. With that, Lin Yun gave up summoning his sword and circulated his sword sutras. An azure firmament tree appeared behind him with an immortal azure dragon image coiled around it. The power of a Dao artifact was truly impressive, but Lin Yun ultimately managed to take the attack head-on. Spiritual sword intent. Chun En's face changed. He was surprised because there was something weird about Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent. The moment his whip came in contact with Lin Yun's punch, the power of the Dao artifact had directly shattered Lin Yun's sword intent. However, Lin Yun's sword aura felt immortal as if it wouldn't die. Whenever Lin Yun's sword intent was extinguished, it would regenerate in the blink of an eye. Chun En could confront Lin Yun's sword intent by relying on his cultivation and Dao artifact, but it was impossible for him to crush Lin Yun. It's rude if I don't give you a gift either. Take this. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as a domineering azure dragon flew out with his sword intent and immortal azure dragon sword aura. Facing Lin Yun's attack, Chun En frowned before he took several steps back and used his whip to annihilate the attack. Overlord Sword, Thunderbolt Slash. Before Chun En could react, Lin Yun flicked his wrist and poured nearly 100 azure purple sword rays into his attack. Pitiful tricks. Chun En pulled his whip back and crushed the incoming sword ray. With a Dao artifact in his hand, Chun En felt no pressure facing this sort of attack. But before he could take the opportunity to counterattack, Lin Yun started unleashing a series of attacks. Solar Slash, Big Bang, Breaking Dawn, Tai Slash, Blood Suppression. The Overlord Sword's grade might be lacking, but it was easy for Lin Yun to control it. He was able to unleash 6 forms in a single breath and push them to the limit. With that, Lin Yun's figure began to flash around the chamber with all sorts of phenomenons flying out. This fellow, Chun En cursed because Lin Yun's attainment in the sword was too terrifying. Chun En quickly threw away the idea of counterattacking and poured his origin energy into his whip. In the next second, the Crimson Viper started to grow into a huge dragon. Dragon Surge. Chun En's whip glowed brightly as the Crimson Viper transformed into a dragon. With the sudden boost in power, Chun En easily destroyed all of Lin Yun's phenomena. Then he charged towards Lin Yun. What great timing! Lin Yun bravely faced the dragon as his hair fluttered in the wind. Supreme dominance! Lin Yun roared as the previous phenomena attacked Chun En once again. With a huge collision, the Crimson Dragon suddenly started to crack. Lin Yun's sword ray successfully stopped the dragon in its tracks. In the blink of an eye, the dragon crumbled and returned to the size of a viper. As it shrunk, it shot towards Lin Yun's wrist. Chun En knew where his advantage lay in the battle. He would rely on his Dao artifact to prevent Lin Yun from drawing his sword. With the Dao artifact, he could take full advantage of his cultivation. After all, the scene of Feng Wuji's death was still vivid in his mind. This fellow is too troublesome. He fights like someone who has gone through their tribulation. I need to be patient and wear him down slowly. Chun En was shocked that Lin Yun could still unleash such a powerful move. Facing Chun En's attack, Lin Yun retreated with the cloud-soaring art. The power of a Dao artifact was too terrifying, and he wasn't confident he could take it head-on with his current cultivation. Without his sword, his disadvantage in cultivation would be amplified. Chun En refused to let Lin Yun go as his whip crackled through the air. Lin Yun avoided the attacks from Chun En and his eyes flashed with thought. The power of a Dao artifact was truly terrifying, especially in the hands of a genius from a higher realm. If he only relied on his spiritual sword intent, he would lose. Fortunately, his spiritual sword intent wasn't all he relied on. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly flashed with explosive power coursing through his body. The thunderstorm energy started circulating with an azure dragon's roar. Then, the azure dragon mark on his chest shined brightly with crimson radiance. Immense pressure spread out as the dragon runes on Lin Yun's body started to squirm. He had brought out another one of his trump cards, the Azure Dragon Enneaform, Decaform. With a roar, Lin Yun soared into the sky and threw a punch enveloped in lightning. Taking this attack head-on, Chun En threw up a mouthful of blood. He was shocked to discover that, with the high-frequency vibration in the air, his whip couldn't move. He never thought that Lin Yun had another method to deal with his Dao artifact. If they were somewhere else with more space, it would be impossible for Lin Yun to restrict Chen, and fortunately for Lin Yun, they were in a small chamber. Lin Yun charged like an azure dragon, which caught Chen by surprise. His origin energy shattered as he was hit by Lin Yun's fist. Chen didn't hesitate to run. He knew that without his Dao artifact, Lin Yun would definitely draw his sword. Even in perfect condition, Chen wasn't confident that he could take Lin Yun's sword head-on. Since he was already injured, his chances were slim. With the remainder of his strength, Chen threw a punch at the door and left. However, he didn't feel relieved even though he exited the chamber. It wasn't until he felt the rejection force of the barrier that he felt relieved. He would be fine if he managed to leave. As for his fight with Lin Yun, he could get revenge with Shifeng later. Just as the gate was about to open, Lin Yun drew his sword. Instantly, he unleashed Azure Lotus. After he sheathed his sword, he turned to look at the jade slip. He knew that he should take it as soon as possible before anything unexpected happened again. Everyone was anxiously waiting outside the barrier because they knew that Emohan, Shifeng, Lin Yun, and Chen would eventually run into each other. They wanted to see who would get eliminated first. If they didn't witness Lin Yun kill Feng Wuji, no one would be optimistic of his chances. But after witnessing his strength, they wouldn't doubt him anymore. It was just a shame that Lin Yun revealed all of his trump cards. The crowd was really unsure if Lin Yun would get far because the other three still had their Dao artifacts. Since Lin Yun had revealed his hand, Emohan, Shifeng, and Chen were sure to use their Dao artifacts right off the bat. Lin Yun should have left Flamefeather City when he had the chance. He's really daring to compete for the Glory Sun spirit. He had already offended the Bloodbone realm by killing Feng Wuji. If he offends another higher realm, he will be doomed. Even if he doesn't know how terrifying the higher realms are, how can he compete with Emohan, Chen and Shifeng? He already revealed his trump card. Clearly, the crowd didn't think Lin Yun had a chance in the long run. Only Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong stayed silent the entire time. The people who were mocking Lin Yun wouldn't know how terrifying Lin Yun was without facing him directly. All of them had a prideful attitude and couldn't accept or tolerate the fact that Lin Yun killed Feng Wuji. Lin Yun is a little too rash. The Glory Sun spirit is useless since it's sealed. The only thing it will do is bring him a little fame, sighed Chun Xian. Chun Xian wasn't afraid that Lin Yun would be killed. In his opinion, it wouldn't be a problem for Lin Yun to leave if he couldn't obtain the Glory Sun spirit. He simply thought Lin Yun was wasting time. After all, the news of Feng Wuji getting killed would surely spread out. At that time, many people would come for Lin Yun. The higher realms had life tokens that would place a tracker on their killer. When the life token shattered, a strand of animosity would flow out from the token and envelop the murderer. If the Bloodbone realm had this, Lin Yun had nowhere left to hide in the heavenly path. Chun Xian believed that Lin Yun should have left to become stronger before the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm opened. Only then would Lin Yun have a chance. Suddenly, a figure flew out of the barrier and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale and his ribs were caved in. Based on the whip that the unsightly figure was holding, everyone knew who it was. If it wasn't for the whip, it would have been difficult to recognize Chen. When the crowd saw Chen, they couldn't help but wonder who injured him. I'm finally out. Chen sighed in relief as he caught his breath. It's Chen. Why is he the first one out? I wonder who injured him. Chen-An's appearance created an uproar from the crowd. Even the geniuses from the higher realms were surprised. After all, they thought Lin Yun would be eliminated first since he didn't have a Dao artifact. While everyone examined Chen, an earth-shattering sound boomed as a dazzling sword ray shot out of the barrier. The sword ray tore a hole through the barrier, terrifying all of the spectators as they quickly retreated. Damn it! Chen-An's eyes flashed with shock as he poured all of his origin energy into his whip. In the next second, the Blood Viper whip grew 3,000 meters. The whip released a torrential crimson radiance that turned an unlucky few into piles of meat. Xianxia's eyes became bloodshot as he focused on blocking the sword. As long as he focused, blocking the attack with his Dao artifact should be easy. Even if he couldn't block it, it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive. As long as he was alive, he had many ways of recovering. Simultaneously, the terrifying phenomenon created by the Blood Viper Whip left the spectators dumbfounded. Was this the full power of a genius from the higher realms with a Dao artifact? The shockwave from the Dao artifact alone could easily kill the geniuses from Glory Sunland. You only need one sword to kill? You think you can kill me? Feng Wuji is nothing compared to me, Chen sneered with confidence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face became grave as a red line revealed itself on his forehead. When the sword ray exploded, Chen was split in half. Chen was correct in that he could block Lin Yun's sword with the Dao artifact. However, Lin Yun's sword was so quick that it claimed his life before he could even bring out the power of his Dao artifact. Chen had already died without him realizing it. As soon as Chen died, the Dao artifact returned to being a whip. Everyone was silent as they could still hear a weak sword hum in the air. At this moment, everyone was frozen as if an invisible force was holding them down. A long time later, the crowd finally recovered. Holy shit! What just happened? How is this possible? Is he human? How can a swordsman from a lower realm be so strong? He actually only needs one sword to kill. Damn it! Why did Chen die? He's a genius from higher realms like us. Plus, he's almost in the Azure Dragon ranking. The higher realm geniuses couldn't accept Lin Yun's strength. After all, the higher realms acted however they wanted with no regard for anyone else. With Lin Yun around, the higher realms were losing their invincible status. When Lin Yun killed Feng Wuji, everyone found an excuse to dismiss Lin Yun's strength. But this time, they couldn't find an excuse for Qian's death. In Lin Yun's eyes, there was nothing special about the higher realms. He would simply cut them down with his sword. Only Xianxia and Chen Qiong knew how strong Lin Yun was and refrained from mocking him. Unlike the geniuses from higher realms, the geniuses from Glory Sunland roared with excitement. Even Lu Yun became emotional when he saw this. His eyes turned red as his hands trembled. This is the grace of a swordsman. I will become a swordsman like him one day in the future. Lin Yun is right, why can't we compete with the higher realms? As swordsmen, we don't fear anything. A breeze blew through the crowd and carried Lin Yun's lingering sword intent throughout the city. Lin Yun might not be around, but his actions lit a fire in everyone's chest. Suddenly, the crowd recalled Qian's Dao artifact, so they stared at the Blood Viper Whip. Let's take Blood Viper Whip. A few people stepped forward. They weren't greedy for the Dao artifact since it belonged to the Nethercloud realm. After all, if the Nethercloud realm knew that someone took a Dao artifact that belonged to them, it would definitely create trouble for them. However, they didn't want the peasants from Glory Sunland to take it. Their goal was to take the whip and return it to the Nethercloud realm. It would really help boost their relationship with the Nethercloud realm. However, when they got close to the whip, it suddenly came to life and started moving. In a fit of rage, they dodged the whip. A dragon-blooded cat held onto the whip with a grin. It played with the whip while the higher realm geniuses glared at it. Where did this bastard come from? The geniuses started cursing as they lost their temper. When Chen Qiong and Xianxia saw the dragon-blooded cat, their jaws dropped. Isn't that Lin Yun's pet? Why is that ancestor here? Chen Qiong and Xianxia became worried when the four geniuses from higher realms charged at the dragon-blooded cat. They wanted to give a warning, but it was too late. Kill it! The four geniuses reached the dragon-blooded cat before Xianxia and Chen Qiong could make a sound. The one who moved first wore a sinister expression on his face and roared, "Die!" But the moment he was done shouting, he fell to the ground as his face twisted in pain. No one was able to see what happened. By the time anyone saw the dragon-blooded cat again, it was already in midair grinning with ferocity. Then, its sharp claws shot out from its paws with an eerie luster. Watch out! The remaining geniuses felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the dragon-blooded cat's sharp claws. The cat was simply too fast, so they couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, all three geniuses had claw marks on their chests with blood flowing out. To Lil Red's claws, the origin energy that surrounded the geniuses was as fragile as paper. With that, the three of them fell to the ground in pain. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't get back up. How is this possible? The other geniuses from the higher realms were all dumbfounded because Lil Red easily defeated everyone. Then, Lil Red chuckled and stole one of its victims' interspatial pouch at blinding speed. Bastard! What are you trying to do? One of the fallen geniuses yelled at Lil Red while clutching his interspatial pouch in desperation. However, Lil Red merely gave him a slap on the face. The higher realm genius was lucky that Lil Red didn't use its claws again, or else he would have lost his head. After seizing all interspatial pouches, Lil Red sifted through the pouches with disdain growing on its face. The expression on Lil Red's face left everyone dumbfounded. Seeing that there was nothing good in the interspatial pouch, Lil Red tore the genius clothes apart. At this moment, the genius was lying on the ground in his underwear. Then, Lil Red dragged the jade off his neck and let him go. Holy shit! Where did this dragon-blooded cat come from? It's too intelligent. Haha! Isn't this too pathetic? Geniuses from higher realms were actually robbed by a dragon-blooded cat. The crowd couldn't help talking as they watched Lil Red strip all four geniuses down to their underwear. At this moment, Xianxia and Xianxia realized why the hidden treasure pavilion was so empty. With this ancestor around, it would be weird if anything was left behind. It's Lin Yun's pet! Exclaimed someone with disbelief. Holy shit! It is. I recognize it from when Lin Yun blackmailed Xianxia. Once Lil Red was recognized, the geniuses from the higher realm felt another blow to their egos. No one could utter a single word. After all, Lin Yun already killed two geniuses from the higher realms and his pet robbed the others. Back in the chamber, Lin Yun carefully sheathed his sword. He could tell that flower burial was practically a Dao artifact. For now, he should avoid using it. Otherwise, he would disrupt its upgrade. At this moment, Lin Yun had no idea what was going on outside the barrier. The only thing he knew was that his sword probably tore through the barrier. After all, he executed one of the three heavenly divides. However, he wasn't sure if he killed Qian. Then again, he didn't care because he was focused on the jade slip at the center of the chamber. He had already examined the arrays and was sure they wouldn't obstruct him. Moving quickly, Lin Yun appeared in front of the jade slip without triggering any arrays on the wall. Come here. Lin Yun's eyes lit up as he grabbed the jade slip. Divine Glory Sun Fist. Information started flowing into Lin Yun's mind as he placed the jade slip against his forehead. Shortly after, the technique summary flowed into his mind. The Divine Glory Sun Fist was created in ancient times by observing the sun. Upon cultivating this technique to a high stage, one can unleash a radiance comparable to the sun. This fist technique is an advanced fortune martial technique, and the actual grade depends on the cultivator. It is extremely dangerous and can incinerate you if you aren't careful. If you don't have talent or courage, do not practice this. Lin Yun opened his eyes and thought deeply about all the information he just received. The technique itself was quite interesting, especially since it wasn't advised for those without talent or courage. But what attracted him the most was that it could transcend the boundaries of fortune martial techniques upon completion. Transcending a fortune martial technique was unimaginable to Lin Yun. Right now, his greatest means were the three heavenly divides that could be ranked among the pinnacle overlord fortune martial techniques. They were quite a ways from reaching imperial fortune martial techniques, but he could increase its power by relying on his sword intent. Well, I have no idea how to complete it, so I can ignore that part for now. I'm more curious about the grade I can reach with my talent. Lin Yun put the jade slip away with deep interest in his eyes. Since the technique relied on his talent, it should at least reach the level of an imperial fortune martial technique. Divine Glory Sun Fist. Lin Yun's face changed just when he was about to leave. The martial technique was left behind by someone, which meant that someone had broken the seal on the Glory Sun spirit. Otherwise, It would be impossible for anyone to leave this cultivation technique in the secret realm created by the Glory Sun Spirit. If that was the case, Lin Yun also had a chance to break the seal on the Glory Sun Spirit. Just thinking about it made Lin Yun's heart start to beat wildly. Time to go! Lin Yun sped up his pace. Since the seal could be broken, the value of the Glory Sun Spirit was completely different. The other chambers on the path were practically empty, which probably meant that the treasures were only after the first chamber. It was no wonder that Xianxia was so emotional after seeing the advanced fortune martial technique half an hour later. Lin Yun could feel a blazing fluctuation that made his heart tremble. Executing the cloud's soaring art, Lin Yun quickened his pace. Just a little more. After shuttling through dozens of empty chambers, Lin Yun followed the fluctuation to a spacious hall. The only thing in the hall were ancient paintings that hung from the wall. At this moment, he could see all of the phenomena that appeared on the barrier. Right now, there were flaming birds, golden crows, and winged humans. There were also giants enveloped in golden flames with a majestic sun behind them. Could it be that the phenomena were born within the sun? It made sense since the winged humans and flaming giants felt like deities to him. The discovery was so enlightening that it expanded Lin Yun's horizon. Following the tunnel, Lin Yun saw a massive black altar with golden flames. The Glory Sun Spirit? Lin Yun's gaze became heated because the item enveloped in the mysterious golden flames had to be the Glory Sun Spirit. However, he knew that he couldn't act impulsively. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to make a move, so he looked around cautiously. There were cracks on the surrounding paintings that seemed to contain complicated runes. They didn't look like spiritual runes. In fact, Lin Yun couldn't recognize them at all. Then, Lin Yun sped around the altar. When he returned to where he started, he was certain that there weren't any arrays or traps within the hall. It looks like there aren't any dangers, at least not until someone touches the Glory Sun Spirit. But just when Lin Yun was about to take a step forward, an outburst of killing intent poured over. At this moment, Shi Feng was walking out of a tunnel on the opposite side of the hall. Lin Yun, didn't I warn you not to go after the Glory Sun Spirit? Shi Feng's gaze emphasized his warning as he unleashed his killing intent. Warn me? Do you think I care about what you say when you're not even in the Azure Dragon ranking? Since Shi Feng had revealed his killing intent, Lin Yun didn't bother acting polite. Plus, this wasn't the first time Shi Feng had threatened him. Shi Feng's gaze flashed coldly with his face becoming nasty. Before coming to the Glory Sun land, he didn't even bother placing someone from the lower realm like Lin Yun in his eyes. But after Lin Yun killed Feng Wuji, he became so arrogant that didn't even place him in his eyes. I don't wish to waste time with you. Get lost now while you still can, Shi Feng said while circulating both his aura oceans. He might seem to be threatening Lin Yun, but he was secretly accumulating his killing intent, preparing to deal a fatal blow to Lin Yun. Interesting. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Who the hell do you think you are? Lin Yun's eyes flashed with mockery as he landed on the ancient altar and reached out to the Glory Sun Spirit. When Shi Feng heard this, he instantly unleashed his killing intent. But Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with Shi Feng because his attention was on the Glory Sun Spirit. The Glory Sun Spirit was enveloped in flames, which meant that the flames had to be destroyed first. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun's hand pierced the flame membrane by relying on his sword intent. The true appearance of the Glory Sun Spirit was finally revealed. It was a fist-sized black piece of metal with golden runes that lit up the entire hall. The golden runes were shining brightly with a powerful aura that sealed off the true nature of the black metal. Like everyone had said, it was sealed. Lin Yun instantly recognized the golden runes that wrapped the Glory Sun Spirit like chains. Unfortunately, a heavenly soul realm expert couldn't break the seal. Put the Glory Sun Spirit down. Since Lin Yun ignored Shi Feng's warning, he couldn't help feeling rage. Losing control of his feelings, Shi Feng charged towards the altar to attack Lin Yun. Lin Yun was focused on breaking the flame membrane around the Glory Sun Spirit and merely glanced at Shi Feng. Shi Feng might have been a formidable enemy in the past, but Lin Yun had no reason to fear him. Even if he had to split his attention to retrieve the Glory Sun Spirit, he wasn't concerned with Shi Feng. After all, Shifeng's strength was comparable to Chen and "You're courting death." Shifeng reached out with his fingers and shot a dazzling purple sword ray at Lin Yun's chest. Lin Yun sneered when he saw this. Shifeng was truly naive if he thought he could stop Lin Yun with such a low-level sword aura. Flicking his finger, Lin Yun unleashed an even more domineering sword aura at Shifeng. When the sword rays clashed, Shifeng's purple sword ray instantly crumbled. Spiritual sword intent again? Shifeng cursed as he stared at Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun's cultivation was weak, he was still able to restrict Shifeng. Obviously, it made Shifeng feel terrible. Shifeng stopped wasting his time and drew his sword. The pressure of a Dao artifact started gushing as he cut the altar in two. But Lin Yun was eyeing Shifeng's Dao artifact from the beginning. Before Shifeng even drew his sword, Lin Yun had retreated with the cloud-soaring art. While retreating, he peeled off the flame membrane that enveloped the Glory Sun spirit, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. Shifeng was shocked because he never expected Lin Yun to be so fast. It looked like the pressure of his Dao artifact wasn't able to restrict Lin Yun. Since Lin Yun was peeling off the flames that covered the Glory Sun spirit, Shifeng knew he was almost out of time. If Shifeng couldn't stop him, Lin Yun would successfully take the Glory Sun spirit. It was a level of humiliation that Shifeng couldn't live with. Die! Circulating both of his aura oceans at the same time, Shifeng started pouring his origin energy into his sword. Interesting. After fighting with Chanen, Lin Yun was no longer a stranger to the power of a Dao artifact. He started pouring his sword intent into his eyes to find the flaws in Shifeng's attacks. Thunderbolt slash, solar slash, breaking dawn, Tai slash, blood suppression. Lin Yun used one hand with the Overlord sword and the other hand to peel the seal off of the Glory Sun spirit. Normally, the Overlord sword couldn't compete with a Dao artifact, but it could when empowered by spiritual sword intent. Layers of sword rays overlapped together and negated most of Shifeng's power. Supreme dominance. Relying on his advantage in sword attainment, Lin Yun caught his opponent by surprise. The domineering sword not only pierced through Shifeng's aura, but even left a wound on his chest. Fortunately for Shifeng, Lin Yun didn't use his sword. Otherwise, the injuries would have been serious. However, the fact that it could penetrate through the aura of his Dao artifact alone was terrifying. Flower Burial, you really do deserve your name. A voice sounded out from a tunnel as Emohan walked forward with his halberd. By his composure, it was evident that he had been watching in the dark for quite a while. Shifeng instantly saw through Emohan's plan. He must have been waiting for Lin Yun and Shifeng to exhaust themselves before making an entrance. Clearly, Emohan didn't expect Lin Yun to be so strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out so early. A terrifying thought appeared in Shifeng's mind as he looked around. If Emohan is here, where is Chanen? Where's Chanen? Shifeng looked at Lin Yun as he started trembling when he thought about what might have happened. He might be dead somewhere. Who knows? Replied Lin Yun indifferently. After all, Chun's life and death meant nothing to him the moment he swung his sword. You! Shifeng's face sank when he heard that. Lin Yun basically admitted to killing Chen, and when Emohan heard that, his smile also disappeared. Shifeng, it looks like we have to work together. Mohan's expression became grave as he gripped his halberd tightly. Lin Yun was an existence completely out of his calculations. Who would have thought that the higher realm geniuses wouldn't stand a chance against Lin Yun? Feng Wuji died and no one knew what happened to Chen. At the very least, Chen was no longer inside the barrier. Otherwise, he would be competing for the Glory Sun spirit. Shifeng and Emohan had no other choice but to join hands. How are we going to split the Glory Sun spirit? Asked Shifeng. With a grave expression, Emohan replied, Does it really matter? It will be humiliating if we let this brat from the lower realms take it. The moment Shifeng and Emohan formed an alliance, the flame membrane enveloping the Glory Sun spirit finally dissipated. The golden runes lit up the entire hall, but the Glory Sun spirit was still tightly sealed. Under the golden brilliance, the entire hall began to tremble violently and a destructive power quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, cracks started to appear on the barrier. With the hall shaking violently, Shi Feng and Emohan could sense that the barrier was about to collapse. When they looked at the Glory Sun spirit in Lin Yun's hand, they couldn't help feeling rage. Lin Yun really took it. You two are dead. Now that he had obtained the Glory Sun spirit, Lin Yun no longer had to divide his attention. He could focus on fighting Shi Feng and Emohan. Since they were so shameless to gang up on him, Lin Yun didn't mind being a little ruthless. Killing intent flashed on Lin Yun's face as he prepared to dye the sky in blood. Outside the barrier, Lil Red finished teaching the higher realm geniuses a lesson. It took a long time before everyone calmed down and turned back to watch the barrier. There were still 3 people inside the barrier. With Emohan and Shi Feng around, the cultivators from the higher realms felt anxious. They couldn't wait to see Lin Yun suffer a setback for standing against the higher realms. However, they weren't so sure what would happen since Lin Yun killed Chen and Tu. Suddenly, the spectators saw the barrier cracking. Not good. The barrier is exploding. Did someone get the Glory Sun spirit? Everyone's face changed when they noticed the cracks on the barrier. Not long after, the barrier exploded and torrential flames soared into the sky and dyed it red. Within the torrential flames were Lin Yun, Emohan, and Shi Feng. When Lin Yun took the Glory Sun spirit, the barrier couldn't maintain itself anymore. Naturally, Lin Yun, Shi Feng, and Emohan were kicked out of the hall. Contrary to Lin Yun, Shi Feng and Emohan were upset. It was clear for everyone to see that Lin Yun had something that Shi Feng and Emohan wanted. Thinking about that, the spectators from the higher realms felt uneasy. Lin Yun, you've already killed Feng Wuji and will need to face the worth of the Bloodbone realm. Don't push your luck. If you're willing to hand the Glory Sun spirit over, our realms can guarantee your safety, Emohan said coldly. When the crowd heard this, they felt disbelief. Lin Yun really took the Glory Sun spirit. Guarantee my safety? Lin Yun mocked Emohan and said, you guys should worry about your own safety instead. I told you you're dead. How arrogant. Do you really think you can survive against us? Shi Feng snorted and attacked first. With a flash, he gathered his origin energy into his Dao artifact and unleashed a purple sword ray of over 300 meters. You better not regret your decision. Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly because he wasn't going to hold back. It didn't matter if Emohan and Shi Feng had a higher cultivation or Dao artifacts. Time and time again, they threatened him and even formed an alliance to gang up on him so Lin Yun would make them pay. With a single thought, his immortal Azure Dragon sword intent gushed out and formed an Azure Dragon. Break! Circulating both sword sutras at the same time, boundless origin energy empowered by his sword intent gushed out and crushed Shi Feng's attack. It wasn't easy on Lin Yun because he wasn't able to use his sword. However, he could feel that the flower burial sword was enraged. Since it was linked to him, it wouldn't tolerate Lin Yun being bullied by Shi Feng and a Dao artifact. Lin Yun forcibly suppressed the flower burial sword because it was at a critical point of upgrading. If he relied on it right now, he would disrupt the upgrade. If that happened, who knew how long it would be until it would upgrade? Without a Dao artifact, you're nothing. Shi Feng's aura grew even more sinister as he continued his assault. Is that so? Lin Yun sneered with disdain on his face and retaliated with an attack. Shi Feng raised his hand to face Lin Yun's attack because he wanted to compare himself to Lin Yun. However, his face changed and he was forced backwards because he chose not to use his Dao artifact. At this moment, everyone could tell that Shi Feng was trash without his Dao artifact. Emohan, what are you waiting for? Yelled Shi Feng coldly. Hee. I'm coming. Emohan smiled before he let out a roar. His halberd transformed into a ferocious beast that pounced at Lin Yun. Shi Feng unleashed another attack to join Emohan's. Both Dao artifacts joined together and released an aura that made the sky tremble. Who would have thought that Lin Yun would force 2 geniuses from the higher realms this far? Not only were they forced to join hands, but they even used their Dao artifacts. If anyone else were in Lin Yun's position, they would be feeling despair. However, Lin Yun spread his arms apart without any fear. He could still feel the flower burial sword trembling in the sword box, so he comforted it. Calm down. I'm having fun. Lin Yun pushed his spiritual sword intent to the limit and circulated his sword sutras. As he moved, sword rays started to hit Emohan and Shifeng. He created a violent storm full of blood and sword rays. How terrifying. Dao artifacts are really terrifying. Lin Yun's sword intent is completely suppressed when facing two Dao artifacts. The battle is almost over. Lin Yun's sword isn't a Dao artifact. He can't use it or else it will snap in half. Lin Yun is in a dangerous situation now. The spectators were full of emotion as they watched the earth-shattering battle. They knew it was only a matter of time until Lin Yun died. Suddenly, Lin Yun felt the flower burial sword stop its trembling. Its upgrade was a success. Brat, don't blame us for bullying you. You can only blame yourself for not having a doubt artifact. Shifeng laughed while pushing his sword to the limit and roared, "It's over!" At this moment, Lin Yun had nowhere to retreat, so Shifeng yelled, "Die!" Lin Yun's eyes flashed as his sword box opened up. Countless petals enveloped Lin Yun as he grabbed hold of the flower burial sword. Lin Yun could sense the boundless rage of the flower burial sword. It was angry at Shifeng and Emohan. As Lin Yun's sword, it couldn't stand to see Lin Yun being bullied by other weapons. It hated itself for not being a Dao artifact, so it tried to upgrade as fast as it could. "I'm sorry," said Lin Yun as his nose felt a bit sour. He was trying to be considerate of the flower burial sword and its upgrade, but he had completely neglected its feelings. The flower burial sword hummed in response as if it were telling Lin Yun not to worry. After all, it was the reason why Lin Yun was getting bullied in the first place. Lin Yun's eyes suddenly glowed brightly as he roared, "Mere fireflies dares to compete with my flower burial sword?" After all this time, the flower burial sword stood by his side without fail. As long as the flower burial sword didn't disappoint him, he wouldn't disappoint it. When Lin Yun held his sword, his temperament had undergone a drastic transformation. The surrounding purple swords that were trapping him began to tremble. It was like they were holding back a beast. "It's too late. Stop acting." Shifeng didn't believe that Lin Yun could turn the tables around when he was also injured. But when Shifeng's sword was about to descend, a brilliant sword ray suddenly tore apart all the surrounding sword rays. "Who says that I don't have a Dao artifact?" Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he flicked his wrist. The terrifying aura of a Dao artifact was unleashed from the flower burial sword and descended towards Shifeng like a bright sun. Shifeng clearly had the advantage in the sky, but he looked like a tiny ant. Lin Yun seemed like a giant ever since he drew the flower burial sword. "Damn it!" Shifeng's face became pale as the sudden change caught him by surprise. He was confident that he could kill Lin Yun with his attack, but the tables were turned around the moment Lin Yun drew his sword. Having no time to react, Shifeng had to defend himself with his sword rays. Naturally, there was no way he could take Lin Yun's attack head-on, and his sword rays crumbled. At this moment, the flower burial that had endured for a long time was finally able to reveal its fangs. It devoured Shifeng with a single sword ray. "No!" Everyone could hear a miserable scream as the sword ray enveloped Shifeng and tore him to pieces. After killing Shifeng, Lin Yun's sword hummed through the heavens and earth. "What?" Emohan was completely dumbfounded by this scene. Lin Yun didn't use any trick, just a single sword. Lin Yun's sword was faster than anyone could have imagined and instantly took Shifeng's life. When Emohan saw this scene, he knew he had to run. Without hesitation, he turned and started running for his life. When he landed on the ground, he quickly put his Dao artifact away and formed seals with his hands. Afterwards, he spit up a mouthful of blood and split into 18 different afterimages that ran in different directions. Everything happened so quickly that no one was able to react. Clearly, Emohan paid a great price to use a secret technique of the Black Flame Realm. "You want to leave? It's not that easy." Lin Yun wasn't satisfied with only killing Shifeng. He flicked his wrist and unleashed 10 sword rays that pierced through 16 of Emohan's afterimages. Only 2 afterimages remained who spit up a mouthful of blood as their eyes became dim. Lin Yun frowned because the aura from the 2 afterimages were identical. He couldn't differentiate between them. The simple solution was to kill both, so Lin Yun casually swung his sword once more. If Emohan was unlucky, he would die. If he was lucky, he would survive, but he would be in critical condition. Quietly, the spectators fixed their eyes on Lin Yun. No one could utter a word at what just happened. Lin Yun flipped the situation on its head the moment he drew his sword. Furthermore, half an inch of his sword was enough to shatter the Dao artifact aura coming from Shifeng's weapon. When Lin Yun fully drew his sword, Shifeng was torn into pieces before he had a chance to react. He couldn't even put up a fight against Lin Yun, which meant that he was nothing without his Dao artifact. How could Shifeng compare to Lin Yun? The higher realm geniuses felt conflicted because of Shifeng. Those who weren't in the Azure Dragon ranking were nothing before Lin Yun. They couldn't help but wonder what would happen when Lin Yun made a breakthrough in his cultivation. No one could believe that Shifeng was killed. Even Emohan, who managed to escape, wasn't in a good condition. He was on the brink of destruction despite executing a secret technique that destroyed his foundation. With that, for geniuses who could have entered the Azure Dragon ranking had become a laughingstock. Everyone knew that this matter would cause a huge uproar in the Azure Dragon region. When that happened, the higher realms would hunt Lin Yun down. After all, Lin Yun arrogantly killed everyone that belonged to the higher realms. His actions were equivalent to crushing the pride of each higher realm. However, Lin Yun wasn't concerned with all the looks he was getting. Instead, he examined the flower burial sword and the profound floral runes that were engraved on it. Ordinary lower Dao artifacts were engraved with ordinary saint runes. However, the floral runes on flower burial were extremely complicated. They could even captivate his soul if he looked at them for too long. But there were also some parts of the runes that were dim, signaling the flower burial sword hadn't reached its potential. The current flower burial should be between an intermediate and lower Dao artifact. It might even be more terrifying than that, muttered Lin Yun with a grave expression. I won't disappoint you in this lifetime. The sword gently hummed in response to Lin Yun. The flower burial sword was basically an extension of his life. After all, it had shared many life and death battles with Lin Yun. Sheathing the sword, Lin Yun turned around and saw Lil Red dashing over with Shifeng's interspatial pouch and Dao artifact. You finally appeared, sighed Lin Yun with a smile. Lin Yun was relieved that Lil Red successfully digested the Millennium Flower. With the Glory Sun spirit in hand, Lin Yun knew that the peace he was enjoying was temporary. He really couldn't stay any longer. After Lil Red hopped on his shoulder, Lin Yun looked at Xianxia's group among the crowd and transmitted his voice before leaving. An hour later, Xianxia and the group gathered around Lin Yun with unconcealable shock on their faces. Out of the 4 geniuses, 3 died and 1 ran away. The result was so shocking that they couldn't believe it even though they witnessed everything. Although they traveled with Lin Yun to Flamefeather City, they had no idea he was so terrifying. They knew that it wouldn't take long for Lin Yun's name to spread in the heavenly path like wildfire. Lin Yun, you're in trouble now. No one can survive after offending the higher realms, not to mention you offended 3 higher realms at the same time. The Bloodbone realm will be extremely troublesome for you because they have a deep foundation in the heavenly path, sighed Xianxia with a grave expression. Killing 1 and killing 3 makes no difference. Furthermore, these people treat us like ants, so they'll think that I'm a pushover regardless if I kill them or not, smiled Lin Yun calmly. The group was stunned by Lin Yun's words. Since the higher realms viewed them as ants, why would the higher realms worry about killing them? Lin Yun showed the group that he only respected those who respected him. The heavenly path was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, so he would speak with his strength and get his respect. What are you going to do now? Asked Xianxia. I plan on leaving and making a breakthrough before I enter the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, said Lin Yun. In addition to going through his tribulation, Lin Yun also had 2 advanced fortune martial techniques that he could practice. The 10 Profound Steps was an imperial fortune martial technique that required him to be in the second soul heavenly soul realm. However, he could start cultivating the divine glory sun fist whenever he wanted to. If he was successful, he could confidently deal with the pursuit from the higher realms. Thinking about his harvest in Flamefeather City, Lin Yun knew that his strength would soar. He couldn't begin to imagine how powerful he would be after reaching the first heavenly soul realm. At that time, he might even be able to fend off his pursuers and compete with them. "I'll have to trouble you with my friends in the Thunderflame City," said Lin Yun while cupping his hands together. "Don't worry about it. I'll handle it personally since you saved my life." Chun Xian nodded his head since he had to inform them that Lin Yun was facing the pursuit of the higher realms. Then, he gave Lin Yun a map of the Azure Dragon region. "I'm not sure about the Nethercloud realm, but the Bloodbone realm probably has a method to trace you. They're demonic cultivators, so Feng Wuji might have left a mark on you," said Chun Xian with a grave expression. "Looks like I'll have to pay close attention to that," replied Lin Yun. However, he wasn't too worried because he knew that he would run into them sooner or later. Others might fear the higher realms in the heavenly path, but he wouldn't. As a swordsman, why would he be afraid of a fight? 3 days had passed, but Flamefeather City was still buzzing with excitement. The Glory Sun spirit might have been taken by Lin Yun, but the city still had many things to offer. In fact, Xian Yunjin and Chen Qiong were still trying their luck. Both of them knew that Lin Yun had a huge harvest in the Hidden Treasure Pavilion, and that the value of his harvest far exceeded the sealed Glory Sun spirit. This was especially true of the Millennium Flame that could easily shake the Azure Dragon region. However, Xian Yunjin and Chen Qiong kept this secret to themselves. They were afraid of Lin Yun, and they also wanted to look for treasures. If they leaked the details, it would bring them trouble and attention. After 3 days passed, both of them had a nasty expression on their faces. Majority of the regions had already been searched, and those that were still intact were filled with danger. They found a few things after taking some risks, but nothing could compare to what Lin Yun obtained from the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. "We can't stay here anymore," sighed Xian Yunjin with disappointment on his face. Chun Qiong's expression wasn't any better. They were full of disappointment because of the treasures that they had seen. If only they were faster back then, the Millennium Flame, the Divine Astral Pellets, and the advanced fortune martial techniques would be theirs. It was a painful memory to recall. They had nothing, and it was all because of that despicable cat. "We won't be able to bear the fire poison if we stay any longer," said Chun Qiong. He didn't want to waste any more time here because he also had to rush to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. The Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm had countless treasures and many inheritances. Furthermore, their harvest in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm would determine their final ranking. If one was unlucky, they might receive nothing in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. However, with enough luck, they might soar into the sky if they found a complete inheritance. "Look there!" Xian Yunjin's face changed with deep fear all of a sudden. "What's wrong?" Chun Qiong turned his head in confusion before his face changed drastically too. He saw 3 black-clothed youths approaching the city. Each of them emitted a terrifying aura like a violent volcano, and they were all in the second heavenly soul realm. That's the Bloodbone realm. They came so quickly. Chun Qiong was shocked by how quickly the Bloodbone realm responded. Feng Wuji was killed 3 days ago, and the Bloodbone realm's elites were already here. "That's not it," said Xian Yunjin with a grave expression. Then, he pointed at the black-clothed youth leading the party. The Black Flame Realm and Nethercloud Realm's foundations couldn't be compared to the Bloodbone Realm. So it wasn't surprising that they came so quickly. Yuan Hengtian. Chun Qiong was stunned as he gasped. The leader was Yuan Hengtian, who was ranked 97 on the Azure Dragon ranking. It was unbelievable that Feng Wuji's death attracted the attention of an expert from the Azure Dragon ranking. There were thousands of realms in the Azure Dragon region with no less than 1 million cultivators. However, only the top 100 would make it into the Azure Dragon ranking. So the Azure Dragon ranking belonged to the peerless geniuses. The basic requirement of making the ranking was to be in the second heavenly soul realm. However, that alone wasn't enough to make the ranking. Looks like the Bloodbone realm is serious about killing Lin Yun. They even sent a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking. Chun Qiong couldn't describe the shock he was feeling right now. "Let's go take a look." Xian Yunjin's eyes flashed as he decided to take a look. The Bloodbone realm might be terrifying, but they couldn't commit any unnecessary murders against those from the higher realms. Many other people also noticed the arrival of the Bloodbone realm. The cultivators from the higher realms instantly dropped what they were doing and ran over to Yuan Hengtian. Some realms had a good relationship with the Bloodbone realm, so a few people stepped forward to share information about what happened. Yuan Hengtian is actually here. He's one of the strongest geniuses from the Bloodbone realm. It looks like the Bloodbone realm is determined to get the Glory Sun spirit. I bet they're worried that the other higher realms might get to Lin Yun first. Lin Yun is finished. No one had any hopes for Lin Yun anymore. It didn't take long for Yuan Hengtian's party to arrive at Feng Wuji's corpse. Due to the blazing temperature in the Flame Feather City, Feng Wuji's corpse had been reduced to bones. After all, Lin Yun's sword severed Feng Wuji of all vitality. Yuan Hengtian reached out and summoned Feng Wuji's skull. When everyone saw the skull, they felt conflicted. After all, they could still recall how breathtaking Lin Yun's sword was. Casually crushing the skull with his hand, black miasma surged out with a crimson glow. It turned out that Feng Wuji's ill will remained even after 3 days. Preserving the ill will in a jade slip, Yuan Hengtian shut his eyes in silence. His companions didn't utter a word because they knew that Yuan Hengtian was trying to locate Lin Yun. A brief moment later, Yuan Hengtian opened his eyes and said, "That fellow ran really far away, but no matter where he goes, he can't escape me. Big brother Yuan, Lin Yun is so arrogant. He claimed that he only needed one sword to kill us," said a nearby cultivator. None of the higher realm cultivators had a favorable impression of Lin Yun, so they were happy to feed the fire. They wanted Lin Yun to feel despair. "Don't worry, I won't let him off," said Yuan Hengtian coldly. "An ant from the lower realm dares to stand against my Bloodbone realm? I'll make him suffer an ending worse than death." The heavenly path was a competition between more than 10,000 realms. Knowing this, it wasn't necessarily easy for a higher realm to stand out. However, this didn't apply to the Bloodbone realm. They were infamous even among the higher realms. They were infamous for their massacres and annihilation of other higher realms. So it was easy to imagine the kind of uproar that Lin Yun caused by killing Feng Wuji. Rumors spread throughout every corner of the Azure Dragon region. All of the rumors marked Lin Yun as an arrogant person who couldn't be cleansed. When the Bloodbone realm leaked the news that they had sent Yuan Hengtian out, no one could believe what was happening. Many people were betting on how long Lin Yun could survive before getting killed. After all, there was no way Lin Yun would survive until the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. It was unprecedented for anyone in the lower realm to live after offending the higher realms, not to mention 3 higher realms. But Lin Yun had no idea about the rumors. He was peacefully seated on a mountain with 10 divine astral pellets around him. The divine astral pellets were blazing with golden flames as boundless astral energy poured out of them. Lin Yun was busy circulating his sword sutras to absorb the astral energy. Furthermore, he was also refining the astral flames to temper his body. After doing this for quite some time, he opened his eyes in excitement. The divine astral pellets were a lot stronger than he had imagined. There was no doubt that the difference between divine astral pellets and astral pellets were like heaven and earth. It had been 5 days since Lin Yun left Flame Feather City. He spent each day cultivating 10 divine astral pellets. With the divine astral pellets, his cultivation was a lot faster than normal. If he continued cultivating in this manner, he would probably face his tribulation in 10 days. Aside from the rapid increase in cultivation, the divine astral pellets also strengthened Lin Yun's foundation. The stronger his foundation was, the stronger he would be. Ordinary geniuses could only refine a few 100,000 astral pellets in their tribulation at best. However, those from the higher realms could refine as much as a few million astral pellets. At the same time, the geniuses who refined more astral pellets in their tribulation would be a lot stronger than those who refined a little. It was the reason why the higher realms stood above everyone else. Strength depended on the grade of one's cultivation technique, the strength of their physique, and the talent of their comprehension. There was naturally nothing to say about Lin Yun's comprehension. His cultivation techniques might not be especially heaven-defying, but he was able to cultivate two at the same time, which made up for the difference in grades. Simultaneously, the strength of his physique was considered top-tier. So the effects of the divine astral pellets fully excavated Lin Yun's strength. Using the divine astral pellets to forge his foundation, his physique would be able to refine 1,000 divine astral pellets by the time he faced his tribulation. 1,000 divine astral pellets were equivalent to 10 million astral pellets. It was enough to put him above the geniuses from the higher realms. The geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking probably refined 4 to 5 million astral pellets in their tribulation. I can easily deal with them right now. However, the trouble lies with those who are in the second soul, muttered Lin Yun. It would probably be troublesome for him to face second soul, heavenly soul realm geniuses from the higher realms at his current level. In fact, he had no confidence to face those whose martial intent was at the same level as him. His sword intent was his biggest reliance when fighting those stronger than him. However, the Azure Dragon ranking definitely was full of people that were stronger than the likes of Feng Wuji and Mo Han. His sword intent had already reached a bottleneck, and reaching the third-grade sword intent was a lot tougher than he had imagined. I need a breakthrough in my sword intent or my cultivation. As long as I can make a breakthrough in one of them, I'll be able to confront the second soul heavenly soul realm geniuses at the bottom of the Azure Dragon ranking. Lin Yun soon came to the conclusion that this period of time would be dangerous to him. It was a little troublesome to make a breakthrough in his sword intent because he couldn't do it with his current resources. As for his cultivation, he was confident that he would reach the first soul in no more than 15 days. Thinking about cultivation, Lin Yun looked at Lil Red, who was cultivating not too far from him. Lil Red had reached the first soul heavenly soul realm thanks to the Millennium Flame. It even underwent the tribulation while Lin Yun was fighting for the Glory Sun Spirit. So in terms of cultivation, it was stronger than Lin Yun. The talent from Lil Red's bloodline made Lin Yun envious. 10 days. I'll give the tribulation a try in 10 days. These next 10 days will be crucial for me. As long as I can make a breakthrough, I'll have enough strength to protect myself against the Azure Dragon ranking. Lin Yun quietly focused on himself. As long as he reached the first soul heavenly soul realm, his cultivation and foundation would improve. At that time, his transformation would be more drastic than when he reached the heavenly soul realm. Since the 3 higher realms were after him, he needed more trump cards. Gently patting his interspatial pouch, Lin Yun retrieved the Divine Glory Sun Fist Jade Slip. He wouldn't normally cultivate an advanced fortune martial technique in such a hurry, but he didn't have any other choice. He needed to become strong quickly. The Divine Glory Sun Fist had a total of 9 forms, and each form was terrifying. As long as he could learn one of them, he would have a new trump card. If he could bring it to a high stage, he would be able to kill his opponent with a blinding brilliance comparable to the sun. Placing the jade slip on his forehead, boundless information started flowing into his mind. The first thing that he saw was a majestic golden seal. He could see a mysterious figure clenching his right fist while forming a complicated seal with his left hand. The Divine Sun-breaking seal was the name of the seal that the mysterious figure was forming. It was a seal with a long history. The creator comprehended the seal by observing the sun in ancient times. The true intent behind it was to destroy everything with the power of the sun. Unfortunately, the seal that was passed down wasn't complete. Even so, the Divine Glory Sun Fist was a powerful advanced fortune martial technique. The essence of it lay in the immortality of the Divine Sun that one had to comprehend from the sun. If one couldn't comprehend it, they wouldn't be able to use the seal to cultivate the Divine Glory Sun Fist. Lin Yun slowly comprehended the information before gaining insight. The glory of the sun had lasted since ancient times, and all martial techniques derived from the sun were extremely powerful. At the same time, it was dangerous for one to cultivate as they might get incinerated if they weren't careful. The glory of the divine sun was even more terrifying than the glory of an ordinary sun. Suddenly, the person that Lin Yun was watching opened his eyes. 2 blinding lights shot out as he formed an ancient seal with his left hand. When the seal was completely formed and the man made a fist, it looked like an undying sun was shining its brilliance. Lin Yun's heart started to beat wildly because he could feel his soul melting. When he opened his eyes, he quickly removed the jade slip above his pale face. He now knew why advanced fortune martial techniques couldn't be casually cultivated. The brilliance he saw was endless and he couldn't comprehend it at all. If he lasted a moment more under the brilliance, he would have been incinerated. It was still too forceful for him to cultivate an advanced fortune martial technique when he was only in the first soul heavenly soul realm. Fortunately, he didn't try to cultivate the 10 profound steps or else would have died. Could it be that they really couldn't cultivate it? Lin Yun looked at the jade slip in his hand and fell into deep thoughts. He couldn't accept that he had to wait 10 days. Even worse, he had to wait for the second soul to start on the 10 profound steps. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. His cultivation might not be high, but he could protect himself with his immortal spiritual sword intent. As long as I can last until the seal is thrown, I should be able to comprehend it with my talent. Lin Yun immediately shut his eyes and placed the jade slip on his forehead. Then, he pushed his spiritual sword intent to complete mastery. Very quickly, he saw the person recorded in the jade slip once more. As the man formed the seal, the brilliance grew brighter and brighter in the form of an ocean. The man started to move, which meant that the divine sun breaking seal's power was about to be revealed. Everything happened in an instant. When the man threw his punch, the massive ocean was torn to pieces along with Lin Yun's immortal spiritual sword intent. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, he threw out a mouthful of blood. But even so, his eyes were radiating with excitement. That was so fast. At least I got to see the divine sun-breaking seal. Can shatter heaven and earth with its glory. The sun is the surface and the divine sun is the core. If I want to comprehend the immortal divine sun, I'll have to shatter the sun. Lin Yun removed the jade slip after he gained comprehension. As sunlight shined on Lin Yun, he started circulating the divine sun-breaking seal. His origin energy started to condense under the sunlight. As time passed, Lin Yun could sense his origin energy moving like a large body of water. But he still didn't open his eyes. Instead, he formed a seal with his left hand just like he remembered. Then, he started to emit a golden brilliance, which started gathering like the glory of the sun. When he exhausted half of his origin energy, the brilliance he emitted was just like the man in the jade slip. The scale of the phenomenon was large and proved that he had grasped the essence. He was halfway done with comprehending the divine sun-breaking seal. Meanwhile, he continued to form seals as his radiance manifested various phenomena. They were the same ones during the Glory Sun Spirit's emergence. The flaming birds, golden crow, and winged humans. Lin Yun opened his eyes and the phenomena disappeared. Then, he soared into the sky and threw a punch, unleashing a burst of golden brilliance that dyed the forest in gold. After dyeing the forest in gold, everything started to burn. At this moment, heaven and earth were trembling violently. Cracks started to spread out on the mountain beneath Lin Yun as all life forms within a 10-mile radius were incinerated. This is the power of the divine sun-breaking seal? Lin Yun's eyes flashed with excitement. The destructive power was equal to the third form of the 3 heavenly divides. As for the first 2 forms, they weren't comparable unless he made a breakthrough in sword intent. Most importantly, he had only learned the seal a moment ago, so it was far from lesser mastery. So the power would be incredible when the divine Glory Sun Fist eventually reached greater mastery. It was truly worthy of being called an advanced fortune martial technique. I still have a long way to go to perfect it. Lin Yun held onto his chin and fell into deep thoughts. When he opened his hand, his origin energy gathered in his palm and formed an ancient golden seal. There were many missing parts to the seal, but it had 9 images that surrounded it. It looked like a few lesser seals were enveloping the main seal. If Lin Yun guessed correctly, the combination between the seals would create different phenomena. So the divine sun-breaking seal was required to use the divine Glory Sun Fist, and it was also the core of the technique. From a certain degree, the grade of the divine sun-breaking seal was related to the power of the fist technique. The 9 lesser seals represented 9 forms of the divine Glory Sun Fist, and they would only light up if Lin Yun successfully cultivated the seal. If he could light the 3rd lesser seal, he could trigger the Divine Glory Sun Fist's secret technique, Divine Sun Annihilation. However, it was a forbidden technique that couldn't be used carelessly. According to the information from the Divine Glory Sun Fist, it was extremely complicated to cultivate the Divine Sun Breaking Seal. If Lin Yun wanted to reach the pinnacle, he would have to refine a fire-attributed beast core of the highest grade. Furthermore, it had to be a Yang attribute beast core. It was also best if the demonic beast contained the ancient Golden Crow's bloodline. However, the thing that deterred many people was the fact that the beast core needed to come from a second soul heavenly soul realm monarch demonic beast. After all, the demonic beasts in the heavenly path were terrifying and elite demonic beasts could easily suppress cultivators of the same realm. Overlord demonic beasts could compete with geniuses from higher realms. As for monarch demonic beasts, they were so strong that even geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking would struggle against them. However, the issue was that monarch demonic beasts were difficult to find. At the very least, Lin Yun hadn't heard any news about a monarch demonic beast in the Glory Sun land. I guess I have to head to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm soon. Then, Lin Yun started to examine the map given to him by Chen Xian. The Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm was located in the core of the Azure Dragon region. There was no doubt that the Forbidden Realm would be extremely dangerous, especially since the 7 astral lands couldn't compare to it. Furthermore, Lin Yun might even run into those on the Azure Dragon ranking, so the journey would be dangerous. I can't wait to see how strong the Azure Dragon ranking is. Lin Yun smiled and soared into the sky. When he landed on the ground, a demonic beast was standing in his way. Since he had already incinerated everything in a 10-mile radius, the demonic beast that stood before him was strong. Lin Yun was facing a second soul heavenly soul realm black blood demonic wolf. This demonic beast was emitting an eerie black miasma as its crimson pupils stared at Lin Yun. Lin Yun probably destroyed its territory, otherwise it wouldn't be waiting for him. Second soul heavenly soul realm. Lin Yun was surprised because he had yet to fight a demonic beast this powerful. It wouldn't be easy for him to deal with the wolf without the Divine Sun Breaking Seal. He hadn't even reached the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, but he already ran into trouble. The black blood demonic wolf didn't give Lin Yun any time to think and pounced towards him. But just when Lin Yun was about to make his move, a crimson python dashed forward and clashed with the black blood demonic wolf. With the sounds of broken bones, the black blood demonic wolf was sent flying. Lil Red had attacked the wolf with the Blood Viper Whip. The Blood Viper Whip was a lot stronger in Lil Red's hands than it was when Chun and used it. The countless afterimages of the whip formed a dragon that lashed out on the black blood demonic wolf. It didn't take long for black blood to splash all over the ground. When the black blood demonic wolf let out a howl, it tucked its tail and ran. Lil Red saw this and put away its whip. Then, it took out the void blade from its interspatial pouch and disappeared into thin air. Reappearing, the void blade pierced the black blood demonic wolf's throat. Lin Yun was shocked because he knew that he couldn't compete with Lil Red without using his sword. His current strength was at an awkward stage. If he could reach the first soul heavenly soul realm, he could easily crush the black blood demonic wolf. However, without the breakthrough, he would need to use at least 10 moves, which excluded the use of his sword. 10 days. Lin Yun needed 10 more days to reach the first soul heavenly soul realm. He just hoped that nothing would happen within the next 10 days. As Lin Yun headed towards the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, the competition in the other astral lands had come to an end. In the Glory Moon land, the Glory Moon spirit laid on the altar of a majestic hall. The Violet Yang realms Lin Zhen, Myriad Light realms Qin Dong, and Black Flame realms by Wu Jing were staring at the Glory Moon spirit, not making a move. There was naturally nothing to say about their strength since they could come this far. All of them were capable of entering the Azure Dragon ranking soon, especially by Wu Jing, who was known as the strongest outside of the Azure Dragon ranking. Lin Zhen and Qin Dong were nervous because they weren't confident that they could defeat Bai Wujing even if they worked together. Bai Wujing was practically invincible after reaching the 11th stage in the Black Flame demonic art. As Bai Wujing slowly approached Lin Zhen and Qin Dong, he sneered, "You guys intend to form an alliance?" Qin Dong smiled. "We can't help it since we're facing you. Even if news of our alliance gets out, no one will say anything about us ganging up on you. By Wujing, we won't be able to defeat you even if we work together. But you can't beat us on your own either, said Linjin. And, Bai Wujing snorted. You think you guys can split the Glory Moon Spirit in two? If either of you touch the Glory Moon Spirit, I will kill you. I'd like to see which one of you dares to touch it. Lin Zhan and Qin Dong's faces ugly turned sour because Bai Wujing was clearly disregarding the relationship between the higher realms. However, neither of them thought that the relationship between higher realms should affect the ownership of the Glory Moon Spirit. They weren't afraid of Bai Wujing, but they couldn't face Bai Wujing by themselves. You're pretty arrogant. You think no one dares to touch the Glory Moon Spirit? A voice of contempt rang through the hall. Who is it? Bai Wujing, Lin Zhan, and Qin Dong started looking around to see where the voice came from. But while they were looking around, a black figure reached the altar directly and retrieved the Glory Moon Spirit. Who are you? Bai Wujing, Lin Zhan, and Qin Dong's eyes flickered because they didn't recognize the newcomer. I'm the profound Amber Realms Yu Haoyan. The black figure smiled as he reported his origin. And here I was wondering who you were, but you're just an ant. You're courting death. Bai Wujing had been accumulating his origin energy while Yu Haoyan reported his name and origin. So once his eyes were filled with disdain, he attacked. The entire hall started to tremble as Bai Wujing's origin energy practically tore the hall apart. However, Yu Haoyan moved even faster. A huge hole tore through Bai Wujing's chest before anyone noticed Yu Haoyan's attack. Just like that, Bai Wujing flew out like an arrow and destroyed all of the walls in his path. In the end, no one could tell if he was alive or dead. A purple moon rose behind Yu Haoyan that sent a chill throughout the entire hall. Lin Zhan and Qin Dong's faces changed as they retaliated. They could tell that their bodies would become stiff if they didn't make a move. At that time, death would be their only outcome. A few ants want to shake a tree? Yu Haoyan sneered. When he clenched his fist, the purple moon hanging behind started to distort. Before Lin Zhan and Qin Dong could even react, their bodies were swiftly covered with a layer of frost. Advanced Fortune Martial Technique. Lin Zhan and Qin Dong's faces changed when they sensed the aura pouring out of Yu Haoyan. Die! Yu Haoyan laughed as he froze Lin Zhan and Qin Dong. Then, he punched them into a million pieces. The Divine Glory Moon Fist is really terrifying when I combine one seal with the phaseless demonic art. Yu Haoyan's eyes flashed with excitement as his seal dissipated. He could sense that Bai Wujing was running away right now. But he didn't care anymore. Hee. Since I come from the Indigo Moon Elysium, I'm fated with the Divine Glory Moon Fist. It's the perfect match. With fate on my side, the Glory Moon Spirit Seal won't be able to stop me. Yu Haoyan was excited from his large harvest. His cultivation had already reached the first soul heavenly soul realm, and he would undergo his second tribulation anytime. He was so powerful now that he didn't even place the Glory Moon Spirit Seal in his eyes. After Yu Haoyan put away the Glory Moon Spirit, he started laughing. Lin Yun, you have to come to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. Ha ha ha. After 4 days of traveling, Lin Yun arrived in front of a spacious river. The river was covered in fog and shrouded with a mysterious dark atmosphere. It looks like I reached the Scarlet Ghost River, muttered Lin Yun. For over tens of thousands of years, the Scarlet Ghost River had been gathering demonic aura. Due to the heavy demonic influence, the demonic beasts in the river had undergone demonification, making it a dangerous place. According to the map, one could reach the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm by following the river. The river was littered with large ships from ancient times and could be used for travel. As long as one had enough astral pellets, they could activate the spiritual arrays on the ships and move them. Almost everyone in the 7 astral lands were using these ships to head for the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Even Heavenly Soul Realm experts chose this method of transportation because flying was too exhausting. In reality, flying was normally used for fighting. Furthermore, it was safer and more convenient to travel by ship. Then again, the same couldn't be said for the higher realms. With their deep foundation, They didn't mind exhausting themselves since they moved in large groups. After all, flight was the faster option. At this moment, Lin Yun was half a step away from reaching the pinnacle heavenly soul realm. However, he still wasn't able to make a breakthrough. On the other hand, he had successfully reached lesser mastery in the Divine Sun breaking seal. Its power terrified Lin Yun because the potential of an advanced fortune martial technique was far beyond anything he could imagine. Lin Yun's figure flashed through the air as he headed towards the riverbank. When he arrived, he realized that the Scarlet Ghost River was a lot bigger than he had imagined. It even had waves that crashed against the shoreline. What made Lin Yun even more shocked was the fact that the river's demonic aura had reached a terrifying height. With just a glance, Lin Yun could feel his soul getting sucked into the river. Furthermore, there was also an irresistible smell coming from the river. It was a baleful aura formed by corpses and blood for countless years. When Lin Yun looked at the river, he felt like he could see all of the corpses that were lost to the river. Evidently, a brutal battle occurred in ancient times that couldn't disappear even after all these years. When Lin Yun thought about this, he became curious about what happened during ancient times. On the riverbank, many geniuses from various astral lands were looking at the river with a grave expression. After recovering from their shock, they started to look for available ships. Most of the ships were extremely old and damaged, while the good ones were already full. After recovering from shock, Lin Yun also started to look for a ship. The ships had thousands of people and all of them gave dozens of astral pellets to the control chamber. The spiritual array in the control chamber was automated and would activate after accumulating enough astral pellets. As soon as the surroundings calmed down, the cultivators on one particular ship started chatting among themselves. The information they shared mainly involved news of the astral spirits, Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, and geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking. The heavenly path was only open for a short amount of time and a third of that time had already passed. During this time, many people became famous, especially when people learned of the Azure Dragon ranking. Brother Xiaofeng, some of the higher realms were at Glory Gold Land. I heard that a third of the geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking were there. Since we have nothing to do right now, why don't you share with us how strong those geniuses were? Asked a gray-clothed youth. The youth by the name of Xiaofeng was from the Balewind realm. His strength was ordinary, but he had undergone his tribulation twice. His cultivation might not be strong among the higher realms, but most of the people on the ship were from ordinary realms. So he naturally stood out with his cultivation in the second soul, heavenly soul realm. Practically everyone on the ship had heard about him in less than a day. It's fine. I don't mind chatting about it. Xiaofeng smiled. Since he had nothing to do right now, he didn't mind being the center of attention. It was impressive that he was able to witness the might of the Azure Dragon ranking, so it was natural for him to boast. The geniuses from the higher realms were the main competitors and rumor has it that the competition for the astral spirits was designed for them. When the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm opens, it will most likely be dominated by the higher realms. If we're fortunate, we might get some of the leftovers and survive the heavenly path, said Xiaofeng. Everyone was intently listening to Xiaofeng with deep interest. The heavenly path was basically a competition between the higher realms. Even if geniuses from lower or intermediate realms had a great boost in their strength, there was no way they could compete with geniuses from the higher realms. Xiaofeng paused briefly before he continued. The geniuses from the higher realms are terrifying, but the strength of those on the Azure Dragon ranking cannot be described with words. The ones on the Azure Dragon ranking can face 10 other geniuses in the cultivation level and suppress them. Essentially, they're invincible against those in the same realm. The only time they'll lose is if they fight someone else on the ranking. It makes sense they've reached high stages in their martial intent. Plus, most of them have grasped an advanced fortune martial technique. Advanced fortune martial technique. Everyone started to shake when they heard those words. Xiaofeng naturally noticed everyone's expression and sneered. Not everyone can cultivate an advanced fortune martial technique. If you run into one in the future, I advise you to be cautious. If geniuses from higher realms can damage their foundation from those techniques, what do you think will happen to you? My senior brother blew up because he tried to practice an Overlord Fortune martial technique. They're that terrifying? Everyone felt like a bucket of ice water was dumped on their heads. Lin Yun was some distance away from Zhao Feng, but he could hear Zhao Feng loud and clear. Lin Yun agreed with Zhao Feng's words. Advanced fortune martial techniques couldn't be practiced carelessly. Even with his talent, he was nearly burned to death by the divine glory sun fist. But Lin Yun wouldn't fear a puny overlord fortune martial technique. No wonder geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking are so terrifying. It turns out the threshold to cultivate advanced fortune martial techniques is high. But this is the first time I've heard about it. Haha. It's better if you stop thinking about it. You're deluded if you think one of us will ever obtain advanced fortune martial techniques. Yeah. Advanced fortune martial techniques are rare. There was an uproar on the ship because it was the first time anyone heard what Zhao Feng said. Zhao Feng had a longing in his eyes as he smiled bitterly. I still remember when the Glory Gold Spirit appeared. A battle broke out between the geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking, and all I could do was watch from afar. Even though my cultivation is in the second soul heavenly soul realm, I could barely withstand the shockwave of the advanced fortune martial techniques. Everyone was shocked by Zhao Feng's serious gaze. Zhao Feng was already very strong in their eyes since he was in the second soul heavenly soul realm. So exactly how terrifying were the advanced fortune martial techniques that made Zhao Feng so serious? Zhao Feng didn't say anything when he saw the doubt in everyone's eyes. They don't know the true terror of advanced fortune martial techniques. All of you are in for a rude awakening. Brother Zhao, who took the Glory Gold Spirit in the end? Someone asked. It doesn't matter who obtained it in the end. The victor must have been a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking. Even if it wasn't, it would still end up in the hands of the higher realms. If anyone else took the Glory Gold Spirit, they would meet a swift death. This goes for all the astral spirits, said Zhao Feng casually. In reality, he was too far away to see what happened and didn't dare to get close to the battle. Don't be so sure about that. I heard that the Glory Sun Spirit fell into the hands of a genius from the profound Amber Realm. Oh, that. I also heard about it. His name is Flower Burial, and he claims that he only needs one sword to kill his opponent. He actually killed 4 higher realm geniuses that should have entered the Azure Dragon ranking sooner or later. I heard that only one person managed to escape Flower Burial, but that person is practically crippled. What a bold guy. I heard that a genius from the Bloodbone realm was one of the 3 who died. That's still not the craziest part. I heard that Flower Burial treats the higher realms no different from ants. After all, he only used one sword to kill Bloodbone realm's Feng Wuji. How's that possible? As the topic focused on Lin Yun, the ship's atmosphere became lively. Clearly, everyone was more interested in an underdog from the lower realms than the geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking. Zhao Feng was put in an awkward position, but just when he was about to refute those words, his face suddenly changed. The other geniuses on the ship also changed expression as they raised their heads. They could see 3 figures flying over from 100 miles as their torrential demonic aura tore the sky apart. Their aura was so powerful that even the water in the river was split in 2. Geniuses from the higher realms. There was no question that only geniuses from higher realms dared to travel in the Scarlet Ghost River in this manner. Just when everyone exclaimed out, the 3 figures approached and landed on the ship while looking down at everyone. When Zhao Feng raised his head to see the person standing in the middle, his eyes were filled with shock because he recognized the newcomer. It was Yuan Hentian. Everyone knew who Yuan Henjitan was. So when Zhao Feng saw him, he couldn't help but wonder why a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking was here. As for the other geniuses on the ship, their eyes were filled with horror. They instantly recognized the Bloodbone realm, which made them sweat. After all, they were just talking about how strong Lin Yun was. It would be extremely bad if they overheard the discussions. At this moment, everyone thought about the brutality of the higher realms. They're here? Lin Yun wasn't surprised when he saw the geniuses from the Bloodbone realm. In fact, they arrived much later than he thought they would. As he examined them, he noticed that they were all in the second soul heavenly soul realm. Essentially, they had 3 aura oceans because of their violet palace, which helped them suppress others. There was no way that someone so ordinary like Zhao Feng could compare to those 3. The Bloodbone Realm's foundation was truly deep. Lin Yun also noticed that Yuan Hengtian's aura was 2 times more refined than his companions. Even his gaze was colder than his companions. Since everyone knew that Yuan Hengtian was on the Azure Dragon ranking, they were terrified of the prospect of seeing his strength. Who in their right mind would want to offend such a strong figure? It was equivalent to walking past the gates of hell. This is the Bloodbone Realm's affairs. If you aren't part of it, you should get lost. The skinny youth standing beside Yuan Hengtian barked at the crowd. His words relieved the crowd as they quietly backed off. In just the blink of an eye, the crowded deck became empty, save for one person. "Why are you still here?" The skinny youth looked at Lin Yun and asked with a playful smile. But contrary to his expectations, Lin Yun smiled and rubbed his nose. "Why should I leave? I've been waiting for you guys for a while now. But you're a bit slow. I guess the Bloodbone Realm isn't that impressive after all." Lin Yun had been expecting the Bloodbone Realm to show up. He wanted to deal with them so he could peacefully go through his tribulation. Otherwise, they would disrupt him and cause him harm. The skinny youth squinted his eyes and spoke coldly. "Lin Yun, you're just as arrogant as rumored." The name Lin Yun surprised everyone who had escaped from the ship. "Lin Yun? Flower Burial Lin Yun? Why is he here? We were really on the same ship as him?" The crowd couldn't believe the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, they were discussing Lin Yun's grudge with the Bloodbone Realm. Now, both parties were in front of them. "That's the famous Lin Yun who kills everyone with one sword? He looks ordinary. Did he really kill 3 geniuses from the higher realms? How can it be fake? Why else would the Bloodbone Realm dispatch such a huge formation? This should be a good show." Those who were spectating from afar became excited because they didn't expect such entertainment after arriving at the Scarlet Ghost River. Lin Yun faced the Bloodbone Realm on the top of the ship's deck. However, he was only facing Yuan Hengtian. He sensed a faint threat coming from Yuan Hengtian that he hadn't sensed before. "Hand over the Glory Sun spirit and kneel. If you do that, I might consider leaving you with a complete corpse. There's no way I'll let you off after offending my Bloodbone Realm. You're dead." The skinny youth looked at Lin Yun coldly. "Ma Yu, stop wasting time with him. There's no way someone like him will beg for his life. Break his legs, tear off his mouth and stab his eyes. He'll submit after he sees how strong you are. You and Feng Wuji came from the same master, so I'll leave him to you," said Yuan Hengtian, full of pride. "Don't worry, senior brother Hengtian. Leave it to me." The skinny youth named Ma Yu smiled and circulated all 3 of his aura oceans at the same time. Then he charged towards Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, he poured all of his origin energy into his fist and punched Lin Yun in the face. His attack was so ferocious that even an ordinary genius in the second soul, heavenly soul realm would be in trouble. However, his punch wasn't able to hit Lin Yun. When it was several inches away from Lin Yun's face, a powerful sword aura suddenly stopped his punch. Ma Yu was surprised by Lin Yun's counterattack, so he changed his strategy and tried to grab Lin Yun. Blood Sun Radiance. The dazzling radiance from his palm flew forward with enough power to crush a person's head. In the face of this attack, Lin Yun's azure-purple radiance showed signs of collapsing. Ma Yu smiled when he saw this. So what if Lin Yun had spiritual sword intent? It was nothing before absolute strength. But before he knew it, Lin Yun's crumbling sword aura gathered and knocked him backwards. "The foundation of your cultivation is a little weak. It can't even break through my sword aura," said Lin Yun. Then, his immense spiritual sword intent casually spread throughout the sky and merged with his azure dragon sword aura into a colossal dragon. Lin Yun's words made Ma Yu's face sink. Looking at the shocking phenomenon behind Lin Yun, Ma Yu suddenly realized how troublesome Lin Yun was. It was no wonder that Lin Yun killed Feng Wuji with one sword. After all, he was already having trouble against Lin Yun's sword aura. Humph, this is only the beginning. Blood Flame Demon Blade. Ma Yu hacked down with his palm like a blade. A boundless crimson radiance erupted out of his hand that manifested into a massive blade ray that started to tear space apart. "You'll be helpless after I tear your sword aura apart." Ma Yu sneered. He was right. If he could break through Lin Yun's sword aura, Lin Yun wouldn't be able to release his full strength even if he had a Dao artifact. At that time, Lin Yun wouldn't even be able to lift a finger. At this moment, Lin Yun used his fingers to block Ma Yu's attack. He instantly tore Ma Yu's attack apart in a domineering and casual manner. Ma Yu was so shocked because Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword aura had come to life. No! A dangerous thought flashed in Ma Yu's mind as he wanted to retreat. But before he could react, Lin Yun had reached out with his hand that felt like a sharp blade as his Azure Dragon came to life. When the Azure Dragon Sword aura was formed, it surged violently with Lin Yun's hand. Ma Yu realized that he was trapped in Lin Yun's sword aura and couldn't break free no matter what he did. When Lin Yun's Azure Dragon coiled around Ma Yu, he could hear his bones crack. "Stop!" Yuan Hengtian's face finally changed as he roared. But before he could move, Lin Yun had already clenched his fist. "They want to break my legs, tear off my mouth, and stab my eyes?" Lin Yun's eyes flashed coldly as he crushed Ma Yu's head, splattering blood all over the ground. The sound of Ma Yu's head exploding was resounding. Under the explosion, Ma Yu's head exploded like fireworks. No one could believe that a genius in the second soul heavenly soul realm was easily killed by Lin Yun. Even more shocking was Lin Yun's sword intent that looked like a dragon. How powerful was Lin Yun's sword intent that it reached such a terrifying height? When Ma Yu's headless corpse fell to the ground, everyone turned to look at Lin Yun with disbelief. How is this possible? He clearly hasn't even gone through his first tribulation, but he's still so strong. How can a heavenly soul realm defeat a second soul heavenly soul realm from the higher realm? Why was Ma Yu killed so easily? Yuan Hengtian squinted his eyes as he looked at Lin Yun with surprise. Before coming, he already knew that Lin Yun's sword intent was strong. Otherwise, Feng Wuji wouldn't have died to one sword. But even if Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent was strong, there had to be a limit to it. Naturally, he thought it would be easy for Ma Yu to suppress Lin Yun. Ma Yu refined 2 million astral pellets in his second tribulation, so he was far from ordinary. It far exceeded what the geniuses from intermediate realms could refine. However, Ma Yu was still killed by Lin Yun's sword intent. Although the boundless sword aura was slowly dissipating, the azure and purple sword rays still flickered with a cold ray. This also made all the spectators, including Zhao Feng, take a deep breath. Initially, he didn't believe that someone dared to challenge the higher realms and even killed 3 higher realms geniuses. After all, it was public knowledge that the higher realms were equivalent to the sky in the heavenly path. They were existences who couldn't be provoked. However, Lin Yun had completely destroyed everyone's perception of the invincible higher realms. What a pity. If a genius like him manages to grow up, he might be able to shine brightly at the end of the heavenly path. Zhao Feng shook his head inwardly. Although Lin Yun was strong, there was no way he could escape Yuan Hengtian. The geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking can't be provoked, sighed Zhao Feng. He knew how terrifying the geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking were. His emotions also affected those around him as they looked at Lin Yun with pity. Silence filled the deck for a long time before Yuan Hengtian spoke up. "It looks like I underestimated you. I've faced swordsmen in the past, and there are many powerful swordsmen on the Azure Dragon ranking. However, no one's sword intent can compare to yours." But Lin Yun merely glanced at Yuan Hengtian and said, "So you're a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking. Greetings." He was only one step away from reaching the sky sword intent as his spiritual sword intent was reaching its limit. Even without the immortal Azure Dragon aura, he was confident that no one's spiritual sword intent could compete with his. So Yuan Hengtian wasn't wrong in his evaluation. Although the Bloodbone realm was strong in the heavenly path, they weren't the strongest. So Lin Yun didn't place Yuan Hengtian's praise in his eyes. The reason why he greeted Yuan Hengtian was to show that he didn't place Yuan Hengtian in his eyes. "You're more arrogant than I've heard. It looks like you don't even place the geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking in your eyes," smiled Yuan Hengtian. He was full of confidence and wasn't enraged by Lin Yun's attitude in any way. "My apologies." Lin Yun corrected. "I'm not targeting the Azure Dragon ranking, just you. By my estimations, you're only ranked at the bottom end of the Azure Dragon ranking. Right?" "Lin Yun, how dare you speak to my senior brother like that?" The person standing beside Yuan Hengtian was enraged by Lin Yun's arrogance, but Yuan Hengtian stopped him and smiled. "Let me do it. Just prevent him from escaping." "Lin Yun, everyone beneath the Azure Dragon ranking is an ant. Initially, I had no intention of dealing with you myself. After all, how would that be fair for you? But since you're courting death, I'll have to grant your wish." Yuan Hengtian wasn't enraged, and the death of his companion didn't affect him. It seemed that the pride and confidence of a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking was deeply engraved in his bones. Is Yuan Hengtian personally going to make a move? All the spectators were filled with anticipation. After all, many people heard about the legendary geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking, but not many had seen their strength. "No matter what, you're going to die today." Yuan Hengtian glared at Lin Yun as the surrounding air turned cold. As he stepped forward, the entire ship began to tremble as his weight created large waves on the river. In the next second, Yuan Hengtian's figure suddenly disappeared. "What speed?" Lin Yun was shocked by Yuan Hengtian's speed. Then again, Yuan Hengtian was far stronger than Ma Yu. It was obvious why Lin Yun felt a dangerous aura from Yuan Hengtian. Boundless sword intent surged in the depths of Lin Yun's eyes as his spiritual sword intent enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, Lin Yun charged forward and moved like a fish in water. The moment he moved, a booming sound arrived as Lin Yun narrowly dodged Yuan Hengtian's punch. But Yuan Hengtian wasn't surprised as he smiled. "Your sword intent is pretty keen." However, Yuan Hengtian's figure was blurry as if he wasn't really there. He was using an extremely profound movement technique that was practically an advanced fortune martial technique. His speed was even faster than Lin Yun's cloud-soaring art. After 10 clashes, Yuan Hengtian caught Lin Yun and threw a punch at his chest. "You dare to be arrogant before me?" Yuan Hengtian laughed as he tried to tear Lin Yun's sword aura apart and pierce his chest. Based on the power behind this attack, he was confident that he could crush Lin Yun. It wouldn't even matter if Lin Yun had pushed his spiritual sword intent to the limit. After all, the huge gap in their cultivation wasn't easily overcome. Yuan Hengtian's punch successfully broke through Lin Yun's sword aura and hit Lin Yun's chest. However, it sounded like he hit metal. Yuan Hengtian was shocked to discover dragon runes were shattering on the surface of Lin Yun's body and manifesting into purple lightning to envelope him. The attack that he was so confident in failed to pierce through Lin Yun's chest. Instead, it was stopped by the mysterious dragon runes enveloping Lin Yun's body. Simultaneously, Lin Yun thought to himself that the geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking were exceptionally strong. After all, Yuan Hengtian managed to shatter the dragon runes on the surface of his body. Luckily, Yuan Hengtian failed to leave any injuries on him. Thinking quickly, Lin Yun counterattacked with a slap to Yuan Hengtian's face and sent him flying. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Did Lin Yun really just slap a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking? Everyone rubbed their eyes to make sure they weren't dreaming. "I don't dare to be arrogant before you. In fact, that slap was an accident," smiled Lin Yun as he wiped the blood off his lips. As he spoke, his shattered sword intent converged together like a painting. At this moment, Lin Yun felt unhappy because his cultivation was too weak. The immortal Azure Dragon wasn't really immortal. If Yuan Hengtian landed a few more attacks on him, he might not be able to bear it. Furthermore, it would be embarrassing if his sword intent kept getting destroyed by people. "It recovered?" Yuan Hengtian's face was dark because the durability of Lin Yun's sword intent was really terrifying. Then, a cold light flashed through his pupils as his origin energy fluctuated. "Let me see if you can still smile after this." As his aura rippled out, the entire ship shook violently and the sky turned dark. Behind Yuan Hengtian, a crimson radiance started surging violently. Advanced fortune martial technique. Zhao Feng's heart began to throb violently when he saw this scene. It was a phenomenon that was similar to the other geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking who fought for the Glory Gold Spirit. Zhao Feng was full of fear. It was too late for him to run. If Yuan Hengtian's attack landed, everyone would end up dying with Lin Yun. It's over. Blood-bone demon palm. At this moment, Yuan Hengtian's face was so distorted that he looked like he had gone insane. Clearly, it wasn't easy for him to execute an advanced fortune martial technique. Yuan Hengtian had to resort to this because Lin Yun's sword intent was really weird. He didn't want any accidents, and he definitely didn't want Lin Yun to turn the situation around. It's over? I don't think so. Lin Yun smiled. You're not the only one with an advanced fortune martial technique. The Bloodbone Demon Palm was an advanced fortune martial technique exclusive to the Bloodbone realm. When Yuan Hengtian executed it, blood started surging behind him before condensing into a demonic emperor with a bewitching demonic radiance. Then, a skeletal palm tore through the clouds and descended towards Lin Yun. If this attack landed, everyone in the ship would be buried along with Lin Yun. When the Bloodbone Demon Palm descended, the immense pressure pushed the entire ship down and geysers shot into the sky on both sides of the ship. The spectators were terrified by the phenomenon, but it was too late for them to run. Damn it! We can't escape anymore. Zhao Feng was right. Damn it! Are we really going to die here? Everyone was full of despair. I guess this is it. Even Zhao Feng couldn't do anything. In desperation, he started accumulating the origin energy within his body in hopes that Lin Yun would negate most of the attacks, lessening the strength of the shockwave. Suddenly, Lin Yun soared into the sky and formed a seal in one hand while making a fist with the other. He began to emit a golden brilliance that manifested into different phenomena. With his clenched fist, Lin Yun threw a punch with boundless golden radiance. Divine sun-breaking seal. Lin Yun roared while he punched the Bloodbone Demon Palm. In the next second, Yuan Hengtian's Bloodbone Demon Palm crumbled. The golden flames from Lin Yun's attack had completely incinerated Yuan Hengtian's attack. When everything settled down, Yuan Hengtian threw up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. When he dropped to one knee, he threw up a mouthful of blood with fragments of his organs. Imperial Fortune Martial Technique. Yuan Hengtian gritted his teeth as he looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. It made no sense for Lin Yun to practice an Imperial Fortune Martial Technique with his low cultivation. After all, there was a clear difference between an Overlord and an Imperial Fortune Martial Technique. Right at this moment, torrential killing intent poured out beside him as the last person standing from the Bloodbone realm wanted to take this opportunity to kill or injure Lin Yun. Knowing that this was an opportunity, Yuan Hengtian's eyes flashed coldly. He knew that Lin Yun was greatly exhausted and would need a chance to recover. But when he turned around, blood splashed on his face as his companion was sliced in two. Lin Yun landed on the ground while sheathing his sword. Yuan Hengtian's mouths dropped at this scene. After recovering from shock, he exclaimed, "Greater Dao Artifact." The sharpness of Lin Yun's sword was comparable to a Greater Dao artifact. Not only did Lin Yun have an advanced fortune martial technique, a Greater Dao artifact, an incredibly powerful sword intent, his origin energy far exceeded those in the First Soul Heavenly Soul realm. So he couldn't imagine how strong Lin Yun would become after going through his first tribulation. At this moment, he realized that Lin Yun was a terrifying monster with shocking potential. Yuan Hengtian swallowed his saliva as he watched Lin Yun slowly approach. He wasn't sure if Lin Yun would also kill him. As he laid there, a black figure suddenly shot over and snatched his interspatial pouch. By the time he realized it, his interspatial pouch was gone. When Yuan Hengtian raised his head, he saw a cat grinning at him with an interspatial pouch in its hand. Then, the cat brandished its claws and ripped his clothes apart. It even snatched the jade hanging from his neck before leaving with dissatisfaction on its face. "Lin Yun, you're too much." Yuan Hengtian's face turned white because he was looted and stripped by a mere cat. As a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking, he would become a laughingstock to others. When Lin Yun saw this scene, his lips started to twitch. Lil Red seemed to be addicted to looting corpses. But it didn't matter much to him since the Bloodbone realm wasn't going to let him off anyway. Since they wanted to take his life, they naturally had to be prepared to pay the price. Lin Yun, just because you have an advanced fortune martial technique and a greater Dao artifact doesn't mean you can face the Bloodbone realm. No matter where you go, you can't escape, Yuan Hengtian said as he glared at Lin Yun. At this moment he was trembling with humiliation. Who says that I'm running? Lin Yun looked at Yuan Hengtian and said, I'll be at the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm's Flame Cloud City 10 days from now. At that time, your Bloodbone realm can come find me. No one thought that Lin Yun would issue a challenge of life and death in Flame Cloud City. Yuan Hengtian was briefly stunned when he heard that and asked again, You sure about that? He began to wonder if Lin Yun was insane. After all, the Bloodbone realm had Third Soul Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses who could easily suppress Lin Yun. In Yuan Hengtian's view, Lin Yun was courting death. Why do you think I'm sparing you then? Replied Lin Yun. At this moment, Yuan Hengtian knew that Lin Yun spared his life to deliver the message. Ridicule flashed in his eyes for a moment before he composed himself. After all, he didn't want to provoke Lin Yun in fear that Lin Yun would go back on his words. I won't stop you from courting death, but if you want to live a little longer, you should run away. Cut the crap. Have you ever seen a swordsman tuck his tail and run? Now let's talk. How did you find me? Lin Yun asked. With no hesitation, Yuan Hengtian revealed his method honestly. Then again, it didn't matter because only an Empyrean could erase Feng Wuji's mark. There was nothing that Lin Yun could do about it. It was more or less what Lin Yun had guessed. You can leave now. Yuan Hengtian felt relieved. But as he stood up, he noticed that Lin Yun showed no signs of returning his interspatial pouch. Enraged, he questioned Lin Yun. You want me to leave like this? What's wrong with it? Lin Yun sneered. Yuan Hengtian's anger nearly drove him insane as he roared. In 10 days, the Bloodbone realm will await your arrival in Flame Cloud City. Then Yuan Hengtian picked up a cloth to cover himself and ran for his life. No one could believe that the scene that they just saw was real, especially Zhao Feng. He couldn't believe that a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking was easily defeated by Lin Yun and robbed by a dragon-blooded cat. Yuan Hengtian arrived so ferociously and was forced to leave without a single piece of clothing to cover himself. It was a scene that he would need a lot of time to digest. Something like this had never happened in the Heavenly Path before, which meant that Lin Yun would become famous. The news would spread like wildfire and shake the entire Azure Dragon region, maybe even the other regions. After all, it was unprecedented to challenge an entire realm. Everyone could feel their blood boil. Normally, cultivators would run from the higher realms, but Lin Yun actually did the opposite. He issued a challenge against an entire realm. Who else but Lin Yun would have the gall to challenge an entire realm? Lin Yun sighed after he confirmed that Yuan Hengtian was gone. Then, his body relaxed and blood could be seen dripping from his hand. Although the Divine Sun-breaking seal managed to destroy Yuan Hengtian's advanced fortune martial technique, it wasn't easy on him since there was a huge difference in cultivation. The bones in his right hand were cracked because of this. In fact, he had reached his limit when he killed the last cultivator from the Bloodbone realm. If Yuan Hengtian wanted to continue fighting, Lin Yun wasn't sure if he could have put up a fight. However, he knew that Yuan Hengtian wouldn't dare to gamble with his life like that even if he had a feeling that Lin Yun was in a bad state. After all, Lil Red was around and would have torn Yuan Hengtian to pieces. Lil Red might seem greedy, but it only resorted to those means to give Yuan Hengtian a warning. It needed to protect Lin Yun at all costs. I have to reach the First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm quickly, said Lin Yun with determination. He needed to undergo his first tribulation for his foundation to be displayed. With his current strength, it was too dangerous for him to face the geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking. Unlike the geniuses who could rely on their realm if they failed, Lin Yun would die if he failed. He needed adequate strength to protect himself. Let's go. After Lil Red took all the interspatial pouches, they left the ship. Initially, they wanted to take the ship to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, but it was too dangerous now. With his identity exposed, he was forced to take the exhausting path. In the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm's Bloodbone Dragon City, many of the Bloodbone Realm's geniuses were gathered. Although the city was well known, the reputation of Bloodbone Dragon City came from the strength of the Bloodbone Realm itself. Bloodbone Dragon City wasn't just limited to the Bloodbone realm. There were also other lower realms and higher realms that were gathered. However, the higher realms didn't dare to utter a single word about the Bloodbone realm, using the city as their stronghold. All of this forged the reputation of the Bloodbone realm and made them stand out among the other higher realms. However, the Bloodbone realm's reputation was no longer stable. First, Feng Wuji died and his Dao artifact was seized. It wasn't even from another higher realm, but an unknown swordsman. The Bloodbone realm retaliated by sending someone from the Azure Dragon ranking. They thought it would be enough to deal with Lin Yun, but nothing went according to plan. Instead, they received news that 2 elites from the Bloodbone realm were killed, while Yuan Hengtian was stripped naked by a cat. When the news came back, it had undoubtedly caused a huge uproar in the city. How could Yuan Hengtian, a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking, be defeated? An Azure Dragon ranking expert could suppress those in the same cultivation. So how could he have lost to Lin Yun, who wasn't even in the first soul? No one believed the news in the beginning because it defied all logic. However, when Yuan Hengtian came back alone, the entire Bloodbone Dragon City realized the truth. They couldn't believe that Yuan Hengtian was actually defeated by Lin Yun. Although the 2 elites that accompanied Yuan Hengtian weren't on the Azure Dragon ranking, they were in the second soul, Heavenly Soul realm. They were killed despite their power. But even more unbelievable was Lin Yun's challenge against the entire Bloodbone realm. What impudence! Everyone from the Bloodbone realm felt rage when they heard Yuan Hengtian's words. Even the yellow-clothed youth who sat in the main seat almost threw up blood. Where did you find the face to come back? The yellow-clothed youth gritted his teeth. After all, it was embarrassing for the Bloodbone realm to have their Azure Dragon ranking genius come back to the stronghold naked. It was so humiliating that they would never live it down. Yuan Hengtian was ashamed and lowered his head. Lin Yun sent me back to tell you that he'll challenge our Bloodbone realm 10 days from now. We can send out any genius we want to resolve the grudge between us. When the Bloodbone realm cultivators heard that, they thought that Lin Yun was insane. Lin Yun basically offended everyone present. Is there a need for that? The yellow-clothed youth stood up and emitted a chilling aura. We already heard all of this before you came back. I was hoping you would tell me that everything I heard was fake. But you're telling me that it was real? This is an unprecedented humiliation for our Bloodbone realm. The yellow-clothed youth couldn't take it anymore and pushed his palm out at Yuan Hengtian. Flying across the hall, Yuan Hengtian crashed into a stone pillar and fell to the ground. However, he got on his knees and didn't utter a single word of complaint. The yellow-clothed youth casually punished Yuan Hengtian, but his palm was heavy because he was in the third soul, Heavenly Soul realm. Trash! As if he wasn't satisfied with Yuan Hengtian, he started cursing. Then, he looked around and asked, "Who's willing to take Lin Yun's life on my behalf 10 days from now?" Silence filled the hall because no one was confident they could deal with Lin Yun after seeing Yuan Hengtian's state. After all, there weren't many people stronger than Yuan Hengtian among the Bloodbone realm's party. Just when the yellow-clothed youth's face began to turn cold with rage, a voice sounded out from a youth wearing black and red. "Leave it to me." It was Kong Xian, who was ranked 46th on the Azure Dragon ranking and in the third soul, Heavenly Soul realm. He was the second strongest person from the Bloodbone realm. The yellow-clothed youth was surprised when Kong Xian spoke up. "Is there a need for that? It's just Lin Yun. You're giving him too much face to handle him yourself." "Indeed, there's no need for that. Senior Brother Liu, Senior Brother Kong, let me deal with Lin Yun." Another person stood up to volunteer. It was Pan Yuan, who was ranked 67th on the Azure Dragon ranking and in the Pinnacle Second Soul, Heavenly Soul realm. He could undergo his third tribulation anytime and was the third strongest person in the Bloodbone realm. Obviously, he was a lot weaker than Kong Xian and Lu Mu, so he was the most appropriate person to face Lin Yun. This was the line of thinking that everyone had. But he really didn't want to do it. He would undergo his third tribulation soon and didn't want to have any accidents. However, he wasn't left with many choices since Kong Xian was volunteering. "No. Lin Yun might not be your opponent, but it's also impossible for you to suppress him. Since my Bloodbone realm is being humiliated, we have to win beautifully," smiled Kong Xian. Not only do we need to crush him, but we also have to destroy his will and make him a slave of our bloodbone realm. If we simply kill him, we'll be a laughingstock in the eyes of the other realms when the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm opens. After hearing the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, Lu Mu's face changed. All right then, you'll deal with Lin Yun. I want everyone to know the might of our bloodbone realm. When the news of the bloodbone realm accepting Lin Yun's challenge got out, Bloodbone Dragon City trembled violently. Shortly after, the news spread throughout the entire Azure Dragon region. It was too shocking to hear that someone was challenging an entire realm by themselves. It made everyone wonder who Lin Yun was. When news got out that Lin Yun claimed he only needed one sword to kill, it instantly made everyone's heart boil. Despite the pursuit of a higher realm, Lin Yun didn't run. As for Lin Yun, he found a quiet mountain range to make preparations for his first tribulation. The valley he found was enveloped in bright light, along with dense astral energy that created different phenomena in the valley. In the small valley, 1,000 stars were blooming like bewitching flowers. Additionally, there were 1,000 divine astral pellets that were manifested into different phenomena. If one's cultivation wasn't enough, they would be incinerated to flames by the divine astral pellets. 1,000 divine astral pellets were equivalent to 10 million astral pellets, which was an unimaginable sum. If geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking underwent their third tribulation, they would probably only use about 7 to 10 million ordinary astral pellets. However, none of them would be insane enough to use that many for their first tribulation. It was no different from courting death. I've cultivated 2 sword sutras. I have the Azure Dragon battle physique, and I have the immortal spiritual sword intent. I should be able to refine 1,000 divine astral pellets without any worry. But I'll be facing the Bloodbone realm 7 days from now, and 1,000 divine astral pellets might not be enough. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he debated adding 500 more divine astral pellets. 1,000 divine astral pellets were heaven-defying, so no one had ever dared to do something like this in the heavenly path. Even in the Kunlun realm where heaven-defying geniuses were plenty, no one dared to be so insane. Essentially, adding 500 more divine astral pellets went beyond going insane. Screw it! Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a decisive light. The reason why he issued a challenge to the Bloodbone realm was because he didn't want anyone to disrupt his tribulation. Although he had Lil Red protecting him during this period of time, he still couldn't guarantee that he would be free from any accidents. His best bet was to change the situation and make the Bloodbone realm wait for him in Flamecloud City. He knew that the Bloodbone realm had no choice but to agree. Since they had agreed to it, they would surely send out someone powerful who might even be a third soul heavenly soul realm genius. They were probably waiting for him to torture him to death. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with mockery because the geniuses from the higher realms were too prideful. Of course, they would do anything to cleanse themselves from their humiliation. Lin Yun had to get strong or else he would be sending himself to die. After all, it was impossible for him to retreat since he already made a promise. As a swordsman, he would never regret his decision or else his heart as a swordsman would shatter. So he had to cut open a path for himself no matter what. Lin Yun's eyes became focused with flames blazing in the depth of his pupils. Patting on his interspatial pouch, he tossed another 500 divine astral pellets on top of the pile. This made the astral energy in the atmosphere turn into a fog of golden flames, which eventually became a blazing ocean. Even a third soul heavenly soul realm expert would turn pale if he had to refine this many divine astral pellets. Then again, there were other people almost as insane as Lin Yun in the heavenly path. Lin Yun was confident in this method because he was confident in his spiritual sword intent. This confidence was engraved deep in his bones and couldn't be erased. In addition to his sword intent, his Azure Dragon Enneaform had also reached the unprecedented Decaform. Since he spent the past few days refining divine astral pellets, his physique was accustomed to them and ready for this method. With a gentle tap of the foot, Lin Yun soared into the flaming ocean and sat down. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Yun summoned the Azure Firmament Tree and Iris Flowers. Dealing with the phenomenon created by having 1,500 divine astral pellets was terrifying. However, it wasn't that bad since Lin Yun cultivated 2 sword sutras. Circulating both sword sutras, boundless astral energy started pouring into Lin Yun's body. Immediately, the dragon runes on his skin started to shine brightly from the golden flames. Lin Yun had reached the pinnacle heavenly soul realm a while ago, but he wanted to reach his absolute limit before attempting his tribulation. But he couldn't wait any longer. As the boundless astral energy poured into his body and turned into golden flames, the temperature of his body started increasing. It didn't take long for dazzling azure-purple sword rays to start leaking from his pores. Roasting from the flames, Lin Yun's physique was instantly pushed to the limit. Lin Yun's body was constantly releasing sword rays because it felt threatened by the phenomenon. Slowly but surely, Lin Yun's physique and origin energy were transforming. The transformation was smooth and progressed the way Lin Yun had imagined it would. However, the limit of his physique came much faster than he thought it would. It was only natural since Lin Yun increased the divine astral pellets he was going to use by 500. Fortunately, his immortal spiritual sword intent was able to bear the pressure of the golden flames. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed with Lin Yun sitting in the flaming ocean. Boundless astral energy surrounded him while his sword aura shined. Suddenly, a powerful aura exploded out of Lin Yun as golden rays shot out of his body. Under the golden rays, Lin Yun's bones and internal organs transformed. The orifices that he had expanded in the Xianxia realm were slowly opening up. As his orifices opened up, another aura ocean was formed. At this moment, astral energy was refining every part of his physique at the same time. Of the souls in the heavenly soul realm, Lin Yun's first choice was the hands. As a swordsman and someone who used the divine glory sun fist, he needed to unleash his attacks with his hands. As long as he unlocked this soul, he would be able to unleash an unprecedented amount of origin energy. Additionally, his hands would become even more dexterous. Then again, the main focus was the first soul was having an additional aura ocean. Having another aura ocean was equivalent to having another violet palace. There was no telling how strong Lin Yun would be after undergoing the tribulation. After all, he was already able to defeat first soul heavenly soul realms. If he ran into Yuan Hengtian again, he could easily suppress Yuan Hengtian with just his origin energy. He might even be able to fight third soul heavenly soul realm geniuses. But Lin Yun needed to pass his tribulation first. With all of the astral energy, his physique had reached the limit in just 2 days. He had to rely on his spiritual sword intent to bear the brunt of the pressure. Plus, his tribulation would come any moment now. The tribulation of 1,500 divine astral pellets was unimaginable. If it weren't for his sword intent, he would explode. There was no way the Azure Dragon Enneaform could bear so much astral energy. Outside the valley, Lil Red stood on an ancient tree in its cat form. It could see the dense lightning clouds that covered the valley, which made it look gloomy. Without a doubt, Lin Yun's tribulation was bound to be terrifying. However, Lin Yun had successfully opened another aura ocean in his body, so the chances of success were high. As the clouds continued to spread out, Lin Yun's new aura ocean continued to expand. However, the new aura ocean wasn't as stable as his violet palace and showed signs of collapsing. Right at this moment, Lil Red turned to look at the thunderclouds in the sky before retreating. As it retreated, countless thunderclouds rumbled violently as 9 crimson lightning bolts shot at Lin Yun. In a split second, the entire sky was dyed red. It was a 9 bolts tribulation. Under the rumbling thunder, Lin Yun's sword aura came to life and manifested into an azure dragon. The azure dragon was full of thunderstorm energy, so it soared into the sky and clashed with the incoming crimson lightning bolts. The eyes of the azure dragon glowed brightly with dazzling sword rays manifested from Lin Yun's sword intent. Just like that, the fight between a dragon and lightning were clashing above the valley. But before the fight came to an end, cracks started to appear on the dragon runes that covered Lin Yun. The dragon runes were Lin Yun's last resort, but they were starting to collapse. If they shattered, his physique would be destroyed. Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind as he opened his eyes from pain. However, he didn't have a trace of fear because this was the path he had chosen. Immortal Azure Dragon. Lin Yun roared as the azure dragon in the sky destroyed 2 bolts of lightning with a swipe of its tail. Then it bit onto the remaining 7 bolts. The battle was so brutal that the azure dragon looked like it was alive. The dragon scales that fell off the azure dragon were created with azure purple sword rays that looked like blood. So it was no surprise that the azure dragon became even more ferocious when it was in pain. It was so fierce that it destroyed 5 more bolts. Suddenly, Lin Yun vomited blood as his dragon runes exploded. Cracks spread out all over his body as he became a bloody mess. Then the crimson bolt broke free of the azure dragon's restraint. Lin Yun was finally in a dangerous position. As the crimson bolts of lightning descended from the sky, Lin Yun's physique was nearly torn apart. At this moment, he was facing a crisis from the outside and within his body. Without the dragon runes protecting him, Lin Yun's physique was extremely weak. His condition was so bad that he looked like a broken statue. Am I about to die? Lin Yun's heart sank as many scenes flashed in his mind. He even thought about giving up. If he gave up now, he might be able to get away. However, just as soon as these thoughts entered his mind, they disappeared. Why would I be afraid of death? I'm a swordsman. I'm never going to give up. Lin Yun's heart blazed violently as a golden seal started to devour the surrounding astral energy. Divine Sun-breaking seal, Lin Yun roared. He was betting that his divine sun-breaking seal could make a breakthrough to greater mastery before he was torn apart by the lightning. At this point, his last hopes were on the divine sun-breaking seal. If he couldn't resist the lightning, he would die a miserable death. An ordinary person would never act so daring. After all, failing the tribulation was better than getting killed by the tribulation. However, the first soul, heavenly soul realm, was never this dangerous. In fact, it would start getting dangerous after the 3rd tribulation. As long as one had enough resources, the first tribulation was a breeze. Lin Yun wasn't like normal cultivators, though. Instead, he chose an insane route to attempt a breakthrough in his divine sun-breaking fist. Even with cracks spreading out on his body, Lin Yun chose to take a risk. All of a sudden, the golden seal on Lin Yun's hand underwent a transformation. Break! Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to examine the changes on the seal as he threw a punch. A boom sounded out from the clash as Lin Yun was forced to sit on the ground. His body was still collapsing and he would die if he took too much time messing around. Fortunately, he executed the divine sun-breaking seal and essentially drained some of the astral energy that was harming his body. New astral energy poured into his new aura ocean and became solidified. When the aura ocean completely stabilized, it started to expand in size. Simultaneously, his body was starting to recover and becoming stronger than before. Lin Yun was stuck in this state for 3 days until all the divine astral pellets in the valley exploded. At this moment, they were completely drained and gave birth to the complete version of Lin Yun's new aura ocean. At the same time, the azure dragon, divine sun-breaking seal, and crimson lightning rained down on Lin Yun in a light shower. It was like a baptism of power for Lin Yun. Then Lin Yun opened his eyes. Raising his hand, he made a fist and his bones crackled like lightning. The current him was a lot stronger than the past. Wanting to test his strength, Lin Yun stood up and threw a punch. The space in front of Lin Yun boomed like a meteorite hitting the earth. With just his physique, he had enough power to easily injure a second soul, heavenly soul realm genius that wasn't on the Azure Dragon ranking. As Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, he circulated both of his aura oceans and felt origin energy filling every corner of his body. The aura was so powerful that he couldn't imagine what would happen if he tried a serious attack. With a single thought, the light from Lin Yun's fist quietly disappeared. Lin Yun smiled as he could finally control his power the way he wanted. Initially, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to control his power after reaching the first soul. Due to the astronomical amount of divine astral pellets, there was no telling what would happen. After all, if he couldn't control his power, he would get injured. Lin Yun might seem impulsive, but his thoughts were meticulous. He knew that his physique couldn't stay injured for too long. Even if he could bear the pain with his recovery ability, it would increase the damage on his body in the long run. At that time, even a celestial wouldn't live for more than a year. Very good. Lin Yun's eyes flashed because he wasn't only thinking about the Bloodbone realm. He wanted to be the center of attention when the realms competed. His goal was to show off his elegance that was birthed from the profound Amber Realm's Sword Firmament Pavilion. Well, it looks like the Divine Sun breaking seal reached greater mastery. I should try it out. Lin Yun opened his hand and an ancient seal appeared. The seal looked a lot more refined than before. It looked like an ancient word or a divine rune. Most importantly, Lin Yun could summon the seal without having to circulate his origin energy. Lin Yun started circulating the origin energy in his 2 aura oceans and poured them into the seal. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Sun breaking seal had reached the level of lesser mastery and continued to surge. At the same time, the image of a winged human appeared behind Lin Yun that filled the valley with blazing brilliance. Then Lin Yun punched the ground. The ground exploded as cracks spread out everywhere. The attacks were so strong that the mountains surrounding the valley were destroyed. Just when the mountains were about to bury Lin Yun, he unleashed his sword intent and manifested an azure dragon that carried him into the sky. Lin Yun paused because his spiritual sword intent had reached a bottleneck. He could sense that the spiritual sword intent was practically perfect. In fact, the outline of the azure dragon also contained a wisp of thunderstorm aura with every single strand of sword aura that it was created with. This meant that Lin Yun's spiritual sword intent had reached the limit and no one was capable of surpassing him. If someone looked from afar, they would think that the azure dragon was a genuine dragon and not the manifestation of someone's sword intent. Not bad. Lin Yun was satisfied with the improvements of his sword intent. As long as he could comprehend the sky sword intent, he would shake the entire heavenly path. But he knew that it wouldn't be easy because he had to go through life and death to obtain his Xiantian sword intent. Although it wasn't as dangerous for him to comprehend the spiritual sword intent, it still took a great deal of his effort and luck. If he didn't have any opportunities, then he couldn't make a breakthrough. At this moment, Lil Red flew over and was shocked to see the aftermath of Lin Yun's tribulation. It was even more shocked by Lin Yun's current strength. When Lin Yun looked at Lil Red's expression, he revealed a smile. Before he underwent the tribulation, he wasn't much stronger than Lil Red, which didn't feel good. But now he was much stronger than Lil Red. If he didn't have enough power, who knows if Lil RD would go insane and steal from him. Lil Red, let's go. I bet those people are starting to feel annoyed, smiled Lin Yun. Although he didn't receive any information when he underwent his tribulation, he could easily guess that he caused huge waves. After all, one man challenging an entire realm was unprecedented. There were probably many people who were waiting to see him die. Sorry, but I'm afraid you guys will be disappointed. The Bloodbone realm wants my life? Fat chance. Lin Yun smiled as he gazed into the distance with fighting spirits blazing in his pupils. Flamecloud City was initially a small city in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. It was so small that it couldn't really be called a city. It was mainly used as a place for geniuses to rest before heading into the Forbidden Realm. However, due to the commotion caused by Lin Yun, it became the center of attention. The usually small gatherings became so packed that the area felt suffocating. For over 10 days, cultivators gathered to witness Lin Yun and the Bloodbone Realm fight. The Bloodbone Realm arrived after 5 days, but Lin Yun was nowhere to be seen. Rumors floated around that Lin Yun was just playing with the Bloodbone Realm. After all, why would a single individual challenge an entire realm by himself, not to mention a top-tier higher realm? The Bloodbone Realm even had 2 people who were in the third soul, which was practically invincible in the heavenly path. Unless they ran into a real powerhouse, there was no reason for a third soul heavenly soul realm to feel afraid. So it made sense that Lin Yun was fooling the Bloodbone Realm to buy time for himself. As long as Lin Yun could make it to the end of the heavenly path, no one would be able to say anything. This was especially true since it wasn't a fair fight for Lin Yun. However, not everyone held the same thoughts. At the very least, geniuses from the higher realms were hoping that Lin Yun would die a terrible death at the hands of the Bloodbone Realm. So when Lin Yun didn't show up immediately, they spread nasty rumors about him. They constantly mocked Lin Yun with claims that an ant couldn't have such courage. It's already been 10 days. Where is he? A few people in the Bloodbone Realms camp felt depressed when they didn't see Lin Yun. They came early and spent 5 whole days waiting for Lin Yun. They had to endure the laughter of the higher realms, which made them feel miserable. After losing Feng Wuji and being humiliated through Yuan Hengtian, the Bloodbone Realm's reputation was at rock bottom. The only way they could salvage this situation was by getting rid of Lin Yun. So when Lin Yun didn't immediately show up, everyone from the Bloodbone Realm lost their patience. Yuan Hengtian was the most anxious person present because he was the one who delivered Lin Yun's message. In his mind, he would be the shame of the Bloodbone Realm if Lin Yun didn't show up. What he didn't know was that he was already the shame of the Bloodbone Realm. He was the reason why the Bloodbone Realm became a laughingstock. So if Lin Yun didn't show up, Lu Mu would destroy him. "He'll come," said Yuan Hengtian unconfidently. "Humph. If he doesn't show, you should leave the heavenly path," said a Bloodbone Realm cultivator. "Don't worry, he will come," said Kong Xian as he slowly opened his eyes. He was the second strongest genius from the Bloodbone Realm, and his strength was acknowledged by everyone. He was especially famous due to his Azure Dragon ranking. As a swordsman, he will honor his word, said Kong Xian. At this moment, he was giving off an unfathomable and mysterious aura. For the higher realms, reaching the first soul and second soul was easy if one had enough resources. The third soul was when they had to be cautious or else they would die. So anyone who could overcome the third tribulation was a genuine monster, and Kong Xian was exactly that. A swordsman can't make promises haphazardly. If they break their promise, they will damage their heart. He probably had a plan when he set the date for us to meet. He's probably trying to break through to the first soul, explained Kong Xian calmly. When everyone heard Kong Xian's explanation, they calmed down. However, one person still felt uneasy. Then weren't we fooled by him? We should have killed him during his tribulation. That would have been a lot easier for us to deal with. That would have no meaning. If we made a move before the deadline, we would have broken our promise. He could have easily used that as an excuse to run away. Plus, with his strength, is anyone confident they can defeat him? Only senior brother Lu and I are capable of dealing with him, and we don't want to waste our time. This is the best method for us to save time and make it to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Furthermore, Kong Xian sneered, why would we need to disrupt his tribulation? He's only in the first soul. Kong Xian spoke with confidence that came from being on the Azure Dragon ranking. Clearly, he never placed Lin Yun in his eyes. With senior brother Kong here, Lin Yun will definitely die. That's right. He's really arrogant if he thinks he can challenge our Bloodbone Realm. Senior brother Kong and senior brother Lu can crush him anytime they want. Killing him is too easy. We have to make him kneel and beg for his life once he arrives. Who is this flower burial? What a clown. Naturally, everyone was confident in Kong Xian's strength. Suddenly, Kong Xian's eyes became playful as he smiled. He slowly stood up because he could sense a powerful sword intent approaching the city. He's here, said Kong Xian. Everyone from the Bloodbone Realm collected themselves when they heard that. Let's go and give him a warm welcome. Kong Xian flew into the sky and charged towards the city walls with the other elites from the Bloodbone Realm following behind him. As they traveled through the air, everyone else in the city began to follow. All of them wanted to see who this Lin Yun person was. At the far end of the horizon, a figure was rapidly approaching the city. The aura he gave off was similar to a sword as he pierced through the sky. It's Lin Yun. He really came. How arrogant. He's basically asking to die. Yeah. Does he really think the Bloodbone Realm is easy to deal with? He's just courting death. The entire city bustled with talk as Lin Yun approached. The higher realms spoke with disdain and mocked Lin Yun, while the others expressed concern for Lin Yun's safety. However, no one was optimistic about Lin Yun. They felt that Lin Yun didn't have the strength or backing to challenge the entire Bloodbone Realm. Plus, Lin Yun's cultivation was so weak. Lin Yun approached the city in his azure-colored clothes. Like usual, he was carrying a sword box and the purple mark on his forehead gave him a bewitching aura. Only 3 years had passed and the youth who came from the Azure Sky sect had grown into a fine man. When some of the women in the city looked at Lin Yun, they couldn't help blushing. All of the rumors about Lin Yun failed to mention how handsome he was. Lil Red was also attracting people's attention. After all, the crowd was familiar with the story of Lin Yun's pet stripping down Yuan Hengtian. With a smile on his face, Lin Yun landed on the city wall and shouted, "Flower Burial Lin Yun is here. Who wants to fight me?" With that, Lin Yun's voice echoed through the city. The city was silent. How could Lin Yun be so arrogant when the higher realms were so certain he wouldn't show up? Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant when the Bloodbone realm arrives. The higher realms were staring at Lin Yun coldly. As geniuses from the higher realms, they naturally couldn't accept Lin Yun's arrogance. It wasn't behavior befitting an ant. Suddenly, the Bloodbone realm arrived on the city wall. Yuan Hengtian shot a venomous look at Lin Yun as he gritted his teeth. "Lin Yun, you really came." The other elites from the Bloodbone realm were also looking at Lin Yun with the same venomous looks. However, Lin Yun ignored the looks and replied, "Didn't I make the challenge 10 days ago? Of course I would show up. So are you the one representing the Bloodbone realm, or is it all of you together? Either way, it doesn't matter." Lin Yun didn't bother hiding his disdain when he spoke to Yuan Hengtian. If he fought Yuan Hengtian again, he was confident that he wouldn't need his sword to suppress Yuan Hengtian. He might even be able to take Yuan Hengtian down with just one attack. This was the confidence born from the foundation of 1,500 divine astral pellets. "Lin Yun, you're courting death." Yuan Hengtian lost it when he saw the disdain in Lin Yun's eyes. With senior brother Kong and all the elites here to back him up, he wasn't afraid. Instantly, he charged at Lin Yun and yelled, "I was careless when we fought. Do you really think you can actually beat me?" As a genius on the Azure Dragon ranking, he was confident in his ability. If he managed to beat Lin Yun, he would be cleansed of his humiliation. With a cold light flashing through his eyes, Lin Yun counterattacked. Circulating both aura oceans at the same time, he hit Yuan Hengtian square in the chest. Yuan Hengtian instantly collapsed to the ground as his face twisted in pain. First soul, heavenly soul realm. Fear filled Yuan Hengtian's eyes because Lin Yun became insanely strong after just 10 days. With ridicule in his eyes, Lin Yun barked, "Get lost!" Reaching out with his hand, Lin Yun casually used the back of his hand to shoo Yuan Hengtian away. The powerful wind sent Yuan Hengtian flying like a piece of trash. Everyone was dumbfounded because Yuan Hengtian was on the Azure Dragon ranking. How could Lin Yun deal with him so easily? "Is there really no one capable from the Bloodbone realm?" asked Lin Yun with a bored look. The Bloodbone realm elites turned pale as they started to sweat. They couldn't believe that Lin Yun wasn't from the higher realms. Who says that the Bloodbone realm doesn't have anyone? "Lin Yun, your opponent is me, Kong Xian." A sudden burst of energy made the entire city tremble. Kong Xian's chilling aura also caused the city to go dark. No one could believe their ears. Kong Xian was the second strongest in the Bloodbone realm and 46th on the Azure Dragon ranking. Was this third soul genius really going to fight Lin Yun? Kong Xian soared into the sky and landed on the city wall with a force so strong that the city started to shake. It really is Kong Xian. All of the geniuses from the higher realms were excited. Kong Xian was famous throughout the Azure Dragon region, so it would be a treat to watch him. At first, everyone thought that the Bloodbone realm would suffer from Lin Yun once again. However, Kong Xian was here, so the outcome wouldn't be the same. Senior brother. The elites from the Bloodbone realm who were intimidated earlier were able to collect themselves. With Kong Xian around, this meant that Lin Yun was destined to beg for his life. Kong Xian turned to look at Lin Yun coldly. "The heavenly path is filled with many opportunities. I've seen many people rise and fall in the blink of an eye. True experts are forged through blood and fire, but you're not one of them." Then, Kong Xian's eyes flashed as he tried to find the flaw in Lin Yun's sword aura. "Ever since I, Kong Xian, arrived at the heavenly path, I have fought more than 100 battles and I'm still alive. I'm the reason why the Bloodbone realm has its reputation. We didn't just come out of nowhere. Lin Yun thought Kong Xian's words were idiotic. Kong Xian made it sound like all of the geniuses in the heavenly path hadn't been forged by blood and fire before. Clearly, the arrogance of the higher realms knew no limit. Essentially, it was a sin to kill a genius from the higher realm, let alone to look at one. Otherwise, why would they care if the other realms competed with them? So what if I'm like a comet that shines bright for just one moment? As long as the comet shines brightly, the moment lasts forever. It's way better than being a dog from the higher realms like you. Lin Yun stared straight into the eyes of Kong Xian without any fear. To the higher realms, Lin Yun was the epitome of arrogance. As for Kong Xian, his killing intent had been completely aroused. If the strongest people on the Azure Dragon ranking dared to speak to him like this, he wouldn't dare to utter a single word. But this was just Lin Yun? He had already crushed many First Soul Heavenly Soul Realm geniuses, so they were nothing more than ants to him. You're full of it. Crimson radiance gathered in Kong Xian's fist as his origin energy spread out. You really need to learn how to respect your seniors. When Kong Xian circulated all 4 of his aura oceans, his boundless origin energy started gushing with him in the center. Just like that, a vortex had appeared. At the same time, a crimson giant donned in armor came out of the vortex. Kong Xian's strength was unbelievable. Blood-bone demon palm. With a dark face, Kong Xian and the crimson giant threw a punch at Lin Yun. The phenomenon was so large that a shadow was cast over the city. Kong Xian's blood-bone demon palm was a lot stronger than Yuan Hengtian's palm. Lin Yun's expression became grave when he saw this. He was arrogant, but he never underestimated his opponents. With a flip of his hand, he started pouring origin energy into an ancient seal. Kong Xian wants to teach me a lesson? Yeah, right. A golden pillar suddenly enveloped Lin Yun as he soared into the sky. At this moment he looked like a sun because of the boundless brilliance he was emitting. Not only was he emitting light, but he also emitted heat. He was so hot that the surrounding astral energy started to heat up. Light of the sun? Kong Xian, who had brought out his advanced fortune martial technique, started to get worried when she saw the golden brilliance. With his keen senses, he could see the ancient seal in Lin Yun's palm that contained terrifying power. An imperial fortune martial technique. How did this fellow manage to cultivate an imperial fortune martial technique? Kong Xian's heart rippled with powerful waves because it was a huge risk to practice an advanced fortune martial technique. Not to mention an imperial fortune martial technique. Lin Yun had completely surpassed his expectations. However, an idea suddenly dawned on Kong Xian. Lin Yun must have gotten the technique during the fight for the Glory Sun Spirit. When Kong Xian thought about this, he started to feel envious. He could tell that Lin Yun's technique was weird, so it had to have a huge origin. However, he didn't believe that Lin Yun could unleash the full power of the technique. This meant that there was an opportunity lying in wait for him. The fire in Kong Xian's eyes grew even more ferocious because he never would have thought that killing Lin Yun would help him so much. Out of greed, he started circulating his origin energy frantically to produce a powerful attack. When the punch was about to reach Lin Yun's golden brilliance pierced the sky. It truly looked like the brilliance of the sun was peeking through the clouds. Divine sun-breaking seal. Lin Yun roared and threw his punch out. This was the first time he ever unleashed all of his power ever since reaching the first soul. At this moment, the sun was clashing with the fist of the crimson giant. The sound of space shattering echoed out as many weak cultivators in Flame Cloud City were sent flying. Then, cracks started to form on the surface of Lin Yun's sun. As the shattered golden radiance rained down, the ground was filled with countless craters. You're ultimately a fool. You're destined to burn out like a comet. It's a waste for you to obtain such fortune. Kong Xian sneered because his guess had been confirmed. There was no way Lin Yun could fully unleash the might of an imperial fortune martial technique with his cultivation. In the end, Lin Yun's mysterious technique was destined to go to him. The onlookers were deeply shocked by the clash. By the looks of it, Lin Yun was in a disadvantageous position. Lin Yun's face slightly changed when he saw the outcome of his attack. However, the divine sun-breaking seal wasn't that simple. As the sun continued to shed its shell, the ancient seal underwent nirvana and shined even brighter than before. It now looked like a genuine divine sun. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun's hand started to change as he roared indifferently, "Radiance of the sun, eternal glory." A gigantic winged human appeared behind Lin Yun. As it unfolded its wings, it completely covered up the sun. At the same time, the radiance from the ancient seal grew violent as an unrivaled aura pierced through Kong Xian's blood-bone demon palm. The Crimson Giant's punch had shattered into tiny fragments. However, Lin Yun's attack wasn't done. The golden brilliance then shot towards the crimson vortex that Kong Xian created. Before Kong Xian could even utter a word, the crimson vortex suddenly exploded. Only then did the winged human behind Lin Yun go dim. All of the spectators went silent as their throats became too dry to make a sound. "You bastard! You actually injured me!" Blood dripped down from Kong Xian's lips as killing intent blazed out of his eyes. "How can a piece of trash from the lower realm like you possess such an advanced fortune martial technique?" Forcefully stabilizing his injuries, Kong Xian appeared before Lin Yun and unleashed another attack. By his actions, he wanted to take Lin Yun down before Lin Yun could recover. How ignorant! Lin Yun's eyes flashed with ridicule because the exhaustion was nothing to him. After all, his foundation was built with 1,500 divine astral pellets. Before Kong Xian could even approach him, Lin Yun pushed a palm out with azure dragon breath, flame cloud incinerating palm. The seals on his palm were accompanied by a dragon roar, as a gigantic black dragon claw enveloped in black flames flew out of the clouds. Kong Xian might be fast, but there was nothing he could do to face the dragon claw head-on. When Kong Xian hit the dragon claw, he felt like he hit an invulnerable wall. Letting out a groan, Kong Xian went flying as his hair became disheveled. The spectators couldn't believe that Kong Xian suffered such a huge loss. "You bastard!" Kong Xian completely lost it as he dashed towards Lin Yun without a second thought. At this moment, he no longer held back his cultivation. Throwing out hundreds of punches in a single breath, he tore the dragon claw to pieces. Kong Xian was so fast that everyone was caught by surprise. It almost looked like the dragon claw shattered as soon as it made contact with Kong Xian. "Die!" After he was done destroying the dragon claw, Kong Xian threw another punch. Lin Yun let out a groan when the dragon claw shattered, because this was the first time he had run into such a powerful enemy. However, he stayed calm and released his immortal spiritual sword intent. His violent sword intent manifested into an azure dragon that coiled around him to provide protection. When Kong Xian's punch landed on the azure dragon, it created a crater on the body of the azure dragon. His punch was fast and ruthless, but it felt like it was traveling through quicksand. Kong Xian realized that he couldn't even touch Lin Yun. Meanwhile, Lin Yun clenched his fists together as his vitality and origin energy merged together. With a punch, he was able to leave fine cracks on the crimson light enveloping Kong Xian. Both Lin Yun and Kong Xian were surprised. They were surprised at their opponent's strength. Kong Xian was especially surprised because he never thought that Lin Yun would be so strong. After all, Lin Yun didn't even use a martial technique to destroy the origin energy that surrounded him. The attacks continued and all of the surrounding walls started to crumble. The majestic ancient walls were no different from paper. At this moment, Kong Xian was enveloped in a crimson armor that he created with his aura. With a shout, he attacked. Blood Bone Star-breaking finger. A crimson beam shot out of Kong Xian's finger that caused cracks in the air. As it flew, it caught Lin Yun by surprise. Not having many options, Lin Yun executed the divine flicking finger. Countless iris flowers started to bloom behind him as Kong Xian's crimson beam landed on his sword aura. The sword aura showed signs of melting under the assault of the crimson beam, but it didn't actually disappear. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. Clearly, Kong Xian knew how tough it was to destroy his sword aura, but he was still trying to do it. In Kong Xian's mind, he only needed 3 breaths to beat Lin Yun's sword aura. However, even though Lin Yun's sword aura was suppressed, it managed to shatter Kong Xian's origin energy and pierce his shoulder. Kong Xian wasn't fazed by his injury and started to laugh instead. Lin Yun's sword intent started humming, and he realized that he couldn't mobilize his sword intent. The crimson beam had merged with his sword aura. Essentially, Kong Xian sealed Lin Yun's sword aura with his own. Lin Yun, I told you I was going to make you pay for humiliating my blood-bone realm. Kong Xian started laughing because victory was within his sight. Lin Yun tried a few times and realized that it would be troublesome for his sword aura to break free of its restraints. However, he didn't panic. You think this is enough to make me pay? Why are you smiling when I haven't even drawn my sword? Suddenly, Lin Yun's sword box opened up and countless flower petals flew around him. Grabbing the flower burial sword, he unleashed lightning cocoon. As soon as Lin Yun drew his sword, the crimson beam restricting his sword aura crumbled. At this moment, his sword ray shined so bright that the world looked dim. Lin Yun's breathtaking sword left all of the spectators shocked. Slowly, they recalled Lin Yun's claim of only needing one sword to kill. It became a lot easier for Lin Yun to unleash the 3 heavenly divides after reaching the first soul. So he unleashed a total of 9 sword silk threads that burrowed their way into Kong Xian's body. Before Kong Xian could even respond, his body exploded into a bloody cloud. Did Kong Xian die just like that? He was on the Azure Dragon ranking. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter came from the cloud of blood. When the blood dissipated, Kong Xian appeared once more, but this time he was topless. The armor that he once wore was broken into tiny fragments that littered the ground. Apparently, Kong Xian relied on a defensive Dao artifact to survive. They said that you only needed one sword to kill, but I'm still here. There's nothing you can do to me. Although Kong Xian relied on his armor to survive, he still thought he had the capital to laugh. However, while he laughed, a red line appeared on his forehead that started to move down his body. Just like that, Kong Xian laughed and his body split in half. When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, an azure firmament tree appeared behind him with iris flowers in full bloom. Additionally, petals were scattered across the lake behind him in the shape of lotuses. Since Kong Xian couldn't be killed with one sword, Lin Yun just used another. He knew that sooner or later, the 3 heavenly divides would take Kong Xian's life. There was nothing that couldn't be resolved in the world with one sword. After all, there was always another sword. Evidently, Kong Xian didn't understand that. According to Kong Xian's thinking, Lin Yun's sword was terrifying and lethal. However, Lin Yun should have been exhausted after using the first one. If it was the past Lin Yun, he wouldn't be able to use the Azure Lotus after executing Lightning Cocoon. However, his strength had undergone a drastic transformation now that he was in the first soul heavenly soul realm. With his current sword, he even had leftover strength to execute a third sword. An uproar took over Flamecloud City once Lin Yun sheathed his sword. No one could look at Lin Yun without shock in their eyes. Kong Xian was on the Azure Dragon ranking and he was also in the third soul. It didn't make sense to them that Lin Yun killed him so easily. It was especially strange because Kong Xian was laughing at Lin Yun just a moment ago. Senior brother, Yuan Hengtian and the elites of the Bloodbone realm were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the second strongest person from the Bloodbone realm had died. Their faces were filled with disbelief and their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. However, nothing would change the outcome that they just witnessed. Starting from today, Kong Xian was eliminated from the heavenly path. Lin Yun suddenly turned towards the Bloodbone realm's party, and all of them felt fear gripping their hearts. A chill ran down their spines as they began to tremble. Yuan Hengtian was already injured, so he wasn't as alert as normal. Before he could even respond, Lin Yun was standing in front of him with cold-killing intent. Yuan Hengtian's face became pale and his lips quivered before he gnashed his teeth. Lin Yun, you already killed Senior Brother Kong. There's no need for you to kill us too. That's right. Your battle with Senior Brother Kong has nothing to do with us. Don't take it too far. All of the Bloodbone Realm's elites spoke because they were utterly terrified by Lin Yun. Take it too far? Lin Yun smiled because this was the biggest joke he had heard since arriving in the heavenly path. How was he the one who took it too far? The Bloodbone Realm was really shameless to distort the truth and slander him. What about the people that Feng Wuji killed in Flamefeather City? What about the higher realm geniuses who arrogantly looked at everyone else like ants? Did any of them think of sparing people? Did they restrain themselves? Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed before he barked. I'm not a butcher, but if someone tries to take my life, I'll take theirs instead. I had no grudge with the Bloodbone realm, so why did your realm prevent me from competing for the treasures? Who the hell do you think you are? Who says that the Bloodbone realm can treat everyone like ants? As a swordsman, I never back down from a fight, so I'm going to be killing all of you today. Don't you dare think about running. Everyone was startled by Lin Yun because his sword intent was too strong to resist. Split up. Yuan Hengtian glared at Lin Yun before he continued. Lin Yun, just you wait. My Bloodbone realm will get revenge. After he was done speaking, the elites from the Bloodbone realms ran in different directions. You guys think you guys can escape? Lin Yun snorted with killing intent surging from the depths of his eyes. Drawing his sword once more, he executed Lightning Cocoon. 7 sword silk threads chased after the 7 elites of the Bloodbone realm. Die! When Lin Yun sheathed his sword, 7 heads exploded. After all the heads exploded like fireworks, no one from the Bloodbone realm was alive. The uproar caused by Kong Xian's death suddenly died down with everyone widening their mouths in disbelief. Outside Flamecloud City, on a barren mountain, stood a lady dressed in red and full of charm. The young lady was Yu Weiwei. She came to Flamecloud City because she was worried about Lin Yun's safety. However, she didn't approach and watched the battle from afar, just in case she didn't need to reveal herself. It looks like I was worried for nothing. Big Brother Yun is still as handsome as before. Yu Weiwei's eyes dazzled for a bit before she turned around to leave. However, her eyes were filled with reluctance as soon as she turned around. She even glanced back at Lin Yun several times before she pulled herself away. Lin Yun, meanwhile, had no idea that Yu Weiwei came to see him. Instead, he was relishing in the fact that he was victorious. He succeeded against an entire realm and killed all of the elites that tried to oppress him. It was an outcome that no one had expected. Everyone just assumed that Lin Yun would be killed by the Bloodbone realm. So all of the geniuses from the higher realms felt their pride getting crushed. Lin Yun didn't care about the pride of the higher realms. He would cut through anyone that stood in his way. Geniuses from the Black Flame realm and Nethercloud realm were in attendance because they wanted to take back their Dao artifacts. But when they saw that Lin Yun didn't care about the higher realms, they weren't sure what to do. Initially, they thought that Lin Yun would fall to the Bloodbone realm. It would present the perfect opportunity for them to show up, humiliate Lin Yun, and seize the Dao artifacts. However, since Lin Yun killed everyone from the Bloodbone realm, no one had the courage to fight. While the Black Flame realm and Nethercloud realm debated their next move, Lil Red ran around gathering all the interspatial pouches from the corpses. After it was done, it returned to Lin Yun's shoulder and started chuckling. It's time to go. Lin Yun swept his gaze through the crowd before he left. He was making sure that he left no traces of the Bloodbone realm behind. After Lin Yun left, everyone started to ponder the grace of his sword. Lin Yun's sword was so beautiful that it was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Although he was arrogant, he was still a graceful swordsman. He even declared that he would compete against the higher realms. Lin Yun was correct. The treasures and opportunities in the heavenly path were open to everyone. So if an ant wanted to do as they pleased, they were allowed to. After today, Lin Yun's name was destined to shake the Azure Dragon region. This time, the rumors would be forged by Kong Xian's corpse. In fact, the entire Bloodbone realm had become Lin Yun's stepping stone. In a single day, Lin Yun went from someone who had to observe the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm to someone who would raid the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. After half a day of traveling, Lin Yun came to a stop at a barren mountain. Then, Lil Red started looking around from on his shoulder. Friend, are you going to keep hiding? You've been following me ever since Flamefeather City. Lin Yun said. Hehe. Flower Burial, you really are impressive. But are you really sure you want me to show myself? Every single man who looks at me either loses their soul or their life. Which one do you think you'll lose? A playful feminine voice sounded out on the barren land. Her voice was filled with charm that would force someone to lower their defenses. Lin Yun's heart sank when he heard the voice. He had a feeling that someone was following him, but he wasn't too sure. It turned out that his instincts were correct. Is it someone from the Bloodbone realm? Lin Yun quickly shook that thought from his mind. He was certain that the person following him was a lot stronger than Kong Xian. If she wanted to make a move, she could have done so when he was fighting with Kong Xian. What's her goal? Then Lin Yun thought about the Glory Sun spirit. If there was something that could attract this woman's attention, it would be the Glory Sun spirit. Plus, the fact that she followed Lin Yun for so long proved that she was at least in the top 30 on the Azure Dragon ranking. In fact, she might even be in the top 15. Then again, all of this was just Lin Yun's speculation. There was no way Lin Yun could give away the Glory Sun spirit. He had been comprehending it for a long time and still had no idea how to break the seal. It was really hard for someone of his cultivation to break the seal. But very quickly, Lin Yun had a solution. If this lady wanted to come after him, he would use the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip. However, it all depended on the flaws that she revealed. Lad, have you made up your mind? Do you really want to see me? The charming voice sounded out once more. Come on out, said Lin Yun calmly while looking around. Behind you. The voice chuckled. When Lin Yun heard that, he quickly turned around. Then, he saw a woman slowly walking forward with a ray of sunlight shining down on her. She wore a long purple dress with a slit that went up to her waist, revealing her pearly white legs. Her dress was also low-cut, which revealed her large chest. Although she wore a veil to cover her face, her pupils looked like they could captivate the soul of any man in the world. All of this was enough to make Lin Yun's heart throb. He had seen many women, but no one aside from Xianxia had this level of seduction. I didn't lie to you, right? Those who see me either lose their soul or their life. The lady revealed a bewitching smile, but Lin Yun showed no signs of enjoyment. He was extremely wary because he could sense that this lady was in the fourth soul, heavenly soul realm. Lin Yun didn't dare to move, so he simply smiled. Indeed, but I don't wish to lose my soul or life. You're here for the Glory Sun spirit, right? If you can afford the price, I can consider selling it to you. The Glory Sun spirit? The lady was briefly stunned before she smiled. So you're the one who took the Azure Dragon region's Glory Sun spirit. How impressive, but I'm not here for that. No one can break the seal, and I'm not interested in the other astral spirits. If there's something I have some interest in, it's your sword and martial techniques. She's not from the Azure Dragon region? Lin Yun never would have thought that this lady didn't belong to the Azure Dragon region. In the Heavenly Path, there were a total of 4 regions: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger. Which region is she from? If she wanted to snatch the Flower Burial Sword or the Divine Glory Sun Fist, then she wouldn't bother talking to Lin Yun. Hee. Look how anxious you are. I'm just saying that I have a little interest. The lady examined Lin Yun's expression before she smiled. Actually, I'm more interested in you. What relationship do you have with that vixen, Yu Weiwei? That vixen has caused a lot of trouble in the other regions. She even came over to take a look at you. It seems like she's pretty concerned about you. Upon hearing Yu Weiwei's name, Lin Yun's face finally changed. What trouble did she cause? Did she cause more trouble than me? Your trouble? The Bloodbone realm. The lady smiled in disdain when she mentioned the Bloodbone realm. But she didn't continue and kept examining Lin Yun's expression. She could see that Lin Yun's face had changed drastically when she mentioned Yu Weiwei. It seemed like they had a relationship. Those idiots only know how to chase after Yu Weiwei. By the time they recover, it will be too late. Young fellow, come with me obediently. The lady smiled and a flaming spear appeared in her hand. Out of nowhere, she pulled out a greater Tao artifact. With a smile, she manipulated the aura from her spear to crush Lin Yun. But before her spear could descend, a dragon enveloped in purple lightning flames gushed out. The dragon was a few hundred meters long with horns growing out of its head. Based on its violent aura, it looked like an ancient demonic beast that had traveled through time and space. The lady was surprised when she saw the dragon and didn't hesitate to stab its head with her spear. Just like that, they exchanged a few earth-shattering moves. In the end, Lin Yun flicked his wrist and the indigo flame thunder whip exploded violently. The entire dragon came to life as it forced the lady backwards. Lil Red! Lin Yun yelled as he threw the indigo flame thunder whip to Lil Red. Lil Red, who was in the cat form, grabbed the indigo flame thunder whip with great agility. It had been waiting for some time to join the battle. When Lil Red grabbed the whip, the dragon suddenly grew over 3,000 meters long and evolved into a three-clawed dragon. The powerful dragon aura swept towards the lady, and its pressure restricted her from moving for a moment. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he drew his sword. His sword aura formed an ocean full of lotuses. As his dazzling sword ray shined out, the lady who was restricted was split in half. At the same time, the indigo flame thunder whip came crashing down. In just a short period of time, heaven and earth started to tremble violently as the surrounding space became unstable. When the indigo flame thunder whip returned to its whip form, Lil Red landed on Lin Yun's shoulder. However, it was still wary and wore a grave expression. Is it over? Lin Yun's eyes flashed as his face changed. Facing the mysterious lady who was in the fourth soul heavenly soul realm, Lin Yun had no choice but to use the indigo flame thunder whip. But even so, he had no confidence that he could win or even escape. Although he used the indigo flame thunder whip, he still unleashed a barrage of attacks to prevent the lady from catching her breath. Otherwise, he would have died after she recovered. After all, when someone's strength reached a certain level, all other means became useless tricks. The cloud of dust slowly dissipated as the lady appeared once more. This time around, her face was a little pale. Looking at Lin Yun, she smiled. Little brother, you're really ruthless. Additionally, the lady had surprise in her eyes because the whip looked like a transcendent Tao artifact from ancient times. If Lin Yun's cultivation wasn't so low, he could easily unleash all of the whip's power and fight her to a stalemate. He might be one of the dark horses at the end of the heavenly path. She's still alive. Lin Yun wore a grave expression and became more nervous than he had ever been. Since he started using the 3 heavenly divides, he had never failed to kill someone. This fact made him confident in his attacks and made them more ferocious. However, this was the first time that his attack had failed. He failed to kill his opponent and failed to destroy his opponent's defensive Tao artifact. He could sense cracks in his confidence that weren't there before. The current situation was beyond his control, so he would mend the cracks in the future. If he couldn't, the power of the 3 heavenly divides would fall. Lin Yun's eyes flashed and he suddenly spoke. You're injured right now. The lady wasn't bothered when she heard that. With a smile, she said, I was by that little lover of yours. But who would have thought you would be so ruthless? Your sword nearly made my heart drop. As she spoke, she held onto her chest full of heartache. All of a sudden, Lin Yun was certain that she had a grudge with you, Wei Wei. His face sank as he replied, I advise you not to go after you, Wei Wei. If you dare to harm a single strand of her hair, I swear that I'll make you regret it. Hee hee. Don't be so ferocious and scare me, smiled the lady. You better leave with me. With how handsome you are, I guarantee that I won't harm you. Although her words were domineering, it was hard for anyone to be enraged since she was so graceful. You can come with me instead, retorted Lin Yun. The lady was briefly stunned when she heard that. I guess you and that vixen have a strong affinity for each other. But even if I leave with you, your little vixen will still be in danger. There are a lot of people going after her. Furthermore, the lady looked at Lin Yun and asked seductively, Can you bear me? Lin Yun was having a hard time facing her temptation, so he smiled. I'll get going first. When he said that, Lil Red swung the indigo flame thunder whip. It manifested into a dragon and locked onto the lady, which made her face change. However, when she wanted to react, she realized that Lil Red had already dispersed the aura of the transcendent Tao artifact. Because of that, she was restricted by the indigo flame thunder whip and trapped for the time being. We'll meet again in the future, but remember what I said. Don't try and harm you Wei Wei because I don't wish to harm you. After Lil, Red unleashed its attack. It suddenly transformed into an ancient warhorse and soared into the sky with Lin Yun. The lady was too troublesome. So Lin Yun and Lil, Red didn't want to stay any longer. As soon as Lin Yun left, the lady broke free from the restriction. However, when she raised her head, Lin Yun was nowhere to be seen. Although Heavenly Soul Realm experts could travel in the air, it was too exhausting for one to travel in that manner. So no one would travel by air unless they were escaping. The mysterious woman had an extraordinary origin, and she had the ability to catch Lin Yun. However, she didn't make a move. The smile also disappeared from her face as she muttered, "He's really quick at running." Suddenly, two figures flew over from Flame Cloud City with kingly auras. If someone from Flame Cloud City were here, they would immediately recognize them. The newcomers were Qin Lin and Jun Mengchen. They were part of the 7 heads of the Azure Dragon region, which meant they were ranked in the top 7. They were so famous that everyone knew who they were. The mysterious woman wasn't surprised by their arrival as she calmly turned around. Jun Mengchen was the first to speak up. "What's the famous ice beauty from the Vermilion Bird region doing in our Azure Dragon region?" What an unexpected guest. Although Jun Mengchen was smiling, he was full of caution and enmity. Even Qin Lin was on high alert. After all, they were speaking with Pei Shui, a temptress who kills her captives. She was a beauty who couldn't be subdued. Furthermore, her attainment in flame intent was extremely terrifying. "Lady Shui, are you planning to cause trouble in our Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm?" asked Qin Lin. They were initially hiding in Flame Cloud City to observe Lin Yun's battle with the Bloodbone Realm. After all, a challenge of this scale was pretty rare in the Azure Dragon region. Plus, the rumors about Lin Yun only needing one sword to kill had piqued their interest. However, as they were about to recruit Lin Yun, traces of Pei Shui appeared. Lin Yun might have strong potential, but he wasn't a threat to them for the time being. Pei Shui was a different story though, so they were on guard. Pei Shui smiled. "Like you too. I'm interested in Lin Yun. Perhaps I might take a trip to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. You guys don't have to think too much about it. After all, you can't monopolize the entire Azure Dragon region. Eventually, someone from the War Realms will come to take their share." The War Realms represented the 10 strongest higher realms. They were also known as the 10 War Realms, and their foundation far exceeded the other higher realms. Unlike the other realms, the geniuses from the 10 War Realms only had one goal of heading to the Kunlun realm. The density of the spiritual energy and the world law in the realms they came from was the same as the Kunlun realm. Plus, every war realm had a huge accumulation of power in the Kunlun realm. After all, they were peerless powerhouses who had relationships with many powerful forces. "Do you mean the war realm you came from?" Jun Mengchen asked. Pei Shui merely smiled and replied, "You guys will know when the time comes. For now, I have a vixen to catch." Purple light wrapped around Pei Shui as the surrounding air started to distort. Just like that, Pei Shui disappeared. "That woman is so vague." Qin Lin frowned and asked, "What do you think about the geniuses from the war realms that are coming? We'll face them sooner or later at the end of the heavenly path. There's no harm in facing them a little early. We're already halfway through the heavenly path, so we'll face them frequently in the future," said Jun Mengchen. Hearing that, Qin Lin nodded his head with a grave expression. Even as one of the 7 heads of the Azure Dragon region, he was facing great pressure from the myriad realms. Jun Mengchen looked at the damage on the ground and said, "Looks like Lin Yun fought that woman. He really isn't simple since he was able to escape. Perhaps he might surprise us in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm," said Qin Feng with a trace of fear in his voice. After all, Lin Yun's sword intent was still lingering in the atmosphere. It's a pity that his cultivation is still too low. Otherwise, he might be able to stand at the top of the pyramid in the heavenly path, sighed Jun Mengchen. Let's see if he can even survive until then. The Bloodbone realm is nothing, but Pei Shui isn't someone who will just accept a loss. Since she had placed her eyes on him, Qin Lin smiled profoundly. He has shocking potential, and we can consider forging a friendship with him if he can survive. Qin Lin and Jun Mengchen continued to chat. It was hard for one to walk far in the heavenly path by themselves, not to mention fighting against the other realms. If one was strong, they would eventually reveal their flaw. But if Lin Yun had enough strength, they wouldn't mind recruiting him to face the geniuses from the other regions. This was the reason why they came to Flamecloud City from so far away. Lin Yun traveled for 4 hours to ensure that the mysterious lady wasn't following him. Only then was he able to feel relieved. That woman is really mysterious. She was able to dodge the second form of the 3 heavenly divides. If it wasn't for the indigo flame thunder whip, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Lin Yun recalled his fight with the mysterious lady and felt a chill run down his spine. He could sense that she was at least twice as strong as Kong Xian. Apparently his sights had been set too low. The true stage of the heavenly path wouldn't reveal itself until after he left Glory Sun Land. Killing Kong Xian meant that he was barely qualified to participate in the competition between the monstrous geniuses from myriad realms. The further he went, the tougher the fights would be. So if he wasn't careful, he would die. Luckily, he managed to make the mysterious lady suffer a small loss. Although she managed to avoid his attack, she was still injured in the process. This meant that she would be in trouble if they met again in the future. However, this was nothing to Lin Yun because he was more concerned about Yu Weiwei. When they were in the profound Amber Realm, he learned that she was searching for something in the heavenly path. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lowered her cultivation willingly to descend to a lower realm. It seemed like she found what she was looking for, but was in big trouble because of it. Did she reveal herself because she was worried about me? When Lin Yun thought about Yu Weiwei watching his fight, he couldn't help sighing in a depressed manner. He wasn't a match for the mysterious woman and he wasn't able to help Yu Weiwei. He truly felt helpless. At this moment, he realized that there were many experts in the heavenly path. However, he wasn't about to cower because he was a swordsman. But the fact remained that Kong Xian was on the Azure Dragon ranking and not a single person from Glory Sunland had made it onto the ranking. So there was no need to be depressed. I have to try and make a breakthrough with my sword intent. If I can't make a breakthrough before the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, I might not be able to find many opportunities. The Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm is an opportunity for me to rise. If I miss the opportunities, I will never catch up to the monstrous geniuses, muttered Lin Yun. Although he could refine divine astral pellets to make progress in his cultivation swiftly, he still needed some time to reach the second soul heavenly soul realm. However, his sword intent was his foundation. When he underwent his tribulation, his spiritual sword intent had already reached perfection and was only one step away from reaching the sky sword intent. But that step was like the distance between heaven and earth. So even if his spiritual sword intent was strong, it was still at the level of spiritual sword intent. Luckily, his fight with Kong Xian and the mysterious lady gave him some insights for the next step. He practically forced out all of his potential into one attack against the lady. Although he couldn't kill her, he was able to injure her. If it weren't for Yu Weiwei injuring her, Lin Yun wouldn't have stood a chance. I've already accumulated for a long time and it should be smooth for me to reach the sky sword intent. But the setback I suffered at the hands of the mysterious woman caused a crack in my heart as a swordsman. Lin Yun knew about his situation, but it was also an opportunity. He faced life and death when undergoing his first tribulation and only made a little improvement to his sword intent. So there might have been a flaw that he didn't know about. After all, he should have smoothly made a breakthrough in his sword intent. It was very strange that he couldn't make the breakthrough even though his sword intent faced the tribulation head-on. Clearly, there was a problem that he didn't know about. Lin Yun calmed down and started pondering his situation. As he paced back and forth, his thoughts became clear. After a while, Lin Yun realized what the problem was. With excitement flashing on his face, Lin Yun muttered, "I see. The 3 heavenly divides are only invincible because I never ran into an unstoppable opponent. That helped boost my confidence to be invincible. The 3 heavenly divides can cut everything under the sky. But sky intent also destroyed the sky. It wasn't limited to the things below. The 3 heavenly divides might be strong, but Lin Yun had caged himself with his mentality. So I caged myself. Lin Yun finally figured out why he couldn't make a breakthrough in his sword intent. Heaven and earth could be shattered, but it was hard to shatter a cage. If he hadn't run into the mysterious woman, it could have taken him ages before he realized his flaw. I have to thank her for this. As the excitement grew in Lin Yun's eyes, he became confident that he could make a breakthrough in his sword intent. Lin Yun had to admit that the setback he suffered from the mysterious woman was a fortunate opportunity. Without her, it might have taken forever to make a breakthrough in his sword intent. Lin Yun's sword intent was heaven-defying and likely wouldn't be matched by anyone else in the heavenly path. Even those outside of the heavenly path would have a hard time matching his word intent. Well, timing is everything. If I can break through my cage, my sky sword intent will be much stronger than others. Lin Yun's eyes flashed as he sat down. Then, he released his spiritual sword intent and azure dragon sword aura without any reservation. Since he discovered the cage he put himself into, it was only a matter of time before he made a breakthrough. Time gradually passed and the sword intent that surrounded Lin Yun shined like a bright star. Lin Yun felt strange when he shattered the cage that was restricting his sword intent. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but Lin Yun could clearly sense his sword intent undergoing a transformation. At this moment, his soul felt like it was spreading out in the sky. As his soul continued to drift, he started to see a gate at the end of the path. If he continued, he would be able to push the gate of the cage open. While Lin Yun worked on his sword intent, many geniuses were scouring the heavenly path for opportunities. Everyone wanted to be prepared for the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Simultaneously, word got out that Lin Yun killed Kong Xian. Lin Yun was a dark horse that came out of nowhere. Although Lin Yun wasn't on the Azure Dragon ranking, the name of his sword had already spread throughout the heavenly path. Whenever the higher realms mentioned Lin Yun, they would grit their teeth. Lin Yun killed Kong Xian and was denying the higher realms' self-declared right to all the treasures. His words emboldened everyone to stand up to the higher realms. The heavenly path was meant for all the realms to compete. It was a fact that made everyone's blood boil now. So everyone was trying their best to find opportunities available. After all, no one wanted to regret their time in the heavenly path. After cultivating for 5 days, a powerful sword intent surged out of Lin Yun. His sword intent shot into the sky and tore a huge hole through the clouds. When the clouds were torn apart, a majestic gate was revealed. But just when the terrifying sword intent was about to break open the gate, a wisp of sword ray was released from the gate. It was the second form of the 3 heavenly divides, but it was a lot more majestic with the azure firmament tree and iris flower phenomena hanging high in the sky. The massive azure firmament tree occupied half of the sky with petals that looked like stars in the night sky. Then, a silver lake spread out with the petals that were shaped like lotuses. At this moment, the sword ray bursting out of the gate had far exceeded Lin Yun's imagination. Before the sword ray even descended, Lin Yun threw up a mouthful of blood from the aura. The cage that Lin Yun had created for himself was too terrifying, and it would be terrible if the sword came back down. He created a sword that could cut down everything beneath the sky. It was a nightmare for his opponents to deal with, and Lin Yun never expected that he would have to face it too. Even his majestic sword intent was crumbling. Lin Yun was feeling immense pain as blood from his 7 orifices. Even the 2 aura oceans in his body showed signs of collapsing. Was this the pain his opponents experienced when facing Azure Lotus? What goes around comes around. This was something that Lin Yun had to face. If he wasn't careful, he would be the first genius to die by his own sword in the heavenly path. If news of this spread, his legacy would be one of humiliation. However, there was nothing Lin Yun could do under the sword aura. Am I going to die? Lin Yun's thoughts flashed quickly as he tried to figure out a solution. A flaw. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind as he thought of something that could save him. Azure Lotus wasn't able to kill the mysterious lady because it had a flaw. As long as the flaw existed, Lin Yun had a chance to survive. Suddenly, Lin Yun opened his eyes as he looked at the attack. The sword slowly expanded in his eyes as it prepared to tear him apart. However, he had finally found the flaw. The lotus phenomenon was full of imperfections. Break! Lin Yun roared as his suppressed sword intent started to gather. It showed signs of going through a rebirth as he prepared to target the flaw. Suddenly, the lotus exploded and the phenomena in the sky started to fade. Like a current, Lin Yun's sword aura sped through the remaining sword rays and slammed into the gate. The gate slammed open and countless beams of light enveloped Lin Yun. Under the radiance, Lin Yun's hair began to flutter as his eyes shined brightly. The brilliance was so dazzling that Lin Yun looked like a celestial. Noticing the changes, Lin Yun quickly shut his eyes to comprehend the profundity of the light. The phenomenon lasted for an hour before the hole in the sky slowly closed up. Simultaneously, the brilliance of the light disappeared. After a while, Lin Yun opened his eyes and his pupils shined like stars. The brilliance of Lin Yun's pupils were enough to make someone feel like they were suffocating. Is this sky sword intent? Lin Yun had joy written on his face as the light in his pupils slowly dissipated. He could sense that it wasn't the genuine sky sword intent, but it was close. He could vaguely feel that his sword intent didn't dissipate after breaking through the gate. Open! Lin Yun roared with boundless sword intent blazing in his pupils. Then, a star full of sword intent descended in the form of an azure dragon. When the azure dragon fell onto Lin Yun, his sword intent surged violently. At this moment, Lin Yun felt like he was the sky itself. Clouds descended with the wave of his hand and destroyed the surrounding mountains. Is the sky sword intent this powerful? Lin Yun's jaw dropped in disbelief because the sky sword intent exceeded his wildest imagination. He could sense that his physique would be ripped into pieces if his sword intent spiraled out of control. This was the reality of the situation. After all, by some heaven-defying odds, Lin Yun reached lesser mastery with his sky sword intent and his current cultivation couldn't keep up. Even the Empyreans in the Kunlun realm were unable to grasp the sky sword intent. Since Lin Yun grasped the sky sword intent in the heavenly soul realm, he passed the bounds of a monstrous genius. His achievements went beyond what generational talents were capable of. As Lin Yun marveled at the power of his sky sword intent, the sound of a breaking chain rang from his body. Did another primordial chaos soul awaken? At the same time, the broken sword within Lin Yun's body inched its way backwards a little more. Then, a sword ray flashed on Lin Yun's sword, and a bright light lit up the mysterious space within Lin Yun's body. In that split second, Lin Yun managed to see the outline of the broken sword clearly. Afterwards, he examined the newly awakened primordial chaos soul. He never expected that his fourth primordial chaotic soul would be the legendary Kunping. He had already awakened the Aurora Dragon, Xianxia, and Flying Serpent. Logically speaking, the primordial chaotic souls were one more terrifying than the other, which had far exceeded his imagination. It was impressive for ordinary geniuses if they could awaken a primordial chaotic soul. But Lin Yun had awakened them in a series that had started to terrify him because it had made him feel uneasy. What made him even more terrified was that the primordial chaotic souls seemed to be the subordinates of that broken sword. This gave Lin Yun a strong premonition that the primordial chaotic souls weren't his genuine martial soul, but that broken sword in the mysterious space. When the brilliance shone out, Lin Yun also managed to see that the broken sword had been drawn out by 1/4. The entire sword was black with mysterious runes engraved on it that gave off a feeling as if those runes could destroy the world. He could sense an immense pressure coming from the swords as though his soul would be sucked in with just a glance. This also gave him a feeling that he wanted to bow before this sword, and the emergence of this sword would be accompanied by a shocking tribulation. Lin Yun had speculated in his heart that the 8 primordial chaotic souls were the souls of the sword. This meant that someone had once killed those mythical beasts before using their blood essence and soul to refine this sword. If this sword is my martial soul, that explains my shocking talent in the sword path. Lin Yun held onto his chin with his eyes shining brightly. Heavenly soul realm experts could be found everywhere in the heavenly path, but they were all killed and Lin Yun didn't have to use his martial soul. The martial soul corresponded with the fate soul among the 3 immortal souls and 7 mortal souls. A person also had the heavenly and earth souls, but they weren't in the body. Only the fate soul was in the body. This meant that if the martial soul shattered, that person would lose one soul and would be no different from a zombie. So no one would bring their martial souls unless they were in a desperate strait and wanted to take a bet. He heard that martial souls also had another usage after reaching the Empyrean realm and could exist in another form. A long time later, Lin Yun recollected himself and calmed his thoughts down. The more he thought about it, the more exciting Kunlun realm seemed to be. After all, even Empyreans couldn't be considered powerhouses in Kunlun realm. So he knew that he had to grasp the time to find more opportunities. After all, he would be no different from an ant if he was still at the bottom of the pyramid even after reaching Kunlun realm. So this meant that he needed to find harvest in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm or even find some powerful inheritances. He had to grow stronger in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm if he wanted to help Yu Weiwei. He didn't want to stand by the side and watch Yu Weiwei being bullied. There was without a question that Lin Yun had grown a lot stronger with his sword intent making a breakthrough to the sky sword intent. If he ran into that mysterious lady again, he was confident of facing her even without relying on Lil Red and the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip. But it would be a different story if he wanted to win. After all, she was in the fourth soul Heavenly Soul realm and Lin Yun hadn't seen her full strength. So this meant that he needed to temper his strength more. He planned to cultivate the Divine Glory Sun Fist and allow his Divine Sunbreaking Seal to refine a fire-attributed Monarch Beast core. With the Sky Sword intent, he should have some odds of defeating a Monarch Demonic Beast in the Third Soul Heavenly Soul realm. But there were still dangers because most Monarch Demonic Beasts had a powerful bloodline and couldn't be considered an ordinary genius in the Third Soul Heavenly Soul realm. But first, he had to find out where he could find a Monarch Demonic Beast. With that, he quickly left this place and headed deeper into the Forbidden Region. The Forbidden Region was the core of the Azure Dragon region, and the dangers in it far exceeded the 7 astral lands. Whenever night came, the entire place would become a paradise for demonic beasts. So there was no way one could travel by himself without sufficient strength. Lin Yun was still fine because he didn't even have to move his fingers with Lil Red dealing most of the troubles on his behalf. When he ran into troublesome demonic beasts, he would directly just slay them with his sword. So this meant that many demonic beasts were killed by Lin Yun and Lil Red. As for their beast cores, they naturally went to Lil Red. Lil Red had also undergone a transformation. After reaching the first soul Heavenly Soul realm with the cultivation technique given by Yu Weiwei, it had grown a lot stronger. In terms of strength, even Third Soul Heavenly Soul realm geniuses might not be able to capture it. If it used the Void Blade or Blood Viper Whip, Lil Red would be a lot stronger. If Lin Yun gave the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip to Lil Red, even he would have to be fearful of Lil Red. After all, Lil Red had too much vitality which was a lot stronger than used by Lin Yun. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed and Lin Yun didn't see any cities along the way. This made Lin Yun helpless because he knew that he needed to find gatherings with human cultivators to find information about monarch demonic beasts. Then again, it would also be troublesome if he went in because practically everyone in the Azure Dragon region knew about him. He still had an ongoing grudge with Bloodbone Realm and they would definitely come after him. Aside from that, who knew how many people wanted the Glory Sun Spirit and Tao artifacts on him? So he knew that he would cause a huge ripple if he showed up somewhere. They couldn't be considered trouble because Lin Yun didn't want to reveal his tracks before the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm appeared. When the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm appears, it would definitely attract all the geniuses in the Azure Dragon region or geniuses from other regions. So there was no harm for him to maintain a low profile. Let's go. The nearest city is 2 days away. Lin Yun looked at the map before continuing the journey. 2 days later, Lin Yun stood on a hill with the majestic outline of a city at the far end. When it appeared before Lin Yun's sight, this was a pretty considerable city. It was 10 times bigger than the Flame Cloud city he was in a few days ago. With the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm imminent, all the cultivators from the various realms began to search this core region frantically. There were many realms gathered in this city, so it shouldn't be tough for him to find information about monarch demonic beasts. The only trouble would be how he should enter the city. If he wore a mask, the sword box he was carrying would surely still attract many people's attention. Just when he was in deep thoughts, two figures walked past under the slope. This was one of the main paths towards the city, so it wasn't surprising to see anyone passing here. Looking at the two figures, Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he smiled. What a coincidence! Those two were Xian Yunjin and Chen Qiong, the first two higher realms geniuses that Lin Yun had blackmailed in the Flamefeather City. They were initially a laughingstock, but no one soon laughed at them. After all, even someone like Feng Wuji was slain along with Kong Xian on the 47th on the Azure Dragon ranking. So everyone soon forgot about Xian Yunjin and Chen Qiong. They were also those who had rushed over to watch Lin Yun's battle with Kong Xian back then. When they watched the fight among the crowd, they were both completely dumbfounded. They initially thought that Lin Yun would die at the hands of Kong Xian, but they never imagined that Lin Yun would rise. Back then, they could still barely fight with Lin Yun. Now, they couldn't even look at the back of Lin Yun's figure. They would lament every time they thought about it and felt that the hidden treasure pavilion was the opportunity for Lin Yun to rise. All because of that cat. Chen Qiong gritted his teeth. It didn't even leave anything behind for us. If it did leave something for us, we wouldn't be in this state. Thinking about the past, Xian Yunjin had pity written on his face. If only we were more decisive back then, the opportunities in the hidden treasure pavilion would all be ours. At that time, our name will be the ones to spread in the Azure Dragon region and not Lin Yun. Then again, the Millennium Flame and Divine Astral Pellets were the main reason why Lin Yun's strength could grow so swiftly. But they had also thought too much about it. Even if they did have some harvest in the hidden treasure pavilion, they would still be defeated by Lin Yun after they came out. At that time, their harvest would still go to Lin Yun. So there was nothing to feel pity about simply because they weren't strong enough. It has been a long time. A familiar voice sounded out just when Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin were chatting among themselves. This caused Xian Yunjin and Chen Qiong to be briefly stunned. When they raised their heads, they saw Lin Yun standing on a tree without them knowing. Lin Yun! Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin were both startled when they saw Lin Yun. Clearly, they never expected that they would run into Lin Yun here. Come with me. This isn't the right place to speak. But Lin Yun didn't bother about the two of them and headed deeper into the forest. Chen Qiong and Xian Yunjin's faces started changing and began to hesitate. What's that fellow trying to do? Let's go and take a look. If he wanted to kill us, we would have already been dead by now. The two shivered whenever they thought about Lin Yun's strength. After all, their current wealth wasn't even possible for Lin Yun to blackmail. So they only hesitated briefly before they followed behind Lin Yun. After Xian Yunjin and Chen Qiong followed up, Lin Yun directly told them about his request about them to find information about monarch demonic beasts. You're not stupid after all. Many people will definitely have their ideas placed on you with the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm emerging, said Xian Yunjin. And also information about the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm along with the Azure Dragon ranking. Lin Yun held onto his chin and realized that he was pretty lacking in information. Chen Qiong's eyes flickered and probed. What benefits do we have in this matter? He had mustered his courage in saying that because he knew that Lin Yun could easily kill them if they weren't happy. When he saw Lin Yun falling into silence with a smile, this instantly made them nervous. But Lin Yun knew that this matter was more or less done since they asked him for repayments. Furthermore, he knew that these two wouldn't dare to reveal his tracks based on their expression. 10 divine astral pellets, said Lin Yun. This had also indirectly guaranteed that there were divine astral pellets in the hidden treasure pavilion, which left them shocked. Very quickly, they had joy reflected on their faces because this was a great deal. After all, it was 10 divine astral pellets for some valueless information and said, deal. 10 divine astral pellets were comparable to 100,000 astral pellets in value. After all, no one would be willing to trade 100,000 or even 1,000,000 astral pellets for divine astral pellets. After all, divine astral pellets had a price without value. The astral energy contained in the divine astral pellet had been refined by astral flame, so the effects of using them to temper their bodies were incomparable to astral pellets. I meant 10 pellets each, not 10 pellets for the both of you, said Lin Yun calmly. Information about monarch demonic beasts is extremely important to me, so you guys have to obtain it no matter what. Also pay attention to those experts on the ranking for me, along with information about the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. What Lin Yun said left Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong dumbfounded because they never expected that Lin Yun would be so generous. Although I don't think that you guys will leak my tracks, I still have to give you guys a heads up first. Lin Yun then directed his cold gaze onto Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong. In that split second, Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong's faces changed and could feel that their bodies were penetrated by Lin Yun's sword intent. As long as Lin Yun wanted, he could solidify that sword intent any time and tear him into pieces. This caused fear to spread out in their hearts, and they were covered in a cold sweat. Just what kind of sword intent that was? That was simply too terrifying. They had no idea how Lin Yun did that as they became even more terrified. Let's go. I'll be waiting for you guys here. This is the deposit. Lin Yun removed his sword intent and took out 10 divine astral pellets before tossing them to Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin. This made them feel relieved before they were both stunned by the dazzling golden flames on the divine astral pellets. They knew that these were genuine divine astral pellets. They were hardly found in the Azure Dragon region, and even they had only heard about it. This was still their first time seeing it. It was rumored that the Azure Dragon ranking had 7 heads and were the strongest in the Azure Dragon region because the geniuses of their realms excavated many divine astral pellets. Judging from how generous Lin Yun was, Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong speculated that Lin Yun's harvest was even more than the 7 heads. Don't worry, we will definitely return with the information you need. Xian Yunjin smiled with lingering fear. We were there when you killed Kong Xian, so we naturally don't have the guts to do it. That's for the best, replied Lin Yun, nodding his head. It didn't take long for the two to disappear before them and headed towards the city. Lin Yun had always been a cautious person, so he naturally wouldn't believe them easily. As a precaution, his gaze fell onto Lil Red, who was on his shoulder. With the void blade in its hand, it was a lot easier for it to hide compared to Lin Yun. Lin Yun and Lil Red had come a long way here, so it instantly knew what Lin Yun meant with a glance. Quietly, Lil Red turned into a blur and secretly followed behind those two. It would take some time for them to gather information, so Lin Yun sat down and started refining divine astral pellets. With the divine astral pellets, Lin Yun could sense that he was making swift progress in his cultivation. Now, his cultivation had already stabilized in the lesser First Soul Heavenly Soul realm. Aside from that, the greatest change would be the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra, as it had touched the threshold of the 10th stage. The Azure Firmament Sword Sutra only had 10 stages in total. If he could reach the pinnacle 10th stage, this meant that the 3 Heavenly Ren's power would reach a new height. Previously, when his sword intent made a breakthrough, the entire sky was covered by the Azure Firmament tree and iris flowers when the sword descended from the gate. This had brought a great impact on Lin Yun and also motivated him even more to bring the Azure Firmament Sword Sutra to the 10th stage. Pairing it with his sky sword intent, it might be able to unleash a shocking power. Roughly 6 hours later, Lin Yun could sense 2 familiar aura approaching as they were Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin. They came back faster than he had expected, and it appears that their trip should be smooth. Lin Yun opened his eyes and kept the half-devoured divine astral pellet into his interspatial pouch before he stood up. Not long later, Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin appeared before Lin Yun. We found the information you need. As many people are scouting the entire Forbidden region every day, it's easy to find information about monarch demonic beasts. So what cultivation are you looking at? Chun Qiong asked after letting out a breath. But the moment he was done, a black figure flew across their heads and landed on Lin Yun's shoulder. Chun Qiong and Xian Yunjin instantly saw the dragon-blooded cat. Although there weren't any changes on their faces, their hearts had sunken. They were both feeling fortunate that they were looking for information honestly. Lin Yun might seem arrogant, but he also had meticulous thoughts which left a chill down their spines. Third Soul Heavenly Soul Realm, said Lin Yun calmly. Monarch demonic beasts in the Third Soul Heavenly Soul Realm were already dangerous, so the odds of Lin Yun winning against a Fourth Soul Heavenly Soul Realm demonic beast wasn't high. After all, Overlord demonic beasts could suppress human cultivators of the same realm, and monarch demonic beasts were practically invincible among the same cultivation. Gold-furred demonic ape, a descendant of the ancient Dracope. As it had devoured a yang attributed fruit, its bloodline had undergone a transformation. "So this fits your requirement perfectly," said Chan Qiong after calming himself down. Beside him, Xian Yunjin added, "But the Blazeyong Realm's leader is also interested in this gold-furred demonic ape and even gathered 6 higher realms to hunt it. The Blazeyong Realm might not be comparable to Bloodbone Realm, but the strength of their leader, Mo Yen, was even stronger than Kong Xian. Furthermore, the 6 higher realms he recruited weren't weak either. I heard that his Flameyong art had already reached the pinnacle with deep attainments in flame intent. So he's trying to use a monarch beast core to make a breakthrough in his flame intent." Chun Xiong looked at Lin Yun solemnly and added, "He's not someone easy to mess with." This Mo Yang was indeed impressive that he could cultivate the flame intent to the pinnacle second stage. But it was a pity because it was nothing compared to Lin Yun's sword intent. Out of all the martial intents, sword and saber intents were the strongest, not to mention that Lin Yun had even merged the immortal Azure Dragon intent into it. So even if he didn't use his Sky Sword intent, he was confident that he could suppress him with his martial intent alone. The only trouble would be the 6 higher realms. Xian Yunjin continued, "Unlike Kong Xian, who had just reached the 3rd Soul Heavenly Soul Realm, he had already reached the greater 3rd Soul Heavenly Soul Realm. I heard that he even used 6 million astral pellets in his tribulation. If it was the past, Mo Yen would be a formidable opponent. But now that Lin Yun had absorbed 1,500 divine astral pellets in his first tribulation, it was the same as having a foundation of 1,500 divine astral pellets. All right, I got it." Lin Yun didn't talk much about it and continued to inquire about gold-furred demonic ape's location, along with some other information. The two told them about what they found and also reminded Lin Yun that Bloodbone Realm's leader was undergoing his 4th tribulation to deal with him in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. The Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm would start 2 months from now. At that time, all the geniuses from the Azure Dragon region would be gathered there, and even geniuses from the other realms. "Found anything about you, Wei Wei?" Lin Yun asked. Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong exchanged a glance before they shook their heads. "None." Lin Yun no longer asked when he heard that. "Looks like Yu Weiwei's trouble wasn't simple that not even Xian Yunjin and Chen Qiong couldn't come in contact with." Xian Yunjin hesitated briefly and said, "There's one more piece of information that you might be interested in. The Glory Moon Spirit is taken by someone also from the profound Amber Realm. His name is Yu Haotian." Lin Yun was surprised to hear that. He never imagined that Yu Haotian was still alive and even took the Glory Moon Spirit. This also meant that Yu Haotian could confront the higher realm's geniuses with his strength. Just what did he experience in this period of time? But there was something Lin Yun could be sure about. This meant that the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm would be interesting. Not only Yu Haotian would be there, but Bloodbone Realm's leader might even reach the 4th Soul Heavenly Soul Realm along with that mysterious lady. Not to mention the 7 heads of the Azure Dragon ranking. When the Forbidden Realm opens, even Lin Yun had no idea how chaotic it would become. Both Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong were surprised to see the changes on Lin Yun's face. After all, Lin Yun's face didn't even change hearing how strong Mo Yen was, or Bloodbone Realm's leader undergoing his 4th tribulation soon. But Lin Yun's face had changed when he heard about Yu Haotian. "That's important to me. Farewell." Lin Yun recollected his thoughts before throwing the remaining 10 divine astral pellets over. Looking at Lin Yun's figure, Xian Yunjin and Chun Qiong's faces became complicated. Chun Qiong asked, "Yunjin, what rank do you think Lin Yun can obtain with his current strength?" There was a threshold in the Azure Dragon ranking, and it would only be higher as time passed. The current threshold was the 2nd Soul Heavenly Soul Realm. So there was naturally no way Lin Yun could make it in with his current cultivation. But it was an undeniable fact that he had killed Kong Xian, ranked 47th on the Azure Dragon ranking. Xian Yunjin pondered briefly and said, "Probably comparable to the top 30. As long as no one from the 4th Soul Heavenly Soul Realm steps out, it's hard for anyone to suppress him." The gold-furred demonic ape's location was pretty far from Lin Yun. But fortunately, with Lil Red around, the entire journey became much shorter. In just roughly an hour's time, a mountain range had already appeared before Lin Yun. The mountain range was enveloped in an eerie fog that contained fatal poison. So aside from higher realms, no one would dare to step into this region. This is the Ashes Mountain Range? Lin Yun looked down from Lil Red's back and saw that the entrance was sealed off. It looks like Mo Yen was pretty determined to take the gold-furred demonic ape down. But the mountain range was massive, and it was practically impossible for this many people to seal off the entire mountain range. He could easily find some paths with no one guarding them. Let's go. Lin Yun's figure flashed and landed on the ground firmly. When Lil Red transformed into its cat form, they both entered the mountain range. In their eyes, the demonic beasts here were just appetizers. Entering a path with more demonic beasts into the Ashes Mountain Range, Lin Yun wore a hood and his figure started flashing in the forest. Along the way, he could see higher realms geniuses cleaning up the surrounding demonic beasts. After they were done hunting the surrounding demonic beasts, they could see higher realms spiritualists leaving behind spiritual runes on the ground. When they were done, the spiritual runes they left behind started linking up together with a light flashing through the air before they fused into the surrounding atmosphere. Spiritual array? Lin Yun was surprised as he looked from the top of the tree. Those spiritualists who could set up and control the array were at least in the 4th grade. Spiritual arrays were different from diagrams. Spiritual diagrams were a lot simpler because one person could create and use a high-graded spiritual diagram. But it would be a lot more complicated for arrays because not even ordinary 4th-grade spiritualists had the ability to do that. Furthermore, Lin Yun could tell that the grade of this spiritual array wasn't low just by looking at this scale. It looks like Mo Yen had recruited a lot of people this time from the 6 higher realms. This also meant that it would be a lot harder for Lin Yun to obtain the gold-furred demonic ape's beast core. Then, Lin Yun quietly followed behind the spiritualists and bypassed many segments. This made Lin Yun shocked because the attainment of those spiritualists was rather high the more he examined the array. Lin Yun could tell that this array was rather ingenious as it had relied on the momentum of the mountain range. If this could catch the gold-furred demonic ape by surprise, Mo Yen probably wouldn't need to pay any price to kill this 3rd soul, heavenly soul realm demonic beast. An hour later, Lin Yun followed the group to a spacious valley. This was the Ashes Valley, the territory of the gold-furred demonic ape. The entire ground was scorched and filled with fire spiritual energy in the atmosphere. At the border of the valley, there were about 200 to 300 geniuses from the various higher realms, and they were all in the 2nd soul heavenly soul realm. The scale of this formation had even left Lin Yun shocked. Hugging onto Lil Red, Lin Yun gently leapt and quietly approached. When he got close, he could see 3 people leading the party. Although there were many higher realms geniuses here, the huge party was led by 3 people. The one at the center wore black clothes with a flaming emblem on his back. He was naturally Blazeyong Realm's leader, Mo Yen. The one on his left wore simple gray clothes and spiritual runes vaguely enveloping him. Lin Yun could instantly tell that this person was a 4th-grade spiritualist. This made Lin Yun frown. According to the information from Xian Yunjin and Chen Xiong, this should be the leader of profound spiritual realm, Mu Zi. 4th-grade spiritualists could be comparable to heavenly soul realm experts to begin with. The more 4th-grade spiritual runes they grasped, the stronger they would be. Since this person could control the spiritual array, this meant that he had grasped at least 10-odd 4th-grade spiritual runes. The one on the right had a robust figure with a terrifying height of over 2 meters. Paired with his robust figure, he looked like a small mountain. Lin Yun couldn't sense much origin energy fluctuation coming from this person, as this person looked like someone who purely cultivated his physique. This should be the leader of the demonic constellation realm, Wu Mu. Young Master Mu, can we move now? Mo Yen smiled while looking at Mu Zi. Mu Zi nodded his head before he gently patted on his interspatial pouch, retrieving an armor before handing it to Wu Mu. He was truly worthy of being a spiritualist. After all, defensive Dao artifacts were rarer than offensive Dao artifacts, so it wasn't something that anyone could take out easily. But that wasn't all. After Mu Zi retrieved the defensive Dao artifact, he took out more transcendent cosmic artifacts and equipped them on Wu Mu. When he was done, Wu Mu's robust figure looked like a humanoid stronghold with a powerful pressure coming from him. The Tao artifact and cosmic artifacts seemed to be connected with spiritual runes which formed into a small spiritual array on his body. These people are really prepared. Lin Yun soon figured out what they were planning. They must be trying to let Wu Mu rely on the Tao artifact and cosmic artifacts to hold the gold-furred demonic ape back. This would greatly decrease their losses, not to mention that they could use the spiritual array enveloping this mountain to suppress the demonic ape before having Mo Yen kill it. So it was probably in the bag for them to kill the gold-furred demonic ape if there were no accidents. This was the Higher Realms Foundation which had completely refreshed Lin Yun's view on the higher realms. But this was also good news to him because it would be dangerous for him and Lil Red to face the gold-furred demonic ape by himself. Monarch demonic beasts were terrifying, to begin with. Not to mention that they were corroded by the demonic aura in the heavenly path throughout the year. With these people around, he could just wait for them to deal with the gold-furred demonic ape before making his move. Let's start. Mo Yen sneered coldly as all the higher realms geniuses behind him started splitting up. Meanwhile, Wu Mu soared into the sky and revealed his aura publicly. As a ferocious aura started pouring out, the Tao artifact and cosmic artifacts on his body became crimson. This made Mu Zi surprised before he smiled. The demonic constellation realm's bloodline is really terrifying. Their aura is no different from a wild beast. So no wonder their physiques are so strong. Alright, the show is starting now. Young Master Mu, it's up to you next, said Mo Yen. Haha, don't worry about it. My constellation dragon-locking array can perfectly make use of the momentum of this mountain range. It won't have a problem facing the gold-furred demonic ape even if it can't suppress it, said Mu Zi confidently. Just when Mo Yen was about to speak, the ground started trembling violently with a blazing aura sweeping out with a hill slowly approaching from afar. The gold-furred demonic ape. Lin Yun took in a cold breath and was deeply shocked. The 300 meters gold-furred demonic ape was shining brightly from its massive body and was covered in golden fur. It had a pair of sharp fangs with golden flames blazing in the depth of its pupils. When two dazzling flames shot out from its pupils, this made Wu Mu's movements become a lot stiffer with a powerful aura enveloping this entire space. Even if the aura coming from Wu Mu was terrifying, he was instantly immobilized under this aura. This is the pressure of a monarch demonic beast. Looking from afar, this demonic beast was truly powerful, and it was no longer at the level of higher realms geniuses could compete with. Aside from Mo Yen, who had high attainment in the flame intent, even Wu Mu and Mu Zi couldn't move when facing this demonic beast. Suddenly the massive golden figure suddenly jumped and grabbed onto Wu Mu, wanting to tear him into two pieces. Right at this moment, Wu Mu's Tao artifact and cosmic artifacts shone brightly with the spiritual array Mu Zi had engraved on it starting to buzz. So no matter how the gold-furred demonic ape tried, it wasn't able to tear Wu Mu in half. The gold-furred demonic ape unleashed a roar and bare its fangs. But seeing that it couldn't tear Wu Mu apart, the gold-furred demonic ape then grabbed onto Wu Mu and threw him towards a mountain. When Wu Mu clashed with the mountain, the entire mountain snapped and started to crumble. Wu Mu couldn't even put up a resistance against the gold-furred demonic ape and was completely being crushed one-sidedly. Mu Zi, quick! Wu Mu yelled after he was thrown against the mountain. This made Lin Yun fall into deep thoughts because Wu Mu's physique was a little too exaggerated. If it was an ordinary genius being thrown in this manner, they would have already been turned into a pile of meat. Constellation dragon-locking array. Mu Ziyu finally made his move as he hovered in midair with spiritual runes appearing around him. The split second when he formed his seals, the clouds were torn apart with starlight forming into pillars that fell onto the already arranged segments. Boundless astral energy began to circulate with the massive spiritual array on the ground being activated and formed into a massive painting. This made Lin Yun narrow his eyes as he could see the poisonous fog enveloping the Ashes Mountain range being gathered together. Along with a huge sound, the poisonous fog was condensed into a demonic bird, casting a shadow down half the valley when it spread its wings apart. This forced the gold-furred demonic ape's monarch aura to start to retreat under the demonic bird's terrifying aura. Wu Mu took this opportunity to charge over and could finally land on the gold-furred demonic ape without the restriction of the monarch aura. Move out! Mo Yen turned into a flame and charged forth with its boundless origin energy manifesting into a flaming beast with its palm descending down on the gold-furred demonic ape. Blazing sun-breaking palm. Mo Yen also released all the power he had been accumulating. When his palm landed on the gold-furred demonic ape, it had left a huge hole on its body. Under this palm, the gold-furred demonic ape was forced to take several steps back. But this wasn't all, as all the higher realms geniuses had already scattered out and ambushed in the surroundings. They all flew into the sky and rained their attacks down on the gold-furred demonic ape. This caused an earth-shattering explosion to echo in the valley with all sorts of phenomena appearing. Facing the siege of the higher realms geniuses, especially with Wu Mu, Mo Yen, and Mu Zi joining forces together, even the gold-furred demonic ape no longer had its prestige when he suppressed Wu Mu. But the gold-furred demonic ape swept its glance around before clashing with Mo Yen head-on. This made Mo Yen throw out a mouthful of blood, with the flames enveloping him dissipating, and he was sent flying back. Taking advantage of this, the gold-furred demonic ape looked into the distance before stopping on Mu Zi. Although the gold-furred demonic ape was a demonic beast, it had great intelligence and knew who was the key to resolving this situation. But just when he sent Mo Yen flying and was prepared to shake off Wu Mu before heading towards Mu Zi, Mo Yen, who was sent flying away, charged back once again. Hehe, you want to force me back? Not so easy. Now, you can get back to where you come from. Mo Yan's face became sinister as the flame intent around him, which had dimmed down, regathered once more and threw his palm out. The gold-furred demonic ape tried to block this attack, but it had lost its balance from the impact and fell onto the ground. A golden chance! Wu Mu's eyes lit up and jumped over, executing his secret technique, and his body started to swell up, wanting to suppress the gold-furred demonic ape. All of this had happened in the blink of an eye. Mu Ziyu manipulated the spiritual array from afar to suppress the gold-furred demonic ape's aura, while Wu Mu relied on the artifacts and his physique to tangle the demonic beast. As for Mo Yen, who was the strongest among them, he was naturally responsible for inflicting injuries on the beast. As for the other higher realms geniuses, they were responsible for exhausting the gold-furred demonic ape's vitality. If this carried on, the gold-furred demonic ape would be exhausted to death sooner or later. On the tree, Lin Yun and Lil Red were watching in the dark as they waited for the right opportunity to make a move. They're really strong working together. Lin Yun squinted his eyes watching the battle. If they fought the gold-furred demonic ape individually, even Mo Yen, who was the strongest among them, wasn't the demonic ape's opponent. As for Wu Mu and Mu Ziyu, there was naturally nothing to say about them as their flaws were too obvious. But with the three of them working together, they had completely suppressed the gold-furred demonic ape. If there were no accidents, the gold-furred demonic ape would be killed by the three of them. On the other hand, Lin Yun had some confidence in facing the gold-furred demonic ape, albeit it would be dangerous. Then, Lin Yun's gaze fell onto Mu Ziyu with his eyes flashing coldly. If they clashed, he had to take this person down first and couldn't allow him to execute the Constellation Dragon-locking array. Otherwise, his sword aura would be a lot weaker. Just when Lin Yun's thoughts began to process, the intense battle in the Ashes Valley became even more intense, that several of Wu Mu's cosmic artifacts shattered with blood flowing from his wounds. But that fellow was still terrifyingly stubborn. The crimson radiance from his pupils was terrifying as it held down the gold-furred demonic ape firmly. With him standing at the front, the gold-furred demonic ape couldn't even run even if it wanted to. This also gave Mo Yen a huge room to unleash his attacks. Judging from this situation, it would just be a matter of time for the gold-furred demonic ape to be defeated. As Wu Mu was sent flying by the gold-furred demonic ape once more, the last cosmic artifact on his body shattered, with only the Tao artifact remaining. Throwing out another mouthful of blood, the barbaric Wu Mu finally had lingering fear flashing through his pupils. Everyone from the demon constellation realm had the bloodline of the barbarian clan, and their physiques were even stronger than demonic beasts. But it was nothing before a genuine monarch demonic beast, and it was already impressive if he could last through the battle. Mu Zi, quick! Brother Wu won't be able to hold on any longer, Mo Yen yelled with his brows locked together. It's about time. Constellation dragon-locking array. Mu Zi laughed. The demonic bird manifested from the poisonous fog, then turned into shackles under the starlight before piercing through the gold-furred demonic ape's body and shooting deep into the ground. 10-odd shackles began to intertwine before it bound onto the gold-furred demonic ape firmly. Despite being bound, the gold-furred demonic ape roared furiously with flames blazing from its golden furs and unleashed a violent aura. Looking from afar, it looked like a blazing sun bound onto the ground. Just when it struggled, the entire ground started to tremble with a shockwave spreading out. Several higher realms geniuses were all sent flying away with their faces becoming pale. The ferocious aura emitted from the gold-furred demonic ape had left many people terrified. This was a monarch demonic beast. Even in a desperate strait, it still couldn't be underestimated. Haha! My constellation dragon-locking array isn't that easy to break. Mu Ziyu smiled with pride radiating from his pupils. He naturally had the confidence to be prideful because there weren't many people with stronger attainments in spiritual runes compared to him. In terms of sealing technique and spiritual array control, there weren't many who could surpass him. Great sun-blazing heaven! Taking advantage of this moment, Mo Yen laughed sinisterly as he pushed his second-grade flame intent to the limit before executing an Overlord Fortune martial technique towards the gold-furred demonic ape. The golden light radiating from his body at this moment wasn't any inferior compared to the ape. After all, he was a third soul heavenly soul realm genius to begin with, so the density of his origin energy naturally far exceeded the likes of Kong Xian. The light was so blinding that it made many people bleed from their eyes, as Mo Yen combined his martial intent, cultivation, and Overlord Fortune martial technique together. This brought the power of this attack to a terrifying height. As the gold-furred demonic ape felt the threat of death for the first time, the fear forced it to unleash all of its potential in the desperate strait. When it began to struggle even more violently, this made Mu Zi surprised and caught him by surprise. But just when it was about to break free, Mo Yan's attack also reached as a blazing fist descended onto the gold-furred demonic ape and created a huge hole in its chest. This made countless fragments of internal organs fly out from the gold-furred demonic ape's wound, but they were instantly incinerated into ashes by Mo Yan's flame intent. The gold-furred demonic ape still wanted to struggle, but a silver bolt of lightning had directly pierced through its forehead. This was Wu Mu's attack as its iron staff emitted an ancient and barbaric aura with countless dragon runes intertwining on the surface of the staff. This was an earth-shattering attack as cracks began to spread out on the demonic ape's face before exploding. Just like that, the gold-furred demonic ape's head was only left with a firm skull and two blazing pupils. The gold-furred demonic ape then fell onto the ground powerlessly with its vitality disappearing quickly. This had completely destroyed all of Wu Mu's vitality when it was already approaching death. When its colossal body fell onto the ground, it had caused the entire ground to tremble violently. Right at this moment, Mu Zi turned into a streak of light and descended while he looked at the blazing pair of pupils with excitement. Mo Yen glanced at him briefly and said, "Your spiritual runes don't seem as terrifying as you said. The gold-furred demonic ape nearly broke free. But isn't the gold-furred demonic ape already dead?" Brother Mo, after you refine its beast core, your flame intent will have a high chance of reaching the third grade. At that time, you'll rise easily in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, even if you don't want to. Mo Zi smiled awkwardly. Mo Yen simply replied with a cold snort, but his expression had loosened up. He had paid a great price this time to kill the gold-furred demonic ape and even went as far as seeking help from other higher realms. Aside from paying Wu Mu and Mu Zi 200 divine astral pellets, he also had to give Mu Zi the gold-furred demonic ape's eyes and corpse to Wu Mu. The latter was still fine as he didn't have to take anything out from his pocket. But 200 divine astral pellets was a little too high. He only had saved up 400 divine astral pellets with great difficulty. But now, he had to pay so much which made his heart bleed. But thinking about the inheritances waiting for him in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm, he instantly felt that all of this was worth it as long as he could obtain the gold-furred demonic ape's beast core. Wu Mu didn't pay any attention to the two of them and rested briefly before he stepped forth. After all, his Dao artifact was still in the gold-furred demonic ape's skull. But the moment he took a step out, a dazzling ray of light flashed through the horizon at an unbelievable speed. In the path of the light, a powerful gale swept out which made Mo Yen, Wu Mu, and Mu Zai's faces change and raise their arms before them by instinct. This attack came too quickly, and they were even pushed several steps back before they managed to stabilize themselves. When the wind dissipated, the ray of light also disappeared. When they raised their heads, they saw an ancient sword box standing before the gold-furred demonic ape's corpse with floral patterns engraving the sword box. So it turns out that the ray of light was this sword box flying over. Before they could figure out what was going on, an azure figure wearing a hood slowly descended. There was no question that he was naturally Lin Yun. He had been waiting for the right opportunity. Now that the gold-furred demonic ape was dead, he naturally couldn't let Mo Yen retrieve its beast core. "I'll be taking this gold-furred demonic ape's beast core," said Lin Yun in a mysterious tone with the hood covering half of his face. When Mo Yen, Wu Mu, and Mu Zai sensed that Lin Yun was only in the first soul heavenly soul realm, all three of them felt relieved because they thought that it was someone ranked in the top 30 on the ranking. Mo Yan's eyes surged with killing intent and smiled. "Aren't you taking it a little too far? We're the ones who killed this gold-furred demonic ape with great difficulty." Mu Zi, on the other hand, wore a mocking gaze because this man was only in the first soul heavenly soul realm. Yet he dared to rob the three of them? Did he have a nerve loose in his mind? An ant dares to come and bark before us? Are you tired of living? 2 second soul heavenly soul realm elites from the Blazeyong art snorted coldly before charging towards Lin Yun. After all, they naturally couldn't let Mo Yen deal with a piece of trash in the first soul heavenly soul realm. Mo Yen, Mu Zi, and Wu Mu all wore a smile and didn't stop them. But when Lin Yun looked at the two people charging at him, his eyes flashed with mockery. These two might be in the second soul heavenly soul realm, but their foundation couldn't even be compared to Yuan Hengtian, who was on the Azure Dragon ranking. So he had no idea where these two people got their confidence from. In the next second before Mo Yen, Mu Zi, and Wu Mu could keep their smile, the two elites who charged over flew back at a faster speed, as they both threw out a mouthful of blood. The three couldn't even see how Lin Yun moved because Lin Yun only raised his head and glanced at them. Just that alone, the sky sword intent in his eyes had already sent them flying out. This scene made Mo Yen, Mu Zi, and Wu Mu's faces change into grave expressions with shock flashing through their pupils. Mo Yen squinted his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" He didn't believe that someone like Lin Yun was a nobody. But Lin Yun waved his hand and removed his hood, revealing his appearance. At the same time, his hood flew out and cut the two Blazeyong Realms elites into two before they could land on the ground, cutting down their lives like weeds. Reaching out, Lin Yun grabbed onto the hood and smiled. "Lin Yun. Flower Burial Lin Yun." When Lin Yun removed his hood, Mo Yen, Mu Zi, and Wu Mu instantly recognized him. After all, there wasn't a single person in the Azure Dragon region who hadn't heard of Lin Yun's name. He was like a rising comet to rise brightly, especially after he killed Kong Xian. Aside from the 7 heads from the Azure Dragon ranking, Lin Yun shone the brightest in the Azure Dragon region now. Mo Yan's face also changed when he looked at Lin Yun because he knew that Lin Yun wouldn't be a nobody since he could kill the two elites from his Blazeyong realm easily. But he never expected that he would actually be facing Lin Yun. "Flower Burial, you truly deserve your reputation," said Mo Yen after a brief hesitation. "But I was the one to discover this gold-furred demonic ape, and we've spent a great deal of effort killing you. Aren't you a little too unreasonable to rob it from us?" When Lin Yun heard what he said on the sword box, he suddenly smiled. This was still the first time someone from the higher realm tried to reason with him. One must know that in the past, the higher realms viewed others like ants and many lower realms geniuses were killed in the Flamefeather City. Lin Yun already knew that these people were arrogant but would bow when they encountered someone strong. Furthermore, they would treat their opponent differently if they were also from the higher realm. As for those from the lower realms, they wouldn't even bat an eye to kill them. How surprising, sneered Lin Yun. He didn't bother concealing his mockery. If they were from the intermediate realm, Lin Yun might not interfere as long as they didn't take it too far. But since they were from the higher realms, then he had no burden making a move. As for reasoning, back then, Feng Wuji didn't reason with him trying to kill him, nor did the Bloodbone realm. No one wanted to reason with him when his fame wasn't resounding and treated him like an ant. Not that his fame had spread throughout the Azure Dragon realm. Did those people want to reason with him? Lin Yun could only sneer in his heart towards that. The heavenly path was where the strong prey on the weak. When Lin Yun was weak, he also didn't ask his opponent to reason with him and relied on his sword to open a path forcibly. Looking at the mockery on Lin Yun's face, Mo Yen, Mu Zi, and Wu Mu's faces had changed because they knew that they couldn't reason about this matter today. Suddenly, the atmosphere became cold and tense with their aura clashing together. Don't push it. You think we're afraid of a clown from the lower realm like you? Mo Yen finally became enraged. Since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Anyhow, your head is pretty valuable nowadays. Let's go. Mo Yen, Mu Zi, and Wu Mu were all experienced and had been accumulating their strength when they talked. Mu Zi sneered. Flower burial? I'm curious how much strength you can bring out under my array. Lin Yun's fame might be resounding, but they could even kill the gold-furred demonic ape if they joined forces together. So how would they be afraid of Lin Yun? Since they couldn't resolve this with words, then they could just kill him. What Mo Yen said was true because Lin Yun's head was extremely valuable. Not to mention the bounty from Bloodbone Realm. Just the Glory Sun Spirit and his greater Tao artifact alone were priceless. When his eyes flashed with greed and before he could even make his move, a black figure suddenly appeared with a cold flash piercing into his body which made his hair stand because he could feel the terrifying threat. But even in danger, Mu Zi was calm and started condensing spiritual runes before him. But when the black figure took out a dagger, the dagger easily tore apart the spiritual diagram he was forming. By the time Mu Zi retreated, he was shocked to discover a tear on his clothes. He was fortunate that he was wearing a defensive Tao artifact or that attack alone would take half of his life. When Mu Zi raised his head, he saw that his opponent was actually a black cat. This instantly made him enraged. You bastard! Hee hee. Lil Red chuckled and kept the void blade before retrieving the blood viper whip. Before Mu Zi could even attack, Lil Red had already lashed out the whip towards his opponent. This caught Mu Zi completely by surprise as he panicked and rolled on the ground to avoid this attack. Not bad. Lin Yun finally relaxed when he saw the fight between Lil Red and Mu Zi. As long as Lil Red could keep Mu Zi busy, the three of them won't be able to work together and they would be of no concern. As for the other elites, they were nothing before his eyes despite their numbers. If they dared to interfere in the fight, then the two elites who were killed earlier would be their outcome. This sudden turn of events had clearly disrupted Mo Yan's rhythm as he looked at Mu Zi furiously, because this fellow only knew how to boast. Earlier, when they faced the gold-furred demonic ape, they nearly failed because of him. And now, he was actually held up by a pet which was simply a humiliation to the higher realms. On the other hand, Wu Mu didn't even hesitate to charge towards Lin Yun, activating his bloodline and dashed over like a small hill. When he threw his punch out, it had created a sonic boom before his attack even landed with an immense pressure blowing out that made Lin Yun's clothes flutter in the wind. Great! Lin Yun's eyes flashed and threw the hood away. The hood was torn apart by Wu Mu's punch before his fist arrived before Lin Yun. His punch was like the claw of a ferocious beast that tore through space and headed towards Lin Yun's head. Thinking about how Wu Mu shattered the gold-furred demonic ape's head with his Tao artifact earlier, one could imagine the aftermath if his punch landed on Lin Yun's head. But when his punch was 2 inches away from Lin Yun, his movements became slow as if he had fallen into a quagmire because of Lin Yu's sword intent. When the sword intent around Lin Yun exploded, he clenched his fist and faced Wu Mu's punch head-on. When the two punches collided, the boundless sword aura around Lin Yun manifested into an azure dragon, which instantly tore Wu Mu's aura apart. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yun and Wu Mu had exchanged over 10-odd punches, but Lin Yun didn't even budge no matter how Wu Mu attacked. Die! Mo Yen was briefly stunned before he joined the battle with blazing flames poured over. The aura around Mo Yen was like an ocean of flames, with his punch unleashing torrential flames which lit up the entire Ashes Valley. One had to admit that Lin Yun's second-grade flame intent was truly impressive. But Lin Yun stomped his foot on the sword box before he executed the cloud-soaring art and dodged Mo Yan's attack. "You think you can escape?" Mo Yen sneered. He didn't believe that Lin Yun could survive with them joining hands together. But just when he wanted to chase up to Lin Yun waved his hand and the sword box rose from the ground and stood before his path. Mo Yan's terrifying fist created a huge explosion when it clashed against the sword box, which echoed throughout the valley. The weight of the iris sword box had far exceeded Mo Yan's expectation, and the rebound force made Mo Yan groan out. In the sky, Lin Yun turned around and waved his hand with his eyes flashing sharply. Sword! The sword box blocking Mo Yan's path suddenly opened with countless petals flying out. By the time Lin Yun clenched his hand, he had grabbed onto a scabbard with his left hand and a sword hilt with his right. As the sword streaked, Lin Yun's hair started to flutter in the wind as sword rays intertwined together, because Lin Yun was using the second form of the 3 heavenly wrens, Azure Lotus. Before Wu Mu, who charged over, could respond, he was sent flying back with a slash, and his defensive Dao artifact that even withstood the attacks from the gold-furred demonic ape shattered into pieces. This made Wu Mu throw out a mouthful of blood as he fell onto the ground with one knee. The ancient runes were revealed on his body when the defensive Dao artifact shattered. Half of the crimson light on the runes had already dissipated. "Let me take the Dao artifact and I'll leave," said Wu Mu when he looked at Lin Yun. When Mo Yen heard that, his face changed drastically before he flew into a rage. After all, Wu Mu had taken 100 of his divine astral pellets. Lin Yun sheathed his sword before he plunged Flower Burial onto the ground and waved his hand. The iron staff plunged into the gold-furred demonic ape's skull, then started to tremble violently before it flew into Lin Yun's hand. When Lin Yun held onto the iron staff, he was shocked by the immense weight. But he didn't even hesitate to throw it towards Wu Mu. Lin Yun was naturally willing to see Wu Mu leave. After all, it would be troublesome even for him to face Wu Mu and Mo Yen at the same time. After Wu Mu received the iron staff, he glanced at the gold-furred demonic ape before turning to Lin Yun again. "I don't need the beast core. Let me have the corpse and I'll help you deal with Mo Yen." This time, Mo Yen finally couldn't hold it back anymore and roared, "Wu Mu, don't take it too far. You took 100 divine astral pellets from me. But now, you want to gang up against me with this trash from the lower realm?" With a calm expression, Wu Mu replied, "I've fulfilled the side of my bargain by killing the gold-furred demonic ape. As for the lower realm, it has nothing to do with me. The demonic constellation realm only respects the strong." Mo Yen was angered to the point that his body started to tremble. Just a moment ago, the 3 of them were still ganging up on Lin Yun. But now he was all alone by himself. Not to mention that Wu Mu even wanted to betray him and go to his enemy's side. So how could he accept this? "Tempting suggestion, but I don't need your help," smiled Lin Yun before he turned to look at Mo Yen with a playful smile. "What arrogance! I alone am enough to kill you. Great sun-blazing heaven!" Mo Yen snorted with his killing intent exploding. Pushing his second-grade flame intent to the limit, he then executed the Overlord Fortune Martial technique with a golden brilliance exploding from his body. He had used the attack that he used earlier to take the gold-furred demonic ape's life once more. The power of the strike had reached a terrifying height as it was Mo Yan's strongest attack. Divine Sun-breaking Seal. Lin Yun had no change on his face as the giant winged human appeared behind him with a bright sun exploding in its hand before facing Mo Yan's attack head-on. This was a collision between 2 suns. As the 2 ferocious attacks clashed together, it was a competition between 2 suns. There was naturally nothing to say about Mo Yan's great sun-blazing heaven because it took half the life of the gold-furred demonic ape when it was trapped. Otherwise, Wu Mu wouldn't have the opportunity to shatter the gold-furred demonic ape's head. All the geniuses were also paying attention to this attack because this would determine the outcome of this fight. After all, advanced fortune martial techniques were too powerful and there was a high possibility that the loser would be directly killed. When the two moves clashed together, Mo Yan, who relied on his advantage, instantly obtained the upper hand in the fight and pushed the golden brilliance coming from Lin Yun back, even with cracks spreading out. In the process, countless golden flames rained down on the Ashes Valley, which created huge craters on the ground. This made the higher realm's geniuses' face to change into fear. They were all rejoicing at the fact that they didn't join the battle. After all, just the shockwave alone would be enough to injure them, and they would be cannon fodders if they went up. But looking at this current situation, Mo Yan seems to be holding the advantage in the fight. Although they could sense that Lin Yun's advanced fortune martial technique was a lot stronger than Mo Yan. The huge difference in their cultivation allowed Mo Yan to fully unleash the might of the great sun-blazing heaven. Humph, you're just a piece of trash from the lower realm. I'll capture you today and make you kneel before me when the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm opens. Flower burial? You're just a joke before me. Mo Yan already had all his rage pent up in his chest. So when he saw that he could suppress Lin Yun, he quickly started sneering. But right at this moment, an accident happened with an ancient seal blooming in the huge sun, with unprecedented golden brilliance pouring out which made the radiance emitted from Mo Yan become dim. A firefly dares to be so impudent? Lin Yun took a deep breath with the winged human behind him unfolding its wings and shining brightly. The winged human looked down and the sun Lin Yun threw out also released the dazzling brilliance of a divine sun before shattering Mo Yan's fist and sending him flying out. When the origin energy around Mo Yan was destroyed, Mo Yan threw out a mouthful of blood before he crashed onto the ground. Only then did the winged human behind Lin Yun gradually dim down. When Mo Yan struggled to get back up, he didn't hesitate to turn and run for his left. He didn't even have the courage to take another glance at Lin Yun, which left all the higher realms' geniuses shocked. After all, only higher realms would rob others, but now they were robbed by Lin Yun even with so many geniuses here. Mo Yan first recruited 6 higher realms to seal off the Ashes Mountain range. But now, he didn't even dare to glance at Lin Yun and started running for his life. This had left everyone in disbelief. When they recovered from their shock, they also turned around and ran for their lives. As for Mu Zi, who was fighting Lil Red, he was also stunned by this scene. Even Mo Yan and Wu Mu couldn't defeat Lin Yun? How was that possible? After all, even they had killed a monarch demonic beast like the gold-furred demonic ape. But now they were defeated by Lin Yun? Taking the moment he was distracted, a crimson whip flew over that sent him flying out, destroying several spiritual runes around him. When the whip lashed on his face, he could feel the burning pain coming from his cheeks. You bastard! Lin Yun, this isn't over. We'll meet again at the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Mu Zi roared before he ran for his life as well. No need to chase after them, said Lin Yun as he placed the sword box on his back. Right now, aside from gold-furred demonic ape's corpse, the surroundings were in a mess. All the higher realms elites had also retreated without any hesitation, fearing that Lin Yun might come after them. After all, they still remembered the rumor about Yuan Hengtian being stripped. So no one wanted to be the second Yuan Hengtian. But there was still someone left behind. Wu Mu and the demonic constellation realm's geniuses all left behind with no thoughts of leaving. Lin Yun, do you think we can negotiate? Let me have the gold-furred demonic ape's corpse and I can pay you with resources. Or we can also help you out once, said Wu Mu. He clearly couldn't let go of the gold-furred demonic ape's corpse. Even the demonic constellation realm's geniuses behind him were also looking at the corpse with yearning in their eyes. Hearing what Wu Mu had to say, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. To be honest, he was really tempted. He might not be lacking resources, but he knew that these people were really ruthless to themselves. Just Wu Mu's fight with the gold-furred demonic ape alone had left a deep impression on Lin Yun. If Mo Yan and Mu Zi didn't have Wu Mu standing at the front, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill the gold-furred demonic ape. The gold-furred demonic ape's corpse was a treasure, but Lin Yun only needed its beast core to cultivate his divine glory sun fist. As for its corpses and eyes, he didn't really need them. But just when he wanted to make a decision, Lil Red ran over and shook its head. Lin Yun instantly recalled that Lil Red had cultivated the ancient Dracope art. So it probably wanted to use the gold-furred demonic ape's bloodline to cultivate. This meant that he couldn't give them to Wu Mu. When Wu Mu noticed Lin Yun's expression, he immediately spoke out, "Your dragon-blooded cat has a mutated bloodline. It can use the gold-furred demonic ape's blood essence to reach the second soul, heavenly soul realm. But it shouldn't need all of it. It's enough if you can leave behind 1/3 of it for me. As for the remaining corpse, I don't need it." Lin Yun turned to look at Lil Red when he heard that, but he noticed that Lil Red was staring at the iron staff Wu Mu was holding. This instantly left him speechless because Lil Red was really obsessed with Dao artifacts. He already had Void Blade and Blood Viper Whip, but he still wanted Wu Mu's staff? But Lin Yun had to admit that Wu Mu's Dao artifact was truly formidable. It was heavy and the spiritual runes on it were extremely ancient. Most importantly, he still remembered how this staff broke into the gold-furred demonic ape's head. Sensing Lil Red's gaze, Wu Mu was briefly stunned before he laughed. "Haha, this Dao artifact of mine is called the Heavenly Demonic Dipper Staff, forged with demonic dipper metal. I don't have to explain about its weight. You can wield it because your physique is strong enough, and the true power of this staff lies in the Saint Runes. The grades might not be high, but it was extremely ancient. Even in Kunlun realm, no one could fully wield it. Even I can't unleash its true power. According to what was recorded by my ancestors, the demonic dipper metal will truly shine only if someone is capable of wielding it completely." Lin Yun could tell that Wu Mu wasn't lying by glancing at the staff. This heavenly demonic dipper staff was truly formidable. At the very least, Lin Yun could tell that it had a huge origin judging from the Saint Runes engraved on it. Mentioning his Dao artifact, Wu Mu had pride reflected on his face while he said to Lin Yun, "If you dragon-blooded cat can wield it, I can give it to him for free." Wu Mu then plunged the heavenly demonic dipper staff onto the ground and the Saint Runes on it started enveloping the entire staff with a demonic aura. Lin Yun was initially thinking of warning Wu Mu not to look down on Lil Red. But when he saw this scene, he started frowning his brows. The heavenly demonic dipper staff was truly weird because the Saint Runes engraved on it looked like they were linked to heaven and earth. So pulling it out wouldn't be any lighter than moving an entire mountain. Furthermore, Lin Yun could sense a familiar aura similar to his sky sword intent. Judging from this appearance, it looks like Wu Mu was really determined to obtain 1/3 of the gold-furred demonic ape's bloodline and wanted Lil Red to take a step back. At that time, Lin Yun would have no choice but to agree to his suggestion. Then again, Lin Yun also wouldn't suffer a loss since he could get the demonic constellation realm to help him once. But just when Lin Yun was in deep thoughts, Lil Red had already stepped forth and grabbed onto the heavenly demonic dipper staff. Before everyone could react, Lil Red released a roar and pulled the staff off the ground. This instantly caused lightning to rumble in the sky with the entire valley starting trembling. In the next moment, the heavenly demonic dipper staff shone brightly with a flash of golden brilliance. Even the demonic aura enveloping the staff earlier had disappeared as the Saint Runes shone with an unprecedented brilliance, as if there were golden blood flowing on the staff. At the same time, Lil Red's tiny figure also started spinning as it held onto the heavenly demonic dipper staff with the image of a majestic Dracope appearing behind it, which made the entire heaven and earth start trembling violently. This scene had caused Lin Yun and Wu Mu's faces to change as they quickly retreated. When everyone settled down, everyone from the demonic constellation realm was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Wu Mu was naturally the one who was most shocked. At this moment, he deeply regretted his action. Not only did this dragon-blooded cat pull out the heavenly demonic dipper staff, but it actually unleashed the full power of the demonic dipper metal. This was simply a scene of legend. In their clan, it had been thousands of years since someone was capable of unleashing the full power of the demonic dipper metal. Right at this moment, The other geniuses from the demonic constellation realm went down on their knees and kowtowed when the Dracope image behind Lil Red gradually cleared up. Ancient Dracope! Wu Mu was also shocked before he immediately went down on his knees and kowtowed as well. Everyone from the demonic constellation realm wore a solemn expression on their faces, as if they were performing an ancient ceremony. This made Lin Yun's face change because he had to admit that this scene had startled him. Raising his head to look at Lil Red, who was swinging the heavenly demonic dipper staff around, his eyes flashed with surprise because it looked like this staff had a bigger origin than he had imagined. He knew that Lil Red must be using the ancient Dracope art to manipulate the heavenly demonic dipper staff which created this phenomenon. But the power was a little too terrifying even for him. Furthermore, Lil Red's cultivation technique came from Yu Weiwei, and this meant that Yu Weiwei probably had a terrifying origin in Kunlun realm. Just when Lin Yun was in deep thoughts, the phenomenon in the sky disappeared as Lil Red descended down before looking at the staff and chuckled incessantly. There was a huge difference in their size and started laughing like an idiot who found a treasure. When everyone from the demonic constellation realm got back up, their expression became unnatural when they looked at Lil Red, especially Wu Mu. After all, he said that he could give it to Lil Red as long as Lil Red could pull it out. But now, not only was Lil Red capable of pulling it out, it could even unleash the full power of the demonic dipper metal. But he was naturally unwilling to give it out. Not only was it a Tao artifact, but it must also hold a huge meaning since everyone from the demonic constellation realm kneeled and kowtowed to it. Brother Wu, it's fine joking casually. Lin Yun didn't want to put Wu Mu in a tough spot and wanted Lil Red to return the staff. But when Wu Mu heard that, he quickly started waving his hand. No. Since I've said it, how can I possibly take back my words? Furthermore, the heavenly demonic dipper staff can truly shine in its hands. So there's nothing bad about that. Hearing what he said, Lil Red, who was unhappy, instantly became excited and held onto the heavenly demonic dipper staff tightly. Meanwhile, Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts before he said, "How about this? I won't take advantage of you. Aside from 1/3 of the gold-furred demonic ape's blood essence, you can also have the other materials. Aside from that, you will be facing your fourth tribulation soon, right? I'll give you another 800 divine astral pellets." What Lin Yun said left Wu Mu stunned before his mind blew and looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. 800 divine astral pellets? Did he hear it correctly? Even the other demonic constellation realm's geniuses were shocked because 800 divine astral pellets was a little too exaggerated. Lin Yun didn't bother about their thoughts and patted his interspatial pouch to retrieve a chest box containing divine astral pellets. Each chest box was sealed with spiritual talismans. When Wu Mu opened them up, he was instantly dazzled by the sheer number of divine astral pellets. Part of the reason why he sold his life to Mo Yen was that he needed 100 divine astral pellets urgently. But he never expected that he could obtain 800 of them from Lin Yun, which had completely exceeded his imagination. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Wu Mu then turned to look at Lin Yun. "Brother Lin, your generosity has won me over. I'm ashamed to take so many divine astral pellets, but I need them urgently. Otherwise, I won't be able to compete with those experts in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. So I won't be polite to you, but you can look for me if you need any help in the future. Our demonic constellation realm doesn't have many merits aside from not fearing death." Wu Mu was really humble, but mentioning that they weren't afraid of death. Even Lin Yun had to give his respect to Wu Mu. After all, he didn't hesitate to charge at the gold-furred demonic ape when he was nearly torn into two. Someone like Wu Mu fitted Lin Yun's temper well, and the two chatted for a long time. During this period, Lin Yun also found out why they would kowtow when they saw the ancient Dracope's image. So it turns out that Wu Mu's clan had the Dracope's bloodline, with the ancient Dracope being their totem. So the ancient Dracope was sacred in their demonic constellation realm. After they were done chatting, they then started splitting up the gold-furred demonic ape's corpse. Lin Yun only took the beast core and let them have the other materials. Wu Mu found that the gold-furred demonic ape had a rib engraved with spiritual runes on it. If it was tempered well, it could be turned into a weapon no weaker than a Tao artifact. This meant that he wouldn't have to fight with his bare hands in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. After Wu Mu extracted the blood essence, he looked at Lil, Red, and said, "This dragon-blooded cat's vitality is shocking, but it's also dangerous for it to refine 2/3 of the blood essence. Our clan has a secret technique passed down by our ancestors. If you can trust me, I can help it refine the gold-furred demonic ape's blood essence." Upon hearing that, Lin Yun's eyes lit up and nodded. "That's even better. If Lil Red could refine the gold-furred demonic ape's bloodline, it could easily reach the second soul heavenly soul realm. With the heavenly demonic dipper staff in its hands, its strength would probably grow to a terrifying height. First, take out 100 divine astral pellets." Listening to Wu Mu, Lin Yun patted on his interspatial pouch without any hesitation and took out 100 divine astral pellets. If they were converted into astral pellets, they would be equivalent to 1,000,000 astral pellets. As the astral energy began to spread out in the valley, Wu Mu didn't dare to be careless and let Lil Red jump into the pile of divine astral pellets. "Demonic dipper metal," Wu Mu said, and an elite from the demonic constellation realm walked out with a metal enveloped in the crimson aura before putting it down. "Oh, ancient Dracope, please let the demonic constellation blaze for eternity." As Wu Mu started forming ancient seals, strands of black flames flew out from him and instantly melted the divine astral pellets and demonic dipper metal. Then, the flames soon formed into an ancient spiritual array emitting an ancient and barbaric aura, along with the changes of Lin Yun's seals. Lil Red, who was seated in it, started gritting its teeth, but it didn't scream out. But it only lasted for a brief moment before it started screaming out in pain. This scene made Lin Yun's face change and wanted to stop Wu Mu, but he could see the stubbornness in Lil Red's eyes as it clearly had no intentions of giving up. This fool. Lin Yun's eyes became watery when he saw this scene. He suddenly recalled how Lil Red risked its life to protect him back in the Skymound mountain range. Back then, it was also determined to protect him. Although Lil Red might seem lazy normally, its determination was not any weaker than Lin Yun. Everyone said that Lil Red was his pet. But in his eyes, he had treated this fool as a brother. "Brother Lin, the blood essence," Wu Mu said, gritting his teeth with a grave expression with his forehead covered in sweat. "You have to hold on." Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a decisive light and threw the blood essence into the ancient array. Under the temperament of the spiritual array, the blood essence came to life and started wiggling towards Lil Red. When the blood essence entered Lil Red's body, it began to roar even louder with pain written all over its face. At the same time, the divine astral pellets in the array were being exhausted at a rapid speed. "More divine astral pellets," Wu Mu yelled. With no hesitation, Lin Yun patted on his interspatial pouch and threw 200 more divine astral pellets into the array. Not enough. Not long later, Wu Mu's face changed because Lil Red's appetite had far exceeded his imagination. It seemed to have practiced a cultivation technique, and the thirst in its bloodline was unimaginable. Lin Yun's face changed and hesitated briefly before he threw 300 more divine astral pellets into the spiritual array. An hour later, the flames in the array finally started to die down and made the face of demonic constellation realm's geniuses change. They began to wonder just how terrifying was this dragon-blooded cat's bloodline that needed so many divine astral pellets. This was also the first time Wu Mu had run into this situation with his face turning pale. Anyone could tell that he was having a hard time holding on. Even before Wu Mu could say a word, Lin Yun threw another 400 divine astral pellets into the ancient spiritual array. This meant that there were a total of 1,000 divine astral pellets used. When the boundless astral energy spread out, it made the ground in the valley start turning red as if they were blazing. At the same time, Lil Red had also reached a bottleneck as its body began to swell with its fur all standing up. This scene made Lin Yun worry if anything would happen because he initially thought that there wouldn't be any mishap with Wu Mu helping out. But even had he never expected that Lil Red would have such a great appetite to exhaust 1,000 divine astral pellets. Just when Lin Yun was feeling nervous, the black flames shot into the sky from the array before the entire array exploded. As an immense power swept out, Lin Yun was shocked because he was nearly sent flying by this force. It failed. Lin Yun asked. No, it's a success, said Wu Mu. Stones rose up from the broken array with countless demonic dipper metals which started to merge in the flames and formed into an ancient Dracope statue that enveloped Lil Red in it. Not long later, the Dracope statue grew to a terrifying height of thousands of meters. Only after watching this scene did Wu Mu let out a breath of relief and smiled. This fellow is simply a monster. There's a record that a senior of my clan only manifested a statue of 300 meters when he went through his tribulation. Even the other demonic constellation realms geniuses were exclaiming at the size of Lil Red's statue. It'll break the seal in half a month to 1 month. At that time, it should be in the second soul, heavenly soul realm. Wu Mu's gaze was blazing and said, I really want to see how strong it'll become. Perhaps it's fate that the sacred artifact of my clan is in its hands. Lin Yun also smiled because his nerves finally loosen up now. He knew that Wu Mu will be leaving soon with the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realms opening approaching. Wu Mu will definitely make use of the time remaining to go into seclusion. Brother Lin, you don't have to send me off. We'll meet again 2 months from now in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. I believe that you'll shock everyone with your strength at that time, laughed Lin Yun. He only respected experts regardless of their origin. We'll meet again at that time. Lin Yun cupped his hands together in response. After the demonic constellation realms party left, Lin Yun turned to look at the massive statue with his eyes blazing. He knew that he also had to start refining the gold-furred demonic ape's beast core, or he would be left behind by Lil Red. There were roughly 2 months left for the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm to open, so Lin Yun had enough time to go into seclusion. He patted his interspatial pouch and retrieved the gold-furred demonic ape's beast core in the valley. This was a beast core blazing with crimson flames and a golden core at the center of it. When Lin Yun sensed the terrifying aura coming from this core, this left Lin Yun deeply shocked. He was planning to use this beast core to bring his divine sunbreaking seal to the pinnacle before practicing the divine glory sun fist, as there shouldn't be any difficulties. But he had no idea how many forms he could reach in just 2 months. Let's refine the beast core first. Lin Yun recollected himself and sat down with his hands on his knees, while the gold-furred demonic ape's beast core hovered before him as an immense crimson aura enveloped him. Looking from afar, the crimson radiance emitted out from Lin Yun emitted a violent aura in the darkness. Lin Yun then circulated his sword sutras at the same time with his origin energy filling every corner of his body. A massive iris flower suddenly bloomed on the ground with a towering azure firmament 3 behind him with lightning flashing. When he circulated his sword sutras at the same time, the beast core behind him was swiftly being refined by his origin energy which contained his sword intent. As the black miasma from the beast core started to emit out, those were the demonic aura being expelled by his sword intent. After all the demonic beasts were corroded with a demonic aura in the heavenly path. To demonic cultivators, they could speed up their refinery by devouring the demonic aura. Although it was dangerous, they could convert them into their demonic aura. But to Lin Yun, the demonic aura would only bring endless troubles to him, as the demonic aura would only affect his heart as a swordsman. But fortunately, sword intent could also be considered the bane of demonic aura. Lin Yun could easily cut down the demonic aura with his spiritual sword intent, not to mention that his sword intent was upgraded to the sky sword intent now. An hour later, a miserable scream sounded out from the beast core, and could see the remnant soul of the gold-furred demonic ape unleashing a roar, trying to drill into Lin Yun's forehead and occupy his body. Die! Lin Yun snorted calmly. Just like that, the remnant soul of the gold-furred demonic ape shattered into pieces from the sword intent on his pupils. It really knew how to hide. If my sword intent wasn't sharp enough, my body might be seized by it. Lin Yun muttered. After all, demonic cultivators were known for their inability to control their killing intent. At many times, this was the result of refining the demonic aura and the remnant souls in the beast core merging with them. Not that Lin Yun had erased the hidden threat. Lin Yun no longer had any reservations and started refining the beast core. Under his sword intent, The golden beast core cracks with traces of dazzling golden threads shining out. When Lin Yun spread his palm out, the divine sunbreaking seal appeared with an ancient at the center of it which started to devour the golden threads. In the end, the golden threads combined together before looking like a golden spring in Lin Yun's palm. At the same time, the brilliance emitted from his divine sunbreaking seal also started to grow at a visible speed. When it reached the limit of refining the beast core, Lin Yun's palm had formed into an entirely different world, and the ancient seal had also transformed into a blazing sun that emitted immense sunlight. But right at this moment, 1,000 meters winged human appeared behind him. It no longer looked illusory like the past but was unbelievably condensed. Between its eyelids, there was a radiating brilliance before a divine prestige exploded out from Lin Yun. At this moment, the divine sunbreaking seal had come to life, which shocked Lin Yun. This transformation was like his Xianxia sword intent reaching the spiritual sword intent, bringing an unprecedented transformation. Was this the pinnacle of the divine sunbreaking seal? Sensing the unprecedented changes, Lin Yun's eyes surged with dense interest, with an unbelievable power filling throughout every corner of his body. It was comparable to the pressure from his sky sword intent, but was even more ferocious. After all, it was an entirely different path from his sword path. When Lin Yun clenched his fist, the space before him cracked like a mountain crumbling. It already had such terrifying power before he even threw out his punch, and he could feel as though he had held onto a genuine sun. If he threw it out, he had a feeling that he could destroy half the valley with it. In the end, Lin Yun threw his punch on the ground, which destroyed everything within 10 miles of radius as boundless flames spread out which looked like blazing magma. The torrential golden flames looked like an apocalypse and a giant meteorite falling onto the ground. All of this was caused by one punch from Lin Yun. Lin Yun had vast experience. But even so, he was still startled by the destructive power of the divine sunbreaking seal. A long time later, Lin Yun let out a breath and sighed. How terrifying. Not enough. It's still not enough to defeat a heaven-defying genius like that mysterious woman. But Lin Yun soon squinted his eyes. If it was an ordinary genius in the fourth soul heavenly soul realm, Lin Yun was confident of fighting them. But his odds of winning would be halved if he ran into those in the top 10 on the ranking. If he ran into the 7 heads, then his odds of winning were close to none. But he now had enough strength to protect himself and no longer needed to use the Indigo Flame Thunder Whip and Lil Red help before escaping in the end. 2 months. I still have some time left. I can cultivate the Divine Glory Sun Fist now, and I also can't give up on my cultivation. Lin Yun took a deep breath and waited for his origin energy to recover before taking out the Divine Glory Sun Fist's jade slip against his forehead again. As boundless information started pouring into his mind, the 9 forms of the Divine Glory Sun Fist appeared in his mind. They were clouds dispelling sun, eastern purple aura, rising flames, hanging sun, peak sun, absolute dominance, crimson sun, descending sun, and 9 radiant suns. 3 moves were divided into a realm, such as clouds dispelling sun, eastern purple aura, and rising flames. The essence in it was the rising sun at dawn. As for hanging sun, peak sun, and absolute dominance, they represented the sun at its peak with unrivaled dominance. The remaining 3 might seem bleak, but it also contained the essence of the immortal divine sun. After all, it was rumored that it was an apocalypse when the phenomenon of 9 suns hanging in the sky appeared. Aside from that, a lesser seal would be formed whenever he successfully learned a form. After completing a single realm, the 3 lesser seals could merge with the divine sunbreaking seal to form the Divine Glory Sun Fist's secret technique, Divine Sun Annihilation. When all 9 forms were learnt, the final secret technique would be 9 annihilating suns, which could even manifest the terrifying phenomenon of legend. This was what made the secret technique a forbidden move. When Lin Yun placed the jade slip down, he could feel his scalps tingling because the power of this fortune martial technique was a little unbelievable. He now knew why it was mentioned in the jade slip that it could be comparable to Imperial Advanced Fortune Martial Technique if one was capable of comprehending the profundity in it. It's too unrealistic to learn all of it in 2 months. I only need the first 3 forms to ensure my safety in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. Then again, I can't neglect my cultivation either. I have to obtain the qualification to my second tribulation or everything is futile. Lin Yun was still calm towards it. If his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he could only barely face those fourth soul heavenly soul realm geniuses. But he didn't just want to be able to face them barely, as this meant that he would have to give up the inheritance in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. As time gradually passed in the Ashes Valley, Lin Yun would spend the day cultivating the Divine Glory Sun Fist and his cultivation with Divine Astral Pellets at night. He was practically cultivating all the time without a blink. His cultivation on the Divine Glory Sun Fist wasn't that smooth either. After all, it was an advanced fortune martial technique and he could only barely cultivate it with his current cultivation. Occasionally, Lin Yun would blaze with flames in the valley and start rolling on the ground with his face distorted from the pain. But to become strong, fulfill his promise with Su Ziyao, and protect those he cares about, Lin Yun gritted his teeth and didn't give up even with tears welling up in his eyes. He had no one standing behind him and could only rely on himself. If he fell, death would await him because no one would give him the chance to rise. There were countless higher realms in the heavenly path and had long become their eyesore. If he fell once, what awaited him would be countless cold gazes and mockery. Although his fame was strong with many people admiring him, there were also many people waiting for him to fall. So he had no choice other than to become stronger. Only then could he walk to the end of the heavenly path and shine in Kunlun realm. But what Lin Yun didn't know was that his actions were all seen by Lil Red in the statue. Lil Red might be in seclusion, but it could see what was going on outside and feel Lin Yun's pain. Just like that, the two brothers were determined to become stronger without even sharing a single word. Everything was so that they could walk to the end of the heavenly path and step on those higher realms geniuses beneath their feet. Time passed quickly while Lin Yun and Lil Red cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 40 days had passed. On this morning, Lin Yun was basking in sunlight while he practiced the Divine Glory Sun Fist. It took 40 days for the Divine Glory Sun Fist to start taking form in Lin Yun's hands. Lin Yun threw out the Divine Sun-breaking seal in the vast valley. When the seal bloomed, the gigantic winged human appeared behind him while its wings covered the sky. The winged human looked alive and was different from the phenomena manifested by others. Aside from the glory that the winged human emitted, there was also a black space behind Lin Yun that looked terrifying. But Lin Yun didn't unleash the seal like he did in the past. Instead, he allowed the golden sun to bloom in his palm before he clenched his fist. First form of the Divine Glory Sun Fist, Cloud Dispelling Sun. As he threw his punch out, the winged human's aura started rising violently as golden light shined out. At the same time, a lesser seal appeared behind the winged human like a star. Second form, Eastern Purple Aura. With boundless purple gleam, the sun rose full of vitality. In a split second, the entire heaven and earth lit up. With the second move, another golden seal appeared behind the winged human like a star. Third form, Rising Flames. When Lin Yun threw out a third punch, a new sun appeared in the sky that shined brightly. At the same time, a third seal appeared behind the winged human. When the third seal appeared, the winged human emitted a terrifying pressure full of dignity and splendor. At the same time, sweat rolled down Lin Yun's forehead because he was barely holding on. He reached the critical moment where he needed to merge the 3 seals together. Only then would he be able to execute Divine Sun Annihilation. The difficulty left him in a pathetic state as his meridians were nearly incinerated. Basically, his origin energy couldn't keep up with the amount of energy he was exhausting. However, he was confident he could succeed after his numerous failures. The 3 seals began to rapidly spin as the winged human grew 3 times larger. As expected, all of Lin Yun's origin energy was being sucked dry. However, he grit his teeth and persevered. Divine Sun Annihilation. As soon as the last word left Lin Yun's mouth, the feathers on the winged human shined brightly. All of the light gathered on the winged human, leaving the entire region in darkness. Then, a destructive aura suddenly exploded. When Lin Yun threw out his punch, A boundless golden brilliance incinerated the demonic clouds in the sky. Once the starry sky was revealed, the valley was covered in starlight. Lin Yun let out a deep sigh as sweat covered his pale face. His eyes were full of excitement as he watched the golden brilliance disappear. A terrifying crater appeared in front of Lin Yun that was over a few hundred meters wide. The crater was so deep that he could see golden flames underneath the Ash Mountain range. I succeeded. Lin Yun clenched his fist in satisfaction. All of the pain and torture that he suffered for 40 days had finally paid off. After taking a minute to rest, Lin Yun soared into the sky and executed hovering sun, solar noon, and absolute dominance in a single breath. The attacks created various phenomena in the sky that were completely different from the first three forms. These forms focused on the rising sun, so their power was full of dominance. After he was done practicing, Lin Yun burst out in laughter. It took him 40 days to complete the first 6 forms of the Divine Glory Sun Fist. Now, the only thing holding him back was his cultivation and physique. It was already difficult for him to combine the first 3 forms, so combining 6 was near impossible. When Lin Yun landed on the ground, his eyes flashed with excitement. I finally have another trump card. Luckily for Lin Yun, he had reached the pinnacle first soul heavenly soul realm after 40 days. As long as he wanted to, he could try the second tribulation. If he was successful, he might be able to combine 6 forms of the Divine Glory Sun Fist. At this moment, there were only 15 days until the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm opened. It was sure to draw the attention of all top-tier experts in the Azure Dragon region, including the other regions. Of course, the Bloodbone Realm was sure to be present. By this point, the leader of the Bloodbone Realm must have reached the 4th soul Heavenly Soul Realm. Kong Xian's death dealt a heavy blow to the Bloodbone Realm's strength and reputation, so they were sure to take note of Lin Yun. After all, if Lu Mu, the leader of the Bloodbone Realm, wanted to redeem the Bloodbone Realm, he would have to kill Lin Yun. So Lin Yun needed to maintain a strong stance. Otherwise, the higher realms would target him and his treasures. His inheritances and treasures were especially interesting since they weren't ordinary by any means. By now, Lin Yun's reputation had spread wildly. Even the 7 heads of the Azure Dragon ranking couldn't suppress Lin Yun's reputation. He was especially popular since he didn't rely on a realm to back him up. However, the reason for his popularity was the very same reason why he needed to intimidate everyone. As Lin Yun thought about this, a ferocious roar suddenly jolted him awake. As he turned his head, he saw the Dracope statue shatter. Lil Red was still in its dragon-blooded cat form as it soared into the sky. At this moment, Lil Red looked a little fat. However, it was still unleashing an enormous and terrifying aura. 2nd Soul Heavenly Soul Realm. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with joy because Lil Red had finally undergone a transformation. After refining the gold-furred demonic ape's blood essence, its fur turned black. Additionally, the mighty aura of a king radiating from Lil Red's pupils. It was using the monarch aura that belonged to the gold-furred demonic ape. Lin Yun was shocked. If he didn't use his sky sword intent, it would be difficult for him to face Lil Red's monarch aura. However, this change brought a smile to Lin Yun's face. Suddenly, Lil Red spat out the heavenly demonic dipper staff. It kept its interspatial pouch in its stomach, so it had to spit the staff out to use it. It seemed strange, but it was no different from how others retrieved someone from their interspatial pouch. When the saint runes on the heavenly demonic dipper staff flashed, an ancient dazzling brilliance distorted the space in front of Lil Red. The distortion caused the surrounding mountains to look like illusions. Then, Lil Red smashed Lin Yun with the heavenly demonic dipper staff. In that split second, a violent aura poured towards Lin Yun. If Lin Yun hadn't made any improvements, he would have been made a fool by Lil Red. With a smile, he executed the Divine Glory Sun Fist right before the heavenly demonic dipper staff reached him. An earth-shattering explosion resounded from the collision, which instantly destroyed all of the phenomena. Now that Lin Yun was done, he grabbed the heavenly demonic dipper staff and competed with Lil Red in strength. As they competed, the mountain range started to crumble. At this moment, Lin Yun could see the firm light in Lil Red's pupils. It looks like this fool has become a lot more intelligent. As soon as Lin Yun praised Lil Red chuckled with an adorable face. However, it was only adorable in Lin Yun's eyes. If anyone else saw this, they would find Lil Red's face to be a little despicable. When Lin Yun let go of the staff, Lil Red swallowed the staff and jumped on Lin Yun's shoulder. Now, they were ready to go to the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. With only 10 days left, Lin Yun was certain that Lu Mu, the leader of the Bloodbone Realm, would make an entrance. He couldn't wait to meet Lu Mu and teach the entire Bloodbone Realm not to provoke him. Since Lin Yun still had 10 days left, he wasn't in a rush to reach the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. He took his time traveling and fought all the demonic beasts he ran into. It was the perfect time to temper his divine glory sun fist. He was even able to force Overlord demonic beasts to retreat after 3 punches. 7 days later, Lin Yun was able to see the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. It was located on an altar and was surrounded by majestic buildings. With the arrangement of buildings, the altar looked sacred. It looked like there were many powerful sects who protected the altar in the past. Since the battles from ancient times were extremely brutal, many ruins were left behind. However, the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm was a realm, so there were many things that were preserved. Lin Yun was looking forward to seeing what ancient times looked like. If he could catch a glimpse of the past and obtain some inheritances in the process, he would have fulfilled his objective for the trip. But just like Lin Yun, there were many geniuses who felt the same. So many geniuses from the higher realms were gathered in the city because no one wanted to miss out. When Lin Yun saw the busy city, he was a little shocked. Lines of people were entering the city from all over. The Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm's appearance really is a grand event. The higher realms are everywhere. I bet that many of the top-tier geniuses from the Azure Dragon ranking are here too. Lin Yun could feel his blood boiling. The scale of the city was huge and far exceeded many cities from various astral lands. But even so, the city was reaching maximum capacity. Lil Red was sitting on Lin Yun's shoulder with excitement. It loved to be in lively places, but it also had a great deal of caution that was far greater than Lin Yun's wariness. After all, the cautiousness of a demonic beast was deeply engraved in their bloodline. If Lin Yun didn't use his sword intent, he wouldn't be as sensitive to danger as he currently was raising his head. Lin Yun looked at the majestic buildings ahead of him, but no matter how high everything was, nothing could compare with the majestic altar. Although the city was extremely crowded, no one dared to get near the shrine. After all, the shrine had become the stronghold of the higher realms. We should go down there. Lin Yun smiled as he pulled down his hood and joined the crowd. The hood was barely able to hide his appearance, but it wasn't helpful concealing his identity. However, Lin Yun wasn't concerned with his identity being revealed anymore. I heard that there are many treasures in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. In addition to the inheritances of the powerful sects from ancient times, there are also some secrets from the Divine Dragon era. Legend has it that the 4 regions of the Heavenly Path are related to a colossal sect from ancient times. At their peak, they far exceeded all sects of the current era. Isn't that a little dramatic? Well, they're just legends, so who knows if they're true. But there are definitely a lot of treasures in the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm. With a single treasure, it will be easy to rise in the Heavenly Path. Hehe. You can dream all you want, but don't you see the higher realms? Do you think you're Lin Yun? How can you stand against the higher realms? Who knows how many people will show up for the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm? Even some of the higher realms will miss out on treasures. I bet that only the 7 heads will shine brightly this time. Lin Yun was mixed in with the crowd and heard everyone's opinions. It seemed like the competition for the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm was a lot more troublesome than he originally thought. I heard that the owners of 6 astral spirits are already at the shrine. The only one left is Lin Yun. Who would have thought that the owner of the Glory Moon Spirit is also from the same realm as Lin Yun? But it seems like the higher realms won't make things difficult for him since they're focused on Lin Yun. Lin Yun isn't just attracting their attention. He's causing trouble for them. I heard that he snatched a monarch beast core from 6 higher realms, which drove Mo Yen crazy. Lin Yun is probably the only one in the Azure Dragon region who can disregard the higher realms. Lin Yun is truly impressive, but I doubt he shows up this time. After all, Lu Mu successfully reached the fourth soul heavenly soul realm, so there are a few higher realms after him now. Yeah, he's practically public enemy number one right now. After all, he humiliated the higher realms and he has a lot of treasures on him. So there's no way he'll appear until the last moment. Lin Yun was stunned by the information he was hearing. He wasn't surprised that Lu Mu reached the fourth soul heavenly soul realm, but it was still an impressive feat. Fourth soul heavenly soul realm geniuses weren't common in the Azure Dragon region, so it was no surprise that everyone knew about Lu Mu. However, Lin Yun was surprised that people knew he stole the gold-furred demonic ape's beast core. There was no doubt in Lin Yun's mind that Mo Yen spread the information and was waiting for him. Clearly, Lin Yun was in a lot of trouble, so he pulled his hood lower and continued towards the shrine. As he walked forward, he saw fights breaking out all over the city. Everyone was competing for a better spot while they waited. They had to resort to this method because no one dared to approach the shrine where all the higher realms were gathered. After all, everyone wanted to enter the Azure Dragon Forbidden Realm right when it opened. But Lin Yun didn't pay attention to anyone. His objective was the shrine. Furthermore, Lin Yun wasn't afraid of the Bloodbone Realm. Even if everyone from the Bloodbone Realm ganged up on him, he wouldn't back down. But all of a sudden, Lin Yun sensed several familiar auras. In a building close to the shrine, a fight was occurring between two people. One of the figures was from a higher realm and his cultivation was in the third soul heavenly soul realm. His opponent wasn't from the higher realms, but his cultivation was also in the third soul heavenly soul realm. It wasn't hard to guess that the higher realms were trying to chase the group that was occupying the building. It was an interesting scene because no one ever dared to stand against the higher realms. However, Lin Yun didn't stop because of the fight. He stopped because he saw several familiar figures, Xianxia and Lu Yun. So the one fighting the leader of the higher realm must be the High Cloud Realm's leader, Mu Yen. Xianxia told him all about Mu Yen. Apparently, Mu Yen had the strength to compete with geniuses on the Azure Dragon ranking. However, his opponent's foundation was a lot sturdier than his, so the outcome of the battle would probably be determined within 10 moves. While Lin Yun thought about this, Mu Yen was sent flying. Senior brother. Everyone from the High Cloud Realm felt worried when they saw this. Xianxia and Lu Yun even sped forward to help Mu Yen to his feet. You dare to compete with my Skyhawk realm with only this much strength? Mu Yen, you must be tired of living. Do you think a piece of trash like you can occupy this building? Everyone from the Skyhawk realm looked at Mu Yen with disdain. Clearly, they had no intention of letting this matter go easily. We were here first, Lu Yun said with fire blazing in his eyes. As soon as they settled into the building, they were attacked by the Skyhawk realm. If Mu Yen didn't come in time, the consequences would be even worse. First come first served? Does that work in the heavenly path? If we can reason things out, why do we need our fists? The leader of Skyhawk Realm mocked Lu Yun and laughed at the absurdity. Well said. If things can be reasoned with words, why would we need our fists? All of a sudden, a voice interrupted the conversation. When everyone turned around, they saw a figure donned in azure clothes with a hood covering half of his face. It was hard to see his face, but everyone could see the smirk on his face. Lin Yun coldly repeated the leader's words. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. It's Lin Yun. Azure clothes, a sword box, and a dragon-blooded cat. Who else could it be but Lin Yun? He actually appeared. The higher realms clamored because they didn't expect Lin Yun to enter the city so brazenly. After all, he only covered half of his face. He really just waltzed his way into the city. I can't believe he's butting his way into the Skyhawk Realm's affairs. Wang Chao isn't a pushover. Wang Chao is in the third soul heavenly soul realm. Yuan Hengtian can't compare to him. Everyone was looking at Lin Yun with greed in their eyes. They were hoping Lin Yun was in over his head and that they could steal his treasures. Brother Lin. Lu Yun and Chen Xian were shocked that Lin Yun showed up. Flower burial Lin Yun? Wang Chao's eyes flashed with joy when he looked at Lin Yun. He immediately signaled the Skyhawk realm to surround Lin Yun. Surround him? Wang Chao chuckled as he looked at Lin Yun. You're really bold. Hand over the Glory Sun Spirit and your sword. If you do, I won't make things difficult for you. The rest of the Skyhawk realm's geniuses looked at Lin Yun with sinister smiles. They knew that Lin Yun had more valuables than the High Cloud realm. Most importantly, many higher realms had suffered greatly in the hands of Lin Yun. If they took him down, they would be famous among the higher realms. Glory Sun Spirit? I'm afraid you don't have the capability of taking it, said Lin Yun. His words made the Skyhawk realm unhappy. You must be courting death, Wang Chao said coldly. I was a fool to waste my time trying to reason with you. I guess I need to teach you some manners. 5 different second soul, heavenly soul realm elites soared into the sky and surrounded Lin Yun. Wang Chao knew that the 5 couldn't do anything to Lin Yun, but with their help, he could find an opportunity to take Lin Yun down. He had to do this in one strike, otherwise the other realms would make a move. He didn't want the others to take the Glory Sun Spirit, Greater Tao Artifact, and Advanced Fortune Martial Techniques. Watch out! The faces of High Cloud Realm's geniuses changed. But just when they were about to help out, the situation suddenly changed. A sword hum leaked out of Lin Yun's body and damaged the elites that charged at him. What impudence! Lin Yun removed his mask and threw it at the elites. All 5 of them were sent flying, which made Wang Chao freeze. Die! Unable to maintain his composure, Wang Chao gnashed his teeth with a cold light flashing through his eyes. His punch was terrifyingly fast as he had pushed his cultivation to the limit. But Lin Yun simply raised his eyebrows when he saw the attack. As his sky sword intent circulated, a terrifying sword aura shot through the air and pierced through Wang Chao's aura. Wang Chao felt like his soul was being restricted by the sword intent. But Lin Yun's sword aura only lasted for a split second. Before the spectators could figure out what was going on, Lin Yun threw a dazzling golden punch. Wang Chao's origin energy was torn apart as his chest caved in. When he fell onto the ground, he was forced to kneel before Lin Yun's boundless sword intent. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast the crowd was deathly silent. All of the ferocious gazes became soft as no one dared to reveal their killing intent. Wang Chao's face was nasty as he kneeled on the ground. Whenever he tried to get up, he found the weight of a colossal mountain crushing him. How is this possible? At this moment, he was overwhelmed with fear because he had no idea what Lin Yun would do to him. Everyone else from Skyhawk Realm looked at Lin Yun with fear. They retreated as fast as they could, which shocked everyone from the High Cloud Realm. Mu Yan was especially shocked because he couldn't even injure the Skyhawk Realm's leader. However, Chun Xian and Lu Mu were even more shocked. Although Lin Yun was strong 2 months ago, they were still comparable to him. But now they couldn't even see the back of Lin Yun's figure. Intimidating a third soul heavenly soul realm expert with a single glance was unimaginable to them. A piece of trash like you wanted to teach me how to behave? Do you really think the higher realms are invincible? Get lost. Lin Yun grabbed onto his mask and sent Wang Chao flying. Wang Chao flew through the air and spit several mouthfuls of blood. As soon as he hit the ground, he rolled until he crashed into the Skyhawk Realms group. Out of fear, they quickly helped Wang Chao up and fled. Hearing what Lin Yun said, many geniuses from the higher realms felt a chill run down their spine. Although Lin Yun was speaking to Wang Chao, his words were meant for all of the higher realms. Clearly, he was just as arrogant as before. But there was nothing they could do about it other than swallow their pride. Meanwhile, the lower realms watched in awe. Lin Yun was just as arrogant as the rumors. After Lin Yun dealt with the Skyhawk realm, he walked towards the High Cloud realm. After a simple greeting, Lin Yun began to inquire about his friends from the profound Amber realm. Mu Yan smiled and said, "Your friends are here. I had them dress up as High Cloud realm's disciples to travel with us. After all, the Bloodbone realm have been looking for something they could threaten you with." Upon hearing that, Lin Yun felt a current of warmth flowing into his heart. He knew that Mu Yan took on a huge risk to do this, but this proved that saving Lu Yun was the right move. Big brother Lin. Lu Yun looked at Lin Yun with excitement. As a swordsman, he had been completely subdued by Lin Yun's grace. Lin Yun, Fang Xiaoyu, Zhu Qingshan, and Zhao Chun also stepped forward. They were excited to see Lin Yun again. Lin Yun, are you heading towards the shrine? Mu Yen suddenly asked. He could tell that Lin Yun was heading towards the shrine. If there wasn't the matter with the Skyhawk realm, Lin Yun would probably already be there. Yeah. Lin Yun nodded. The higher realms gathered in the shrine are a lot stronger than the Skyhawk realm. It's not just the Bloodbone realm that wants to deal with you, said Mu Yen with a grave expression. He didn't want to see Lin Yun take an unnecessary risk. Since the higher realms could get close to the shrine, they clearly had a lot of strength. The leaders of their realms were at least in the top 30 on the Azure Dragon ranking. Thinking about that made everyone from the High Cloud realm nervous. After all, the higher realms gathered together while Lin Yun was alone. Mu Yen looked at Lin Yun and said in a grave tone, "This is a dangerous trip and you might not be able to come back." "Then I won't come back," smiled Lin Yun before he put on his mask. "As a swordsman, why would I be afraid of a fight? The Bloodbone realm came after me time and time again, so it's time for me to resolve this matter." Then, Lin Yun headed towards the shrine without turning back.